The continuation of the public hearing we are in. Madam Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Of course. Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Penner. Here. Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer. Here. Councillor Walcott.
Here.
Councillor Wong. Here. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra. Councillor Carra.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu.
Here.
Councillor Demong.
I'm here.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or anything, or we can jump right into it? 117, which is how we're going to start the day. I also understand that there's people who missed previous days and are here now, so we will go to those folks as well. I think it's probably going to end up being a couple of panels because there's about 10 people that missed their previous time and are here now. So we're going to start with 116 and 17. So do we have Martina Walsh? Hi, you can come on up and grab a seat. Thank you. Do we have Nathan Bilek? Do we have Ian Job? Hi, you can grab a seat up front too. What about Sandra Sobko? Okay, Ross Strong?
Yes, available online.
Hi, thank you. Do we have Christine Wedgwood? Hi, you can grab a seat up front too. And do we have Melanie Swales? Hi, you can grab a seat up front as well. So the first panel is going to be Martina Walsh, Ian Job, Ross Strong, Christine Wedgwood, and then Melanie Swales. And then I will go to the following people. Do we have Maria Lelikdovich-Rudna? Thank you. I'll let you know when your panel's starting. Do we have Margaret Barber? Excellent. Do we have Doug Layton? Great. Sandra O'Connor? Perfect. And do we have Pat Guimot? Excellent. That will be the next panel, just so you're all ready. Let's get started with Martina Walsh, please.
Mayor Gondek and City Councillors, my name is Martina Walsh, and as a concerned citizen, I'm here to express my opposition to the proposed blanket rezoning bylaw. I am a fourth-generation Calgarian and the mother of 3 millennial adults, all of whom have chosen to return to Calgary to pursue their careers after living in other Canadian cities. This due to the quality of life and affordability that Calgary has to offer. I have lived in various housing forms, from high-rise apartment buildings to low-rise condos, and now reside in a single-family home in the inner city, where I hope to age in place. For the last 5 years, I have been a member of the development committee of my community, which has given me insight into the positives and perils of redevelopment. I do not support RCG as the base residential district across Calgary. It is a one-size-fits-all approach that does not acknowledge the individual nuances of our diverse communities across the city. Blanket rezoning is not a sound planning principle and appears to be a knee-jerk reaction to address Calgary's housing crisis. Previous presentations highlighted the concerns of residents, which I share, including the loss of light and shadowing, impact on existing infrastructure capacity, parking availability, traffic congestion, schools that are at capacity, loss of mature trees and the urban canopy, and the sale of parkland reserves. Specific concerns I wish to highlight are citizen engagement. Blanket rezoning eliminates public input and citizen engagement by neighbours and communities. It is not sufficient to only have input at the development permit stage. Utilize the local area plans. Extensive work and engagement has led to these plans. The numerous LAPs were to identify areas where densification makes the most sense. Are these now to be ignored? In the LAP process, blanket rezoning to RCG was never discussed. Secondly, blanket rezoning does not mandate the construction of affordable housing. There is no guarantee that adding more housing with RCG will create more affordable housing options. Particularly in desirable inner-city neighborhoods, developers will be motivated by profits to build higher-end units that are unaffordable for many and will reduce the inventory of older, more affordable homes and rental properties. So what can the City of Calgary do? Make more land available. Access the inventory of city-owned lands and get moving on freeing it up for sale and redevelopment. The City of Calgary indicates that there is sufficient inventory of vacant land for new housing units, land development that is separate from the areas proposed for blanket rezoning. These parcels need to be prioritized for non-market housing, for low-income seniors and handicap-accessible housing, and for affordable homes. Incentives for affordable development. Let's get creative. What can be done to help developers to build affordable units that are included in these redeveloped projects? I support tax incentives and tax breaks for developers to achieve this and support the implementation of a set percentage of units to be allocated for lower income residents. Let's get started now. I am shocked at the glacial speed of movement on existing city-owned and private parcels that have been slated for redevelopment. Midfield Heights, a strategic redevelopment project of the City of Calgary, was the location of affordable housing that was expropriated and has languished since 2009 in the development stages. The Westbrook LRT lands sold in 2016 for joint use with a large residential component. The city repurchased the vacant lands this month after development stalled. The old YWCA lands at Fifth Avenue, an entire downtown city block, sold in 2015. The developer plans to create a neighborhood on this site with plans for 4 residential towers. And there are countless other examples that could provide housing for citizens to alleviate this housing shortage. And finally, let's eliminate short-term vacation rentals. Follow the lead of other jurisdictions. This valuable housing inventory should be available for Calgarians to access now. I encourage you to vote against this amendment to the land use bylaw and against RCG as the base residential district. Thank you for allowing me to express my views and suggestions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Ian Job, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek and Council, for the opportunity to be participating in this public hearing today. My name is Ian Job, and I'm here today on behalf of the Shawnee Evergreen Community Association as a volunteer and as president. We are a small community association located in the south of Fish Creek Provincial Park and west of McLeod Trail at the Fish Creek Lacombe LRT station in Ward 13, governed and operated by volunteer residents. With our network of little free libraries, our diverse portfolio of free programming and events, we do our best to live up to our mandate of building a neighborly community where residents feel a sense of belonging and community pride. Shawnee Evergreen Community Association is opposed to the blanket rezoning for housing strategy as before Council. We believe that Calgary needs to provide decent, safe, and stable housing that is deeply affordable for those who need it. We support targeted densification and sensible redevelopment that respects the desires and needs of diverse communities across Calgary. We do not believe that blanket rezoning for housing will achieve the city's desire to provide more affordable housing on a timely basis. We object to densification without regard to community context or where it is contrary to city community co-developed local area plans that have been developed to date with the engagement of countless volunteer hours from community associations. We share many of the concerns about upzoning that many submissions have represented for Council to date and are co-signatory on the letter to the Mayor and Council of 52 community associations expressing a common front of concern around the proposed changes and was a participant at the discussion with the Mayor a week ago Saturday, and thank you again for that opportunity. I would now like to focus on a few thoughts and recommendations from our perspective. Shawnee Slopes Evergreen is not resistant to change. Most of the housing stock in our community was built between 1981 through 1990s with RC1, RC2 zoning with significant new and higher density housing stock coming on starting 2016 due to the Shawnee Park Golf Course infill development. For context, the golf course was sold in 2008 for housing development and Shawnee Park represents about 50% of the Shawnee Slope surface area. That development is progressing and will continue for many years to come. That new build is a multitude of closely built single detached dwellings, row housing, and condo complexes. Higher densification is occurring in the eastern portion of the park with easy walking distance to the LRT, with nearly 800 new units coming on stream or coming on stream through recently completed under construction or planned developments. 2 childcare facilities with over 200 spots as well as commercial plazas are also included in the mix. We also expect further change as Shawnee Park is built out, and the lands near the Todd zone closer to Fish Creek Lacombe LRT which are currently either greenfield or easy development surface LRT parking lots are developed. Such densification near the LRT in transit-oriented development zones and along major transit corridors such as McLeod Trail makes sense and needs to be accelerated. Further to the objective to reduce bureaucracy in the land use amendment development process, we get it. But the city wants to do it by eliminating the land use amendment process. As noted by many already, this will eliminate a significant opportunity for public and community engagement. We also want to keep our voice and choice as a community association and as residents. In the proposed strategy, the developing permit process remains. While there is an opportunity for residents in the community to engage and provide input, it's noted in all documentation that it will be taken under consideration during planning department decision making. For us, as many Congarians, we've heard these proceedings as perceived as community engagement, only a name. It is not as felt as genuinely, that comes as generally predetermined. We respectfully ask Council to consider the following recommendations to deliver affordable housing soonest. That Council focus the city's finite resources on acceleration and innovation in some strategic areas. Focus on enabling the realization of viable business cases for housing development that progress projects through final investment decisions and implementation along major transportation corridors, Todd areas, and existing commercial areas. This could include production of low-cost dwelling units and building rental dwelling units. Focus on acceleration and innovation on the continued collaboration and investment in the development of comprehensive community-based local area plans. Leverage the city's portfolio of community associations and the many experts standing up here at this podium and offering to help on these proceedings. Identify innovative approaches and projects and identify specific areas. And third, the critical process to remain relevant and effective periodic review is necessary, and embark on a deep dive into the land property development process. We propose that the city undertake a business process improvement project that critically reviews the land development process to streamline and improve effectiveness, credibility, and relevance that respect and effectively engage public and community knowledge and expertise. So in closing, let's agree that Focus Together do the right things, even if it means to put some things on hold to prevent more listening and learning.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay.
You're just a little bit over. Thank you. Let's go to Ross Strong, please.
Hello. I guess thank you for having and hearing us for these 2 weeks. Just representing myself, I guess, and my family anyway. My wife and I both are from small towns in Saskatchewan, both moved to Calgary for work, lived here for 21 years, lived in 5 different homes, 5 different types of communities. We've done Woodbine apartment, downtown condo, Blarney townhome, Richmond duplex. Now we've done 9 years in Lakeview R1. Again, that was our choice to move into Lakeview R1 when we had 2 children, and we wanted the space. I mean, we specifically went out and chose R1 specifically for space, lots of trees, quiet, uncrowded streets. I think that's just what most families tend to choose. And again, I think to me, what your I guess suggested change or blanket rezoning is going to cause is that lack of knowing what you're getting into by buying a property or moving slightly out of the downtown core. I think I totally understand densification and that it starts from the middle and tends to work its way out in most cities and has been here for the 21 years or whatever I've lived in the city. Not that I'm against having higher density living, but I definitely don't like the idea of putting 4 and 8 plexes next door to single family homes as abruptly as what this, I guess, bylaw would allow. Again, I totally understand a lot of the busy streets getting converted to higher density, maybe getting into these 4 and 8 plexes. But I myself and community I live in now, I can't imagine having much more than infills coming in beside me. I think I knew 21 years ago, moving in there, that would be happening. But even my kids, I think, are a bit concerned with the idea that all of a sudden we might have up to 8 neighbors right next door to us, and all the traffic and whatnot that would be involved in having 8 neighbors. I guess, yeah, I kind of want to obviously state I'm totally against the blanket rezoning. I don't think any of my friends or family would have that desire to move into these neighborhoods, not really knowing what they're getting into by buying a property. These setbacks definitely seem way too short. And the 0.5 cars per unit really scares me. I mean, even our 3-bedroom townhome in Killarney at least had 2 parking spots. I think that's for a lot of people living in there. There was barely anybody with kids. And I mean, I can't imagine being a Calgarian not having a vehicle is actually still hard to fathom. I mean, I did it downtown for a while. We lived with 1 vehicle, but I can't imagine surviving outside of the actual core and having access to the sea train without having at least 2 vehicle spots. Anyway, I think that's it. Just going to voice my opinion that I would have preferred to have the plebiscite.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Christine Wedgwood, please.
Good morning. I've lived in Calgary over 52 years. I loved growing up in Huntington Hills. I'm all for building diversity of housing and agree we need more of it. That said, I'm very much against blanket upzoning because the city has land that could achieve affordable housing. This council is trying to push through a false pretense that RCG zoned homes will create affordable housing, and I believe that's false. I have worked 2 or 3 jobs my entire life. I'm a very hard worker. After SAIT, I got a decent job with a decent income. For several years, I rented a 1-room apartment in Rotary Park. At age 26, my landlord increased my rent from $500 to $595. I was really mad. I gave notice. I moved into my mom's basement with the goal of saving to buy a home. As a single person without a dual income, that took me 3 years. When I purchased my first home at the age of 29, I utilized the first-time home buyers program via RSPs. That time, the bank's down payment was 10%. I purchased an apartment-style condo. I was subsequently elected to the condo board of directors for 10 out of 12 years. So while on a very much smaller scale, I understand the responsibility of being an elective representative of your neighborhood. During my time on the board, 3 things were constant issues. We called them the 3 Ps: people, pets, and parking. People who were messy, noisy, smokers, or those who didn't understand that living in multi-density housing means you need to deal with alternate lifestyles and schedules other than your own. Pets, oversized per the rules, or they barked constantly. Parking, because nearly every apartment had 2 cars and only 1 parking spot. At the age of 44, I met someone special. After about 10 months, we decided to move in together. I was not interested in being a landlord, so we sold my 800 square foot 2-bedroom apartment and rented a single detached home with a garage in Arbor Lake. In 2015, my husband and I decided to purchase instead of renting. To our shock, the down payment to buy a home was now 20% if we wanted to avoid CMHC. We applied for pre-approval and were crushed. We didn't have the 20%. My mom gifted us 20% to a maximum of 60. Due to our budget, it meant we needed to purchase again in multi-density. We chose a townhouse in Harvest Hills, Ward 3. The goal was to buy a single detached home with a garage in a few years. That's still the goal. For employment, I'm a legal assistant in a national law firm, and I've done that for 34 years. I'm conservative. My parents were conservative. When I was young, I voted for a familiar name, and I did not do the research into the candidate. That is no longer the case. My husband prides himself as being fairly politically savvy, but in my opinion, he's an armchair political analyst. I'm the type of person where if I'm upset about a policy, I believe actions are better than complaining, so I volunteer to make myself heard. Accordingly, I volunteered for the recall Gondek petition because they needed commissioners for oaths. Over the next 2 months, I was basically second full-time unpaid job because of the shortage of commissioners. Our role was vitally important to the petition, and I managed to obtain over 1,000 signatures myself and commissioned affidavits for lots of canvassers, resulting in well over 25,000 commissioned for count signatures. Due to the petition, I know firsthand that Calgarians are angry and suspicious of this bylaw. No reasonable person wants this blanket upzoning except for young adults with no life experience. I feel that most of the councillors are not listening to their constituents. I believe that RCG zoning is not going to create affordable housing that youth can attain. Along with the 3 Ps that density housing will cause in areas where RC1 homes are, there will be a lack of green space, a strain on current infrastructure. Canadians will be, or Calgarians I should say, will be robbed of their ability to have a say. I'm fearful that if we use our savings to purchase a dream home, we'd just have a developer purchase the lot beside us and end up right back in multi-density housing. Please consider all the people who have taken the time to tell you they're against this proposed bylaw. There's a lot of angry Calgarians who will simply be forced to begin petitions to recall councillors as our last hope of saving this city.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Melanie Swales, please.
So I have a slide presentation. Where does that?
We're just going to bring it up right now if you give us a second. Is this the one?
Yes.
Okay.
So if I say next, will the slides advance? Is that how it works? Okay, thank you. Mayor Gondek and City Councillors, my name is Melanie Swales, and I'm here both on behalf of the Brentwood Community Association and as a citizen. Homeowners or renters, students or retirees, if a week of hearings has made one thing clear, Calgarians have not felt heard, and they will fight to have a say on decisions that impact them. Starting engagement for a blanket rezoning proposal in January and expecting to sweep it by us quickly has instead ignited a fire of discontent that has gained momentum as it spreads. Why? For students and renters, they've been thrown into a mess of unaffordability and housing shortages. For established communities, developers want to totally upend existing land use policies to meet their desires, not to create affordability or livability. Our communities are not a blank slate. Opposing unsuitable development is not NIMBYism, it is a legitimate planning concern. It is not NIMBYism to oppose a plan that randomly inserts dwellings at the wish of a developer instead of following established bylaws and guidelines. When the building next door overshadows, overlooks, or negatively impacts your use of your yard, it is simply not good enough to claim there is some greater good in allowing for poorly conceived development without referring to the safeguards and standards that already exist. The City of Calgary is good at creating guidelines, but not so good at following them. All of these guidelines here emphasize the need for sensitive contextual redevelopment that is responsive to the unique conditions that already exist in an area. Next. The reality on the ground is somewhat different, and yet this is the reality on the ground, one that is not reflected in the city websites or open houses. Does this reflect compatible development? Is this truly sensitive to the existing physical patterns? Next, impact on neighbors can be huge. Loss of privacy, massing, shadowing, drainage issues. How many people would want this built next to them? Approving blanket rezoning allows and encourages developers to cherry pick the most lucrative projects. Why? By cherry picking the low-hanging fruit, the easiest, quickest, and most lucrative projects for developers to complete are the short-term teardowns of existing RC1 homes and replacing them with RCG dwellings. Next. Impact on existing areas is huge. This neighbor developed her backyard decks and patios, then an RCG was built next door. The infill guidelines state it is important to respect the privacy of adjacent residences and their access to sunlight. The excess loss of the neighbor's privacy can be generally avoided through sensitive design. Windows and balconies should be carefully placed away from neighboring yards to protect privacy. Oh, and there are also 4 air conditioners on the yard facing her property. The bottom shows the lots of trees, but I think I'm gonna have to skip over that. Next, 5, living completely underground. Should completely below grade basement suites be allowed? That little yellow strip represents the sole window. Is this a good living arrangement? One window well in a bedroom. Not a single window in the living, kitchen, bath area. No natural light, you never see the sky, no way to get fresh air, slippery stairs in winter, how do you shovel snow out of a stairwell? seems like a pretty bleak living condition to me. Next, lot coverage. The city is simply trying to do too much on a single lot. Going from a single lot to 8 or possibly 10 living units is excessive. Next, drainage, stormwater management hasn't been worked out. Where will the snow and the rain go? It'll rot the neighbor's fence. We have to think about these things more carefully. Next, 60% lot coverage is excessive. When I looked at attachment 2 best practices from other cities, in most cases maximums were at about 50%, not 60s. There are answers here. Maybe we need modifiers for coverage, height, and FAR. The onus should be on the city to direct construction to desired areas following a master plan, not to allow random redevelopment that follows no discernible pattern other than the whims of investors or developments. Next, physical patterns in neighborhoods. On the left, we have panorama. On the right, we have mahogany. When I went to look at them, there's pockets of different types of housings that developers build because they know that that's what buyers want. It's built and predictable. It's unrealistic to expect that any lot owner is going to invest considerable capital when they don't know what's going to go up next door. Next, present zoning capacity. The city does have adequate zoning capacity already zoned in the existing areas. There's already enough there for 35 to 49 years, and we have greenfield and we have brownfield areas. Let's develop those first. City's focus should be to direct and support development in those areas where it makes the most sense. For example, work with the U of C to get some student housing in the new University Innovation Quarter that's going to come up for an LOC in the fall. We need to add to housing, not tear down existing housing. Blanket rezoning is the wrong step to take. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. All right, we are going to go to questions of this panel. We're going to start with Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Job, please. Thanks for your presentation today, Ian. Looking pretty spiffy too, I might add.
Every once in a while.
Thanks for your presentation and everybody that comes down here. And some recommendations. You've seen a lot of public hearings with the Shawnee Slopes, with the golf course and the transitional housing coming up, and now this. So some of your recommendations, I guess just one quick question on the land use items that we're talking about today. You didn't really speak much to future public hearings on that. So what's your position on, or Shawnee Slope Evergreens Community Association's position on that?
We have to have that engagement with the community and the residents, as we've heard. Land use is an important voice and a choice for people to be engaged in. So we believe that it's a very important element and shouldn't be dismissed.
Appreciate that. And we're not supposed to do this, but you didn't quite finish your presentation. Any last thoughts?
Oh, I just wanted to make sure we do the right things, do the right things in the right spot. We do good planning and not just development. We've heard that last week. And transparency and genuine engagement is paramount.
Yeah, great. Thanks again. And to anybody that joins community associations and volunteers their time, kudos, good on you. Appreciate it. Thanks you very much. No more questions.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Swales, please. Melanie. How are you doing today?
Good.
Good. I had 4 things for you. One is on infill guidelines. Now, the infill guidelines were prepared prior to the guidebook, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And have they been used since then that you know of?
I don't know how the planning department uses them to evaluate development permits. I don't know.
Okay. Okay. I thought perhaps in your previous role with I think it's a Triwood or Brentwood Community Association. I thought you might have seen those. Okay.
Well, we use the infill guidelines. When we get a development permit, then we use the infill guidelines to look at them and say, does this seem right? Does this seem like good planning? Does that, so we use them. I don't know if they get used when they're evaluated in the planning department.
Okay, and they were particularly for single detached and single attached, but
yes.
Not. Have you ever seen any for row house, townhouse?
I haven't looked into that because my community, I'm dealing with single-family housing. So.
Fair enough, thank you. The second slide you had up there was around, can you bring up slides again for her, please? This is the site coverage comparison of the different municipalities.
So,
You can just go forward about 3-4 slides.
That's, well.
Lot coverage. One more. Keep going. There you go.
No.
So what do you see there that's exceptional or unique? Your particular attachment to on the right-hand side there?
Well, so the reason I put this in, this is from attachment to the best practices and the permit data summary that's in the report. And when I looked at this, I looked at the parcel coverage and the landscaping, because both of those are important things for our community that get pointed out all the time, especially the landscaping, the loss of trees, that kind of thing. But when we looked at parcel coverage, what I see on here is a lot of them have very specific rules or maximums that are lower than what we have. So Calgary has a 60% lot coverage for RCG and HGO, but I'm seeing here Auckland has 50%, other cities have 50%, and a lot of them are using FAR. And using FAR to limit what gets built is also an interesting one that we don't do. So I'm looking at this and thinking the two go together. The parcel coverage and the landscaping both work together, because you can't have a lot of landscaping if your lot is covered entirely by building and cement and sidewalks and things like that. And one of the things that's important to note on the parcel coverage is that's the coverage of the buildings and the house. That does not include sidewalks and all the other impermeable surface. So what we're seeing is that where you had a house with lots of trees and lots of grass and permeable surfaces, now you're getting an RCG, which is covering 60%, and then you're getting some outbuildings, some sheds, bike sheds, that kind of thing, coverage for maybe the bins, the garbage bins, sidewalks on the side. There frankly isn't any grass or tree space left. There's very, very minimal. And so I'm thinking we're just being too aggressive with saying a 60% lot coverage is appropriate. I'd like to see that a lot less, and especially in communities where all the houses have 45%, then to have 60% is quite glaring.
Was it you or somebody? I received a bunch of emails over the weekend. Was it you who sent me an email from Vancouver that said with the increased densification development that Vancouver's actually losing tree coverage?
No.
That wasn't, okay, I'm sorry, I thought it was. Can you go to your next one, please, the next slide? This one here. Now, in this area, can you, sorry, I can't see past Mr. Pootmans. I'm sorry, Richard. I'm sorry. Can you, sorry. Thank you. Can you just tell us why you segregated the difference between the left and right again?
So what I did, this goes back a little ways. When they first brought out the proposal blanket rezoning, I wanted to see what happens in communities where they might have RC zoning already, or in newer communities where they've put in more different forms of housing right from the start. So on the left, that's panorama. The yellow circle is single detached, the red is semi-detached, like duplexes, and then you go into the green circles, which are row houses or townhouses, and then the blue is multiplex, like 4-story or various forms of sort of more we call apartment kind of buildings. And the same pattern follows in Mahogany, which is on the bottom there. I went into Mahogany and I walked all around, and I was actually quite surprised by the number of single-family housing. There's whole areas that are single family. And there are some pockets of high density. The Jamin Village, that area, it's got, I think, 6-story buildings. So there's more higher density in some pockets. But what I could not find in either community was a single example of a row of single family houses where in the middle there was a 4-plex or an 8-plex or a 10-plex, whatever you want to call them. It just didn't happen. And in part because these are newer communities, they haven't been torn down yet. But the bigger reason is that developers are developing these and they are selling all the lots. And so when a developer wants to sell all the lots, people, the first thing they're going to ask is, what's going in next to me? They need certainty as to what's going in next to them. And the developer has an RC zoning, but he's selecting to make this the single family, this the duplexes, that kind of thing. So ironically, for any of us in the established communities, the way that we would get certainty as to what gets built next to us would be to move out to the far suburbs. And then you've got a new house next to you, chances are it won't get torn down. But to throw things into our neighborhoods and have an entire row of bungalows and then all of a sudden have a 4-plex or an 8-plex or a 10-plex, whatever, thrown into it, it's not consistent on the form. We don't do it in these neighborhoods, but we think it's appropriate in ours.
So you talked about people in the inner city established area moving out to get that quality of life that you're talking about.
It would be the only way to get certainty. Like when I went to Mahogany, I was actually amazed. I walked around the part of the lake. There's a really nice bike path. It's beautiful. I was amazed at how big the lots were. There's big lots, big single-family lots. There's big single-family areas. Those communities have 100% certainty that for the next 30, 40 years, they're only going to have single-family houses next to them. Whereas in our community, it's different. So if planning is based on a built form, then the build form should be consistent in established neighborhoods and in new neighborhoods. In new neighborhoods, it makes sense to keep things that are similar together. And in our neighborhood, we're told, no, it's more appropriate to throw things in sort of hodgepodge into the community.
So is that, oops, I'm sorry. So is that what you would typically call gentrification then?
Yeah, I suppose. We're seeing changes in the community, and we know there's going to be changes. We want changes in the community, but most of us are saying there's appropriate locations and there's others that are not. And the reason for the first slides was to show that there's sometimes glaring discrepancies between what was there and what is going to get built. And I don't know that anybody would want the 3-story building right next to them. So their only choice, if they don't want that, is to move somewhere. And I don't want to see our residents displaced.
Right. Okay. My last question is that we've been doing this largely because we got a report last June, Housing Affordability Task Force last September. Housing strategy was reviewed and presented here. To the extent of your community and the people you represent, how much of both the task force and the strategy report do you think they were aware of?
Oh, very, very little. I mean, when the HATF came out initially, there were 33 recommendations, and out of those 33, I think most of us thought that 29 of them were great. Let's go for it. It's things like speeding up permitting, using city land, surplus land, those kind of things, great. But there were a few that were troubling, and one was the blanket rezoning, one was the parking, removal of all parking minimums. So some of those have been stepped back a little bit, but residents didn't know about it, and so it wasn't until January when the city started doing engagement. And I think what prompted me to hold my own meeting in the community was I did go to 3 of the city's open houses. And the second slide, I think, on here, it shows what the city showed at their open houses. Yeah, that one. So, thank you. On the far left at the bottom, there's examples from the city website. And all of those look great. They're just townhouses or row houses, whatever you want to call them. They're next to similar built forms. You've got an RC2 next to an RCG. They're all the same height. They're all the same era. They blend in perfectly. And that's what was being shown. And I attended 3 open houses, and I said to the people at each of them, you've got to show some 3 stories, because increasingly we're seeing 3 stories, not just 2 stories. And I went to the open house in Ranchlands, and they were still all 2 stories. And every time I commented, I want to see some 3 stories on here, I got handed a sticky pad and said, that's a good idea, put it on a sticky note. So the residents didn't know either. When we held our open house, there were so many things that residents said they weren't aware of, even the ones that had been to a city open house.
Okay. My last question to you, and that is in the MDP, in the MGA. The MGA requires council members to make decisions on behalf of citywide.
Yes.
Right. So, city councilors for citywide decisions. In this type of decision here, what sort of role do you expect me, as perhaps you're a councilor, to represent you?
Well, I think for one thing, show me metrics. Show me that blanket rezoning is going to achieve what you actually set out to achieve initially. The HATF was initially about affordability, and when people started pushing back on the affordability part, then it all of a sudden became about densification. So what are we trying to achieve? Show me the metrics of how it works, and show me why we can't do densification that is sensitive to the local context. Show me why it's the developers that are coming in saying what they want. And I think if these hearings have shown anything, is that when the HATF was created, there were 15 people on that HATF. It didn't include residents at large. It didn't include CAs. It also didn't include students. So somehow you've managed to make both groups mad.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chu, please.
Thank you, Worship. Mrs. Swell, don't move. I know you want to sit down so bad, but I'm sorry to put you on the hot seat again. Hey, I have two questions for you. The Brentwood Community Association has been very active on this issue, and the BCA submitted a letter, and what we heard report, you also held an open house. Why did you hold an open house, and what did people telling you after the presentation?
I think because in my role in the community association, I run into a lot of people. I also work at a library. I run into a lot of neighborhood people in the library. When I talk to people and ask them, what do you know about this proposal or about the HATF or about the blanket rezoning? They didn't know a lot. And there were a couple of really common misconceptions. One was that it applied in other communities, but not in ours. And I lost count of how many times people said, well, it wouldn't happen on my street because I live on a quiet little crescent, or I don't live on a main street, or if that happened on my street, all our neighbors would oppose it and it just wouldn't happen, or things like that. They didn't understand what it was. So we really felt that we had to have an open house because they needed to know about it. And at the city open houses, it was to present information. There was no like a public sort of forum where everybody could listen and ask questions and things like that. And I think people came away also not knowing that the blanket rezoning would remove the right to a public hearing for an LOC. So I thought that all of those things were really important. And people came out of our meeting and said, I attended the city open house. I didn't even know that there was 60% lot coverage, or I didn't even know that we wouldn't have a public hearing, or things like that. So that's why we held ours.
Yeah, thank you. And I was there at your open house. I remember, if I remember this correctly, is that you guys were expecting about 40, 50 people, and that was 150 people show up in a standing room only. I remember that. And as on the city open house, and from what I heard, people telling me is that this is not an open house, it's an information session. It's what city is telling the resident what's going to happen. And, however, I have to give kudos to the city frontline workers from what I have seen, and they're outstanding. I sat on a few tables, and the city staff is outstanding. They're very attentive and very compassionate, and listen.
And actually, that's a really good point. I think because when I went to the open houses, that's what I heard too, is all the staff from the planning department, they seemed really genuine. They when people said, but my neighbor had one of these built on his street or somewhere, or a friend and whatever, and I didn't like it, it was too big, too tall. They said, those are really good points. We need to note those. I made the comment at one about the air conditioners. We can't have 4 air conditioners facing the neighbor. They said, that's a really good point. Write it on a sticky note. Like the sticky notes made a lot of money, but I don't know if all of those things made it into the report.
Yeah, agree. And my second question, you also submitted your own letter in which you compare the current RCG developments to cherry pickings. Could you elaborate that a little bit?
Yeah, my cherry picking. When I was a kid, we used to go camping, and then on the way back, we'd stop in the Okanagan and we'd buy cherries, tons of cherries, so my mom could can them. The first year we went, the farmer there sat us down, and he taught me something that I still remember. He sat us down and he said, look, you guys, this is my orchard. I need to take care of it. The worst thing you guys can do is run around my orchard and pick up all the low-hanging cherries, the low-hanging fruit. Because if you do that, what happens is all the easy stuff has been done. And the only stuff that's left is the stuff that you need ladders and buckets and ladders and whatever to get. And what happens is the next people that come after we leave that want to come and pick in his orchard, they may go away because they say, well, there's only the hard stuff left. I don't want to just do all the ladder stuff. They may go to another orchard and you don't get the results that you wanted. So what he said is, I'm going to give you an area, you do that area, you do that tree, or you finish that tree, you pick it all clean, and that's much better. So I think that's what's happening here is, I look at, for example, in Brentwood and Varsity, we have this university research park that's going to have an LOC coming before you in the fall. There's tons of room there. They want residential, they want building there. The students should be clamoring to have some high-rise buildings built there for student housing. It would be perfect. And yet what's happening instead is developers are coming into the community and taking existing houses, which are housing students and are providing relatively affordable housing, and they're tearing those down. So before we tear down any houses, we should be building up, not tearing down ones that are providing this affordable housing. Just like the guy in the orchard, you don't run around and do all the easy stuff. These developers don't want to be left with just all the hard stuff.
Appreciate that. Well, thank you very much. And before I sit down, Your Worship, I remember you mentioned at the beginning about people has been missing their turn. And when I look into the audience, I saw Mr. Stephen Jing, and he has some confusion on his face. And could you mention again as when they can speak, whoever missed their turn? Thank you.
Councillor Chu, just to respond to you directly, what I will do when this panel is finished is make another call to see if there's anybody here, as I do. Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp, please.
Ms. Swales. The reason we're calling you up here is because your wealth of knowledge and your passion and care for the community comes out. So thank you for doing that, and your community members should be very grateful that you're here today. We share very close borders. Yes. And so I have a couple questions for you. You mentioned lot coverage as being kind of an issue with the 60% and what we're at 45%. How do you feel if one of the amendments, if it was the least case, because we do need to build more for housing in Calgary in general, if there was an opportunity to add a, I call it a secondary suite, but like a backyard suite to a parcel with RC1 or RC1S that already has a secondary suite. How do you feel about that, and maybe going up to like a 50% lot coverage?
You mean if there was a backyard suite and a basement suite?
Or a garage suite, basement suite, or basement suite, backyard suite.
And taking it from the 45 to the 50% lot
Yeah.
coverage? Mm-hmm. I think the devil is always in the details on each one of them. The more I look at this, the more I realize it depends on what's being built. It depends. Is that secondary suite going to be 800 square feet on top of a triple garage with, massive impact? Or is that going to be a little cutesy, cottage, that kind of thing? Like, there are wonderful examples of backyard secondary suites and secondary suites over garages. There are horrible examples of them. And a lot of it depends on things like the articulation, the, materials used, the articulation, the setbacks. Is there room for any landscaping or things to mitigate? So I think it would almost have to be, it would require a relaxation, so it would be on a case-by-case basis, and if people had a chance to comment on it, we could see where it fits.
Okay, well, you answered my second question, which was, do you think they should be evaluated on a case-to-case basis? Okay, my third question is then, do you believe secondary suites should be actually counted as total units? Because
absolutely. Oh, 100%, absolutely. In Brentwood, I should have brought my stats. We have a guy on our committee that keeps meticulous accounting and spreadsheets and everything else, but I believe we're up to 152 or 154 secondary suite applications since 2018. So that's, if I take the 152, that's 152 units. The other thing that we keep track of, or we used to until we didn't get them anymore, but was the number of bedrooms. And the typical one, I think we were at 2.6 bedrooms per application. So we're adding 150 units, and each of them on average has even just 2. We've added 300 bedrooms. If that was an apartment or if that was a building or something, that would be counted. We're not counting any of that. So it gives them the mistaken idea that all Brentwood houses are single-family houses only, when 150 of them have, registry or actually suites that have gone through the process and are doing development permits. We have a heck of a lot more that are, underground illegal ones, but there are a lot of them. They should count.
right, and we have incentives for secondary suites, which is great. So thank you. Actually, one more question, if you don't mind. Secondary suites. Now I'm going to lose my train of thought because it's Monday morning and I've been here for 1,800 hours. Cool. What was I just going to say? This public hearing has been compared to the secondary suite public hearing. I was administration at the time. I have my own personal opinion. Do you feel that the secondary suite, like I would say, public hearing or what we did with secondary suites is similar to this? Because I'm getting people, like, feedback from folks saying, this is apples to apples. And I'm like, no, actually, it's not. Do you feel like these are the same thing? The impact change to communities?
No, definitely not, because of many reasons. Where to start? I mean, first of all, things like lot coverage and height that are different for RCGs and HGOs than they are for RC1s, so that definitely. But going back to the secondary suite thing, so it was March 12, 2018 when secondary suites got approved as a discretionary use. And at that time, a lot of the debate was whether they should be basement suites or backyard suites. And there was a strong consensus that a basement suite could be invisible density. It was kind of in your house, you didn't really know if it was there. A backyard suite was not. They're large, they're big, they're prominent, everybody can see them. And so what they did at that time was they said we need to have separate guidelines for backyard suites because these things are a different creature. And so what they did is I believe they took about 8 or 9 months. I think it came back in December of 2018. They came back with backyard suite guidelines. And they're not perfect, they're not fabulous, but they give us some guidelines. And we use them all the time. When we're evaluating a development permit, those have been helpful. And I think we need to be doing the same thing here, is we're just throwing in RCGs and we're saying, those will just be good in your neighborhood. And the neighbors are going, no, they're not. Look at these examples that we have. Like, how is this getting approved? Where are these windows being, accounted for? So I think we need to step back and say, we need to ensure that there's compatibility. We have the guidelines. We need to start following them. So they're totally different. The secondary suites can be sort of rather innocuous. This other stuff has lot coverage and all kinds of other factors that are completely different.
Great. Thank you so much for being here and your wealth of knowledge and support for your community. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Ms. Swales, sorry to put you on the spot again. So you made reference in your debate and with Councillor Sharp about lot coverage. Is amenity space something that you considered as part of the whole lot coverage, and whether or not we maintain a reasonable amount of amenity space as part of your rationale as to why to limit lot coverage?
You mean for RCGs?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, actually, I've been looking at RCGs and HGOs, and I look at the common space, the courtyard space. One of the slides that I have, if we could put up the slide, there's one with a courtyard. That one. Okay, so there on the lot coverage, what you see is on the far left, there's a sort of before, and then in the middle, there's what was built. And that red circle is the common amenity space. And so the yards that are at the front facing 22nd Avenue there, they have a bit of a yard in the front or a bit of grass. The other ones just have cement. And then you have this common amenity space, and that's shared by all units. The picture that's up on the top right, that's a picture under construction. And I don't know if that's an RCG or an HGO, but that's the courtyard width. So are we creating good living conditions? Like when we have a secondary suite, we have a required area that's for an amenity space, but when we have a RCG or an HGO, we kind of just throw everybody in together. And I can't help but think this is just going to create a lot of conflict.
Right. So do you think that if we were to move forward with an RCG, that we should incorporate a requirement to provide a certain amount of amenity space on a per unit basis?
I think it would actually help with a lot of conflict. When I go around and I look at older townhouses that were built, say in Bowness or in various areas that were built, what was different was they all had their own yards. If everybody had a dog, they could fence off their little parcel, their little, you see kids' toys, you see dog stuff, you see whatever, but they had their own little space. And, putting a unit in with 8 or 10 that shares a common courtyard and a common space, I don't see how that's not a recipe for conflict. If one person smokes pot, if one person has a big dog, if one person does anything, all people are impacted by it. I think everybody likes to have their own little piece of territory if they can.
A little piece of dirt. Through this whole process of us, initiating this, have you had a chance to speak to others in your community and give me a sense of what kind of numbers do you think that would be? And what you believe the position?
Actually, I'm probably not even the one to talk to on this, but there's going to be another speaker following me from the Brentwood Community Association, and we did a What We Heard report, and we've gathered feedback, and we've listened to people, and that feedback was done when we had the open house, and that was based on just the open house. But since then, I've received probably at least 30 more letters, and in that whole time, I've received 2 letters that were negative. One of them said I was wrong, there couldn't possibly be 4 units on a lot, in a Brentwood lot, and one of them just said that I was showing bias. So all the other ones that I had were people writing to me with their stories of why they didn't want this, what they thought was negative, and I think Diane will be a lot more able to tell you what we did hear from our residents.
Okay, when you were talking about guidelines for backyard suites, that's on the basis, of course, that they're listed as discretionary, right?
Yes.
Okay, because if they were permitted,
Yes.
typically only the directly adjacent neighbors get to comment on the development permit.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think all secondary suites are discretionary, even the basement ones are discretionary,
Permitted.
but we still get notified of them. Our community association
gets notified of the DP.
Yeah, so we get notified and we get, like, we know they're going to go through, but we still have a chance to comment on issues like parking, and we've actually taken 2 of them to SDAB on parking grounds, so we still do have some input on them.
Right. Yeah, but as far as an appeal at SDAB, it would only be if it was a discretionary use, right?
Yes, yes.
So as long as you can, it's one thing to provide comments to the file manager, it's a whole nother thing if you want to appeal it once it's been approved, and unless it's discretionary, that option is taken away from you. Or
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Height, you didn't really talk too much about RCG and that difference in height. Do you think, again, that should be a like for like, or is the 1 meter extra to accommodate increased density, is that what you would consider to be reasonable if it was in the right place?
I think the height really depends on the context. So the maximum height for an RC1 is 10 meters, but the maximum contextual height is 8.6 if you're in a row of bungalows. So if you're in a row of bungalows, and most of our houses are only 12 or 15 feet high at the peak, and then if the neighbor builds an 8.6, that's already a lot taller. If the neighbor goes to a discretionary permit and builds to 10, that's a lot taller still. If they go to 11, the argument is, well, that's only 1 meter, 3 feet over what could be built already. Yes, it could, but it's not what's there. And so that's part of the problem, is that we're always saying that max could be 10 meters, so it's only 1 meter more. Yes, the Flames could win the Stanley Cup. Yes, things could happen, but you know, it doesn't mean that they are happening. And so I think we need to be paying more attention to the context of what is actually there already.
Last question. Do you think the contextual regulations contained within the RCG take into consideration contextual sensitivity to adjacent neighbors?
I haven't dealt with an RCG application directly myself, so I can only go by what I've been seeing. But in the case of if we can go back 1 slide, or 2 slides, sorry, that one. On the top there, the person whose yard this is, she told me that there was no chance to oppose this because the building next door was within the permitted realms. Like, it was already zoned to allow for this, or it had been rezoned. I'm not really sure, she wasn't clear. But she said she had no chance to comment on those window placements. So if this is a permitted use and you can't comment on anything, and a drawing is coming in and you see that it has all these windows or things, I think they need to be discretionary, because they're a different build form. They're significantly different from what's next door. So you should have a right to comment on things that are going to impact you in this way.
Actually, you made me think of one more question. If you said we should be counting secondary suites, and so what's being proposed is not 75 units per acre. If you count secondary suites, it essentially, or per hectare, it effectively becomes 150 units per hectare if you count the secondary suites. Do you think it would be a good idea to look at maybe putting a limit on the number of units as far as permitted under RCG rules, and anything that exceeds that to be listed as discretionary, to give the ability to appeal if it doesn't really satisfy the needs of the area specifically?
That's an interesting It's an interesting thought. All I know is at the open houses, they have they had photos of RCG, and it says RCG allows for a maximum of 75 units per hectare, which is 4 units on a typical 50 by 100 foot lot. But that was misleading because for people, they say, well, there's 8 units, really. We don't care if if secondary suites don't count. There's 8 separate sets of people living in there. There's 8 dishwashers running every day. There's 8, we need to be using this as 8 sets of people. And so I think the secondary suites, I understand the rationale and planning why they don't count and all that, and you can't have separate title and all that kind of thing, but they do count as far as density. So going from a single family house to a potentially 8 units next door is a huge difference, and definitely the secondary suites should come into that calculation.
Yeah, no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Swales, sorry. Ms. Swales, I'll keep it brief. Just 2 questions. First one is, I don't know, I think it was second last slide where you said, just keep going, sorry. Keep going, yeah, that one. Present zoning capacity, zoning in place, 262,000 plus units, greenfield. Can you explain that a little bit, please? How do you come up with those numbers?
I have to actually look back on where I got them. Let me just see where I had those from.
By the way,
the one on the left that was a city news release where they have on the bottom, it has been determined the city has adequate land supply within its boundaries for the next 35 to 49 years, which is sufficient based on current growth rates. And then I just have to look where the other one came from.
I'm very interested, like it said established areas. So,
sorry?
And then I'm interested in numbers, like if you're looking up.
In the established? Yeah, I have to just find that. I have too many papers here.
It's fine. You can always email our office if.
No, I think I have it here somewhere. Sorry, Councillor Dolwell,
That's okay.
I may have to
You can email it to us. Thank you so much. My last question is, that was a great comparison. Like you showed what is mahogany, what is panorama, pattern, those are, I believe those are master plan communities that are building out. You can do that. What is your solution or advice into these communities that are already established and we really can't, this can't be done there? Is there something that you want to propose that could be done that we achieve that density, but again, you get what you're seeing in mahogany and all that?
Well, I think, first of all, a lot of our communities have space for development that isn't being captured right now. And I mean, the best example between Brentwood and Varsity is this University Innovation Quarter. And we also have University District, which is undergoing development right now, and there's still a lot happening there. So we have these huge opportunities, huge parcels of land that are there. We also have the Brentwood LRT station, which was slated for development, has a station area redevelopment plan. And those were the areas where development was supposed to go, where development could go. And like one of the central premises of our station ARP when it was done, and this is plannerese, this is not what people would come up with, planners said we need areas of stability, areas of change. And so they said this is where we're going to put the density is around the TOD, and then other areas we're going to leave largely, intact and not go there. Instead, we're getting this cherry picking approach. And the problem with that is we also have a shortage of trades, and we keep hearing that there's not enough people around to build all these houses. So the city's role should be to direct where they should be built. The city should be saying, look, we want Midfield Trailer Park built, we want the Westbrook LRT built, we want these areas built. If all the builders are busy picking cherries within the communities, they're not there to do the resources that we want in the bigger areas. And some communities have no space whatsoever that isn't available, but a lot of our communities do. And I will get you that stat where that came from. But you look at Simpson Sears, the old Simpson Sears site at North Hill. You look at, I think if I asked each of you to find spaces within your communities, I think you could do it. But we shouldn't be tearing down perfectly good housing and displacing the people that are in those houses first before we're building up the other stuff.
And sorry, my last question, and you said you haven't seen so far any RCG application in your community?
We haven't had any. We're just getting our first MCG, actually.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for your time, this knowledge. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you.
Ms. Swales, you should probably just
I do have a question for you, Ms. Swales, but I also will offer, if you're done at answering questions and you've had enough, that's okay. So you're okay to answer?
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to chat to you a little bit about like the spectrum of where we can be in terms of planning. And so, I mean, if we think about this problem in the broadest strokes, we can have a very wide open planning system where you kind of let the market dictate everything and homeowners and the government have little say. Or you can go the highly restrictive route, like on both ends of the extreme, where government and the public are demanding that a lot and controlling the market, right? So we have things like parking minimums as opposed to letting the market figure that out. And so I guess what I'm wondering is, like, we have two groups who want more certainty within this spectrum, right? We have homeowners who are saying, we need more certainty and like what is going to change and be built here. Mm-hmm. But we also have the industry saying, in the middle of like a very significant housing shortage in this country, part of the reason we can't build more houses is because of the lack of certainty that we have when we come before this council or like the public, right? We are representatives of the public. And so they're kind of asking the public for more freedom and flexibility within low density forms, because that allows them to then take on risk to be able to deliver housing. And so what can happen on the other side of the certainty, so on the citizen side, you can end up with things like you've shown, which is clearly a market failure in my opinion, right? Mm-hmm. And then you can, on the other end of the spectrum though, when they come here and they can't figure out why we said no to it, and at a land use perspective, because it was largely DP related things, they'll say to us, like, we have no certainty. And so my question really is like, if largely, like, what are the checks and balances that you feel that citizens need in order to ensure that we can appropriately iterate forward? Because I agree that you showed should never happen. But my question is, how do we iterate to a place that it doesn't? And do we do that with the heavy hand of government, which is, or do we do that by allowing the market to fail sometimes and coming in to correct it? And so with the DP and then having the ability to appeal at SDAB, is that the appropriate checks or balances? Or do we really feel that land use piece is necessary when it comes to low density forms? Because administration is saying, and industry is saying, we actually think that check and balance is a bit too much, but the other two checks and balances are appropriate. So can you let me know what you think about that?
So I think there was a proposal to try concurrent development permits, like to try LOCs and DPs at the same time, because the problem with doing an LOC first is that we don't know what's going to be built. So people will say, well, you know, I might be okay with it, but I might not. And let me give you an example of the one that we're dealing with right now. Actually, is there any conflict with me talking about a development permit that we're dealing with right now?
I don't think so. Not as long, we don't know what it is, like, I don't know.
Sorry, could you say that again?
Sorry, is there any conflict with me talking about a development or an LOC that's in our community right now that's an open application?
You can use it as an example.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Just want to check. So we have an application for an MCG. And so I phoned the file manager and I asked why is this not an MCG instead of an LOC or instead of a RCG? Based on the lot size and certain condition, the RCG would only be able to accommodate 3.8 units, and you round down or something like that. So it would only be able to accommodate 3. The applicant wants to build 4. And so what she said, though, and this is what's really intriguing to me, is we could use a modifier, though, because the problem is if we go to an MCG, he's allowed to build 5 units plus 5 suites. And the applicant has said they're only going to build 4. But if we pass the LOC and he gets the MCG zoning, then he could put in 5. So the file manager said, but we could add a modifier. So if we put a modifier on, instead of being like an RCG is 75 units per hectare and MCG is 111 units per hectare, we can put a modifier of 0.86, which applies just to this property, and that would allow 4 but not 5. So that provides some certainty for the neighbors, because otherwise we don't know, and approving the LOC is totally separate from the other part of it. So it kind of got me thinking, well, why couldn't we do modifiers for height and for other things? So for example, in this case, the applicant has said they're only going to build a 2-story. The problem is that MCG allows up to 12 meters. So they've said a 2-story, but again, if they get the LOC and they get the MCG, it could be a 3-story. But if you added a modifier, And if you ask the applicant right away at the first stage, like, you're going to build a building, you want it to be 2 stories, 2 stories is going to be, you know, whatever, 9 meters high. So we could add that onto it, like we do it with other land use designations. Like we say a C-core with a height of this and a FAR of this. So why couldn't we say an MCG with a height of 9 and a, you know, FAR of 1 or 0.7 or whatever? And that would provide some certainty at least, because I don't think it's enough to say you've got your LOC and now it's going to go through and now you're going to show the DP. At that stage, you've got 3 weeks to you know, evaluate and to decide if you're going to take it to appeal, go to SDAB. That's a real, nobody wants to go to SDB. It's a lot of work. And so I think the checks and balances have to come in earlier. And yet I understand where the developer doesn't want to say, here's my exact plans, because I don't even know if I'm going to get the LOC. But if we could use modifiers for scale, that might actually be one way of somewhat limiting what is going to be built next door, so you don't end up with these 3-story things next to a bungalow. Okay. And the modifiers could be really specific to the context of the area. In a bungalow neighborhood, that modifier is for that lot only, just like that file manager said it's going to be, you know, 0.86.
Okay, thank you. I think in general, broad strokes, what I'm hearing is that you just need everyone needs the certainty earlier. And I think that that's true for the industry, and that's true for citizens. And so I appreciate that. I guess I always want to pivot a little bit back to my general question, which is there's 2 ways to kind of figure this out, right? We can loosen things up and iterate forward, knowing that there will be mistakes, right? That we will then have to get the right checks and balances and get administration to come back, and we will learn as a city that way. It's a little bit more free market, and it is a little bit more, you know, there's going to be mistakes. Or we continue with sort of a more restrictive way of doing it. And like what we're fundamentally trying to figure out is like which of these, both of them are navigating change, which of these is like the most fair, and which of these are we going to figure out the biggest value for everyone? And so that's really what I feel like we're trying to balance. And so I just want to thank you for coming and expressing very eloquently like many of the challenges that exist, and we will be thinking about this, and it's a tough balance between different trade-offs, because even when you put up the picture with the amenity space, I agree with you, like that amenity space is not great. But if we could actually like lose the setback on the front, we would have had a bigger amenity space, right? And it's just like these are the trade-offs, and everyone kind of has different opinions.
I'm going to interrupt you.
Okay.
Because I think you're debating, which is lovely during debate time.
Sorry.
But unless there's a question.
Okay.
I think the comment though that would resonate with me on that one the most is somebody commented that it's always about the stakes, not the odds. So what he meant was that if you get an RCG next to you and you're the little bungalow and you get that 3-story next to you, the 2 people that I talked to there, they're trying to decide, do they move? What do they do? How do they step out of their house every time and look up at this 3-story wall or this 2-story wall? So what do they do? Well, the stakes are really, really significant if it happens next to you. Yeah. The odds maybe are not great, and we keep hearing, well, this is going to happen gradually and gently, and it's only 1 in every 200 in a community or whatever. But if that's the one right next to you, it has a huge, huge impact.
Fully agree. And I will say that's the challenge, right? Like the trade-offs are born locally and the benefits are born collectively. So I really appreciate this conversation. It's been very meaningful for me. Sorry to my colleagues if I took too long.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. A little bit stimulated by Councillor Meehan's line of questioning. Ms. Swales, I'm sorry to burden you again. But we've touched on this from about 15 different angles, and I'd like you to summarize it potentially and perhaps with some new ideas. And that is the community association's hard work, volunteer work, expert work is valuable. Is there a way that the city can restructure the relationship with you to make things more efficient? It might be, I'm not sure what you would look at, timing issues, access to information issues. What would enable you to perform and perhaps even tighten up the already tight timelines?
I've often thought there should be like a city ombudsman or something or other, an intermediary or something or other, because what happens is we're left to figure a lot of this stuff out by ourselves. So for example, I get a permit for an MCG. I don't even know what an MCG is. I haven't even looked at an MCG. So I've got to go and do all my research and figure out that they allow 111 units per hectare and 12 meters and whatever they allow. But we're volunteers. Like, we do this for fun. Like, so sometimes it gets a little onerous, and we could use some help on it. And I've often thought there should be somebody planning related that can help us through some of these things, and that is actually an intermediary. And I'd have to say, the FCC's done a really good job with their courses and stuff, where they do courses and they show us how a DP works and how things work and things like that, and that has been extremely helpful to us. But the average citizen doesn't know all that stuff. So when we I'm going to an open house this week because we've got this MCG application. The neighbors are completely up in arms, understandably so. They're going from one house to potentially 10 next door. So we're going to have a meeting and we're going to have an open house, and we're doing a lot of this work that I often feel like there should be somebody from the city that can come and sit down and explain some of this, or go through it or something. Because we have all these guidelines, we have all these rules. Like when Councillor Mian was asking, do we do it from a regulatory, or which way do we do it? Well, the first slide that I left up for so long was showing that there are infill guidelines, there are rules about window placements and overshadowing. We can create rules up to the heavens, but if we don't follow them, and so. I don't know if that answered your question, but
Actually,
I get very
it
frustrated.
stimulates about 18 other questions, but thank you so much. It occurs to me the file manager has a role to play. Could you distinguish the role that you see for the file manager, who you're accustomed to working with, and an ombudsman role? I can think of a few roles, but I'd be thrilled to hear your response.
I mean, from what I've seen, the file managers have a pretty onerous task. I think they're pretty busy people from what I can see. There often doesn't seem to be a lot of direct communication between the different parties, because you'll phone them and you'll ask them, what does the applicant, why don't they provide parking, or why aren't they doing this? Oh, I don't know. That's just how they submitted the application. I frankly don't think the file managers have time to go through a lot of this stuff. I don't know what their schedules are, or if they're under any pressure to get things approved. But a lot of citizens feel like they're throwing feedback out there and nobody's listening to it. And I mean, the best example actually is if you look at the city report, what we heard from the city, it condensed down, it didn't even mention height, it just blanket, put these categories in. The city heard that people were upset about the built form. No citizen uses built form. Planners use built form. Citizens use height, massing, shadowing, or whatever other terms. So I don't know, it seems like we're just talking into the wind sometimes and nobody's responding, and then we're ending up with these inappropriate developments.
Thank you so much for your time this morning and patience with us all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Swales, you better stay there for just a minute, because I'm not sure. Councillor Demong, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Swales, you are an absolutely amazing font of knowledge and logic. And I know I've asked you this before on several occasions. Are you sure you're not planning on running for council? Thank you for coming here today.
Not after these kind of hearings, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Swales, and thank you so much to this panel. There's no further questions for you in the queue. We appreciate the time that you spent with us. Okay, what I'm going to do now is let you know who the next panel is, and then we're going to talk about the two panels after that so that everybody's aware. So the next panel, and when I call your name, you can come up to the front and grab a seat, unless you're on the phone line, obviously. Maria Leliktovich. Margaret Barber. Okay. Doug Layton. Sandra O'Connor. And Pat Guimot. All right, as all of you are coming up to grab a seat, here's how I'm going to do this. There's probably another 7 people who are here that missed their previous time. So I'm going to stagger things because there was an expectation of people in sequential panels that they would be up next. So I'm going to insert people who are latecomers into the queue. After this panel, we're going to go to 118. So I need to just identify who's here from panel 118. Do we have Diane Draper? Thank you. Do we have Jason Holowachuk? Thank you. Do we have T. Saramitkoski? Perfect. Do we have Alex Spence? How about Douglas Drysdale?
Yes, I'm on the line.
Perfect. So it'll just be a few minutes, so please bear with us and stay on the line. So that's panel 118, which will be up after our present panel. Following 118. You know what? Thanks, everyone. I can take care of that. Okay. So I'm going to announce who else is going to be up after panel 118. Aaron Gibson. Thank you. Do we have San Ostante? Yep. Stephen Shawcross. Stephen Jin. Do we have Stephen Jin? Yes, thank you. Paul Augustin. Okay, perfect. After that, we will go on to panel 119, but I then will assemble a panel of people who are here today. Do we have Maibu Kwan? Thank you. And do we have Philip Hancock? Perfect. Now let me ask, is there anyone sitting here that was on a panel earlier than panel 117 who's here today instead? Anyone? I saw a hand go up, but I thought that was that Maibu Kwan? Okay, I've already got you. That's perfect. Is there anybody on the phone line that was on a panel earlier than 118 who's here today? Okay, so I think we're in good shape. Let's kick off this panel. Ms. Leliktovich, please go ahead.
Mayor Gondek, thanks very much for considering myself and San Ostante. Unfortunately, we're bound for Italy today.
Mr. Shawcross, what are you doing?
Sorry?
What are you doing?
I'm just explaining that we apologize. We apologize.
Are you speaking on behalf
we
of
can't.
Ms. Leliktovich or not?
Sorry?
Are you speaking on behalf of Ms. Leliktovich?
No, I'm trying to
Then
explain
could you
our.
please
I'm
sit
trying to
down?
explain our
I'll
situation.
send a clerk over to talk to you, but you don't come up to the mic when someone has been waiting to speak. Please have a seat. We'll send the clerks over to you. Please have a seat, sir. We'll send the clerks over
Fine.
to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Council. Appreciate it.
I apologize for that interruption. Please go
It's okay,
ahead.
I'm used to it. First of all, I'm an ex-teacher from way back, and I would like all the members of council to switch off or close the electronic devices.
The only exception we have to make, our computers are open.
No, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. I mean the councillors. Okay? I like eyeball-to-eyeball contact. Can you hear me, by the way? Good.
Yes.
I'm finally able to share my concerns about the way city administration is planning the redevelopment of areas in the city. I made the effort to come to discuss my area some years ago under the previous mayor when Jeremy Farkas was my councillor. The proposed plan, which was presented and discussed at several public meetings about apartments near Anderson LRT station towards McLeod Trail, that was what it was. Residents of these apartments are meant to travel to work downtown, possibly not needing a car. This is not a feasible plan for several reasons. Calgary has 9 months of winter and 3 months of summer. Just wait for the snow tomorrow. It is not a pedestrian-friendly city. Any activities like everyday grocery shopping, attending medical appointments, or evening entertainment are difficult without a car. The LRT was installed in the city in the early 80s when I came to Canada. It has many hazardous junctions in narrow spots throughout the city, which have had fatal accidents involving pedestrians. The infrastructure in my area is like a third world country. Bumpy roads with dangerous sidewalks and complicated street crossings. I agree that it would be good for all communities to include various ethnic, socioeconomic, and diverse age groups. But parking is also a problem when infills or fourplexes are built alongside older single-owned properties. As my daughter-in-law commented on these proposed changes in my area, with boutique-like shops lining pedestrian plazas, that's fine in a place like California, but not in a cold climate like we have, where lots of gas-guzzling SUVs and trucks are driven. I hope that after all the presentations and discussions that have been brought to Council will be listened to and sensibly acted on. My thanks go out to the single organised protester who started his petition last month. He has taught us all a lesson. We have a responsibility to make this city a safe city, filled with satisfied citizens.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Margaret Barber, please.
Hi, I'm a senior homeowner currently living in Ward 10, born and raised Calgarian, and strongly oppose the destruction of our loved city through the undemocratic enforcement of blanket rezoning. Lack of housing and lack of affordable housing, which are two different things, is a much more complex problem that will not be resolved by hodgepodge development in almost every district. I grew up and loved Bowness, though I haven't lived there for years. I have many friends and family that are still there. Not so long ago, it had the quaint and warm feeling of a village surrounded by a growing metropolis, where the people proudly referred to themselves as Bonesians. For years, I aspired to moving back and began several years ago in search of what would likely be my final home. Sadly, I was not able to find one in my price range. Feeling disappointed, I took a deep look at all the changes with the infills, condos, apartments, 8 and 12 fourplexes. I realized it no longer felt like the village I once loved, and I let go of that dream. I accept things never stay the same ever, and that new Bowness people has homes for many people as it grows with a different feel and diversity. I pray that some of the unaffected areas will be saved by stopping blanket rezoning. My 92-year-old mother-in-law, currently living on Bowness Road in an 8-plex with several apartments and other multi-complexes surrounding her. This is an extremely busy road with increased congestion. Parking is only allowed on one side of the street. I'm not sure why. The side that allows parking has a sidewalk, then a lane for parking, then a bike path, and then the road. Recipe for disaster, and I'm surprised no one has been killed. At times we've had to park over a block down the road to visit her. She had a stroke several years ago, which has left her partially paralyzed, leaving her dependent on her walker. You can imagine how difficult it is for her when we can't find parking. Don't think driving half a car is going to be helpful. I agree with some of the densification in targeted areas using local area planning methods. This allows the affected community to become involved and gives them a voice to determine how best to improve their neighborhood while adding some different types of housing. They know the area best. The required infrastructure must be planned cohesively, looking ahead at the whole picture. This has been discussed by many speakers, so I won't repeat. There have been some fantastic ideas, thoughts, and data. I see this whole rushed plan being pushed on us to accommodate Agenda 2030, less than 6 years away, which uses the word sustainable over and over again. Even with Trudeau's blood money, there is nothing sustainable about what has been going on. I believe most people are accepting and welcoming of immigration overall, but it must be done responsibly, that we protect the fabric of living the dream. There are many consequences, such as housing shortages leading to urban sprawl. Many people are opposed to this, yet happy to see millions of new Canadians. While we can relieve the sprawl somewhat by the density of current districts, we have no choice but to build on proposed vacant land we have available in abundance, which many people have also spoken of. I do, however, want to add my voice towards the parking unavailability being proposed, and I agree this is absolutely not acceptable. We are years away from this pipe dream of some to be realized. I challenge those that want to push this agenda to sell your vehicles and use strictly transit bikes, etc. Please do this 365 days a year. This would include taking your child to daycare, getting to work, later picking up your child, rushing home to cook dinner, then jump on the transit again with your gear, jump on the transit to get home and into bed so you can do it all over again tomorrow. Then add a second child or a third, each with different needs, including one going to daycare, one goes to before and after school, one goes to hockey, one goes to Cubs, one goes to dancing. And don't forget, you need to go buy groceries, take the bottles in. Doctor's appointments, etc. If you are a person that enjoys and aspires to not owning a vehicle, at least please try to understand why it doesn't work for everyone. If I'm going to have a vehicle, I will need to park it somewhere and I will need to plug it in through the winter if I want to start. I beg of you to consider the rising cost of everything. Please don't add to that by charging me to park in front of my home. I was disappointed that a plebiscite was voted down, thereby harming our democratic process. I was extremely saddened and angered by some of the comments as to why they were voting it down, such as one comment, and I paraphrase, "People will not understand the complexity and will vote the wrong way." Our fears have been ignored and gaslit with statements such as, "It won't be as bad as you think. It won't happen that way or that fast. It's really only a gentle rezoning. It no longer matters how you try to water it down." Myself and thousands of others, as attested to the hearings and in the letters, disagree. Me, I have lost trust in the majority of this council and believe they no longer work for the people that pay their wage and vote them into power. I am begging you to please stop this train wreck. Vote no to rezoning, and if you prefer, vote no to gentle rezoning. If you can't do this, then please let the people vote and bring it to a plebiscite. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Doug Layton, please.
Sorry, who did you call? Me?
Doug Layton, please.
Okay,
Good morning, Mayor Gondek and Council. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I've served on your Planning Commission, Appeal Board, and the Design Panel. I'm a professional planner, past registered architect, and I have quite a bit of experience in housing, creating all kinds of housing, including affordable housing. I support densification and more housing, but I'm sad to say that I cannot support the solution in front of you today. And I urge you to reject this proposal in its entirety. I have four major concerns. Number one, first, in my opinion, blank rezoning to RCG is neither an effective nor efficient solution to our housing problems. It does not address our most important housing crisis, the one right in front of us today, which is a shortage of affordable, subsidized, social, and rental housing. And I think one of the councillors called for all hands on deck, and I think that is what we need to do. That is something council can do without this rezoning. It's great to see CMLC and Attainable Housing Corporation get together on a project, and I congratulate the city on buying back the Manning lands by Westbrook. Well done. Blanking zoning would only slowly increase housing supply and choice. The RCG works very well in some sites, on some areas, but does not work citywide. And you've heard that from a number of professional architects and planners in the course of these hearings. It is no silver bullet and will unlikely improve affordability. RCG townhouses often sell for more than the homes they replace, and the basement apartments are not even inexpensive. Finally, RCG housing is not for everyone. It's not accessible, not particularly good for old people like me, and they can lack quality. If there are 4 townhouses, those 4 basement units often have a single window well into a bedroom, and they are susceptible to flooding and radon gas. So the quality of half those units is extremely poor. Second, blank zoning is the opposite of smart growth. We've based all of our planning on intensifying around corridors, nodes, LRT stations. This is the opposite. Those smart growth nodes is also where we've invested in infrastructure. So we have a sunk cost, and that's where all of our financial investment's been made. Also, blanket up zoning can create community instability, and I think that's the greatest concern you've heard from citizens. Land speculators move in, homeowners sell out, and housing stock is left to decay. And we can see that across the city now in some areas. This affects the, quote, value, use, and enjoyment that property owners are promised under the Municipal Government Act. And that may be one reason why the province is starting to intervene. Third, the costs, benefits, and outcomes of the proposal remain undefined, unpublicized, and uncertain. This is an experiment. The international experience is mixed. In 2020, Portland, Oregon, who we often copy, decided to allow 4 units on most lots. but at least half had to be made available to low-income units at regulated prices. Not the case here. California did the same. However, owners must live in the home for at least 3 years after they split the lots and create new units. Discourages speculation. Not the case here. Auckland, New Zealand, where I work part of the year, upzoned to allow 3 homes per lot. And 50% site coverage, as someone mentioned, not 60 as we're presenting here. Calgary's RCG zone already allows 8 units per lot, so much higher than the other examples. And it's proposed to go up to 12 units per lot and 60% site coverage. That is a dramatic change. This is not gentle density. Auckland's experiment has resulted in traffic, stormwater, and sewage issues, and the destruction of heritage and character areas. Perhaps those effects have been modeled here. I don't know. They have not been publicized. One effect certainly will be the demolition of existing housing stock and overloading of landfills. Some architects have termed that an act of violence. Demolishing existing housing stock, replacing it with more expensive housing stock can also be termed gentrification, which is another word you've heard. Lastly, the public outreach was highly rushed for such a major proposal. I attended 2 workshops, both guarded by city police. I've never in my career seen such distress and concern. And there's a great level of citizen distrust of, unfortunately, our planning department and council. Close on a positive note, we have a much bigger opportunity right now, which is the new land use bylaw, currently under development. I would recommend you refer this to the land use bylaw team, and dare I say it, get ready for the next public hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Sandra O'Connor, please.
Good morning, Mayor Gondek and City Councillors. My name is Sandy O'Connor. I'm a born and raised Calgarian, now living in St. Andrews Heights. Day 7. This is a long haul for you all, and I want to thank each of you for your time and the questions you've been asking. There have been a lot of no's that you've heard over the last months. Let's be honest, clearly the majority is opposed to blanket rezoning. And for the record, I too am opposed. But also for the record, I support the need for affordable housing, increased densification, and planned rezoning. I believe you already have the tool to solve this problem. It's the local area planning process. You've heard a number of reasons over this last many days as to why there is opposition to blanket rezoning. I'm not going to repeat them today. Today, instead, I want to speak about the fairness that I believe planning brings to this issue. I'm not a planner, but I do know what it's like to live in a planned community. Actually, everyone in Calgary does at this moment in time. Mine was planned in the 1950s. It is well designed and as a result, a wonderful place to live. Over time, density has been added in our community in the area adjacent to the Foothills Hospital, which is by the main road and transit. It works really well. I attended one of the city's in-person sessions on rezoning and spoke with the city planners that were in attendance. I did want to say that I very much appreciated their willingness to sit down and discuss, and I found it very helpful. I asked them how newer communities were planned, ones that mix single-family and high-density area. They explained that they very carefully looked at how to mix that density. Usually in those communities, there was an area created in the middle with the single-family homes. Then they explained typically move out from that center to create areas with higher density homes grouped together. They explained that townhomes and row homes were sometimes put, in the single-family home area, but were designated for the larger lots at the end of the street. They went on to explain that the design of this grouping of like homes together was often intentional to create a sense of harmony and flow. And I think you saw how that is played out in some of the communities on the slides Ms. Swales put up. So here's my point. Each of Calgary's older and newer neighborhoods have been built with a plan. Density has been thoughtfully added in a way that creates harmony and flow. With this blanket rezoning proposal, it seems that we're abandoning planning, particularly for these older RC1 neighborhoods. I get it. These neighborhoods are old. Actually, I found out I'm apparently old listening to these hearings over the last few days, too. But I don't believe that you're being fair. It's fair and equitable to say it's too hard to keep planning for these older communities. so that they can evolve in thoughtful ways and maintain their character. On this side of the fence, the message comes across a bit as good luck. I hope the developers get it right. So what's the solution? You may feel that you've heard a lot of no's here these last little while, but I think if you've listened hard enough to the no voices, you've also heard a lot of yeses. Yes to affordable housing. Yes to the need for increased densification. Yes to rezoning with planning. And yes, we want to work together to find a solution. As many of the others have said, you already have the tool to do this. It's the local area planning process. I've participated in our South Shaganappi LAP, and it's on the right track. LAPs let us work within the framework of all of those yeses and come together to plan for our future. So Mayor Gondek and Council, at the end of the day, I actually believe that through this process we have actually come together as a city, that we have stood up with an unprecedented amount of passion, pride, and civic engagement. I believe people have been listening to each other, and I think the solution is here. It's time to close the door on blanket rezoning and vote no. But I do believe we've given you a new door to open, and I'm asking you to have the courage to open it for us and let us get back to local area planning. By and with communities, and working together, we can continue to build a city we are all so proud of. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Pat Guimot, please.
Good morning, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for hearing us today. My name is Pat Gilmont, and I'm the president of Westgate Community. Westgate Community volunteers gave many hours of their personal time to participate in the Westbrook LAP. Prior to the LAP, we worked with the Master of Planning students at the University of Calgary to create plans for increased density in our community. We also worked on the Westbrook LRT Station Committee. We were assured by the hired experts from Vancouver that there'd be no worries that the TOD at Westbrook Station would be built, still not built. We feel all our volunteer time and effort was for naught. It's being thrown away with the proposal to blanket zone our communities to RCG and HGO. Westgate Community already offers many forms of housing, including 110 RGI units, a facility for women and children. It's a second stage, basement and above garage suites, duplexes, apartments, condos, and single-family homes that house seniors, singles, families, kids, and dogs. Residents have moved from dense communities of Mardalup, Killarney, and Rosscarrick, as they were increasingly being hemmed in by the extreme density. Westgate was chosen as they could enjoy a backyard without the previous concerns, such as loss of mature green canopy, overshadowing, massing, and loss of privacy. The majority of Westgate residents have backyard vegetable gardens. We share crab apples and other items. Kids have yards to play in. And we've heard comments at open houses that our homes are old stock, that they're ready for demolition. I can assure you, that's not so in Westgate. When homes are sold, they've either been renovated, or the new owner renovates, or they build a new two-story home. Young families move in. Blanket zoning will not create affordable housing or affordability. This is developers' dream come true and gives developers free rein to build anything anywhere. The 102-unit apartment building being constructed at the corner of 17th Avenue and 45th Street Southwest. I personally asked the developer, how many affordable suites, how many accessible suites, and will you be following the climate emergency? And would there be space for a bit of a garden for the residents? His response was no, it's not financially viable. So I asked, who is going to build the affordable housing? Evidence shows that blanket zoning in Auckland increased prices by 10%, and very little building occurred. Now the New Zealand government has rescinded their in the process of rescinding their blanket zoning policy. If we're looking to Auckland for direction, we shouldn't take their lead and scrap this proposal. Removing the democratic right of residents to support, oppose, or make recommendations on proposed developments. Please do not remove the opportunity for residents and communities to speak at public hearings. The DP stage is too late. Decisions have been made. And incidentally, many of our residents do not understand what this proposal is. I've tried to explain to them. Now, going on my personal life, I served on the board of Calhoun Properties, Calgary Housing for 25 years and chaired the Community Resident Relations Committee. Over the past 10 years or so, we have lost a lot of non-market affordable housing, the York Hotel SRO, Midfield and Southview Mobile Home Parks. As my role on the Community Resident Relations Committee, I was required to chair the meeting of the residents of both parks when it was first announced. I listened to families, seniors, young families and singles, all concerned about losing their affordable homes. Residents of both mobile home parks were promised a new location to move their homes to. This was later rescinded by the city. I believe trust was broken and the Midfield site is still vacant. However, we do have some suggestions from the community. Increase the stock of Calgary Housing Company by adding family housing, apartments and SROs. By creating SROs, individuals who are warehoused on a matted emergency facility can at least have some sense of dignity. Work to move tenants through the continuum of housing by referring them to attainable homes and Habitat for Humanity. And please develop the former Ernest Manning site. It is an eyesore. Lease city-owned land long-term, perhaps 50 to 99 years, to co-op housings and other non-market housing providers, or on a rent-to-own basis. And one thing that's very important, educate communities and residents that non-market affordable housing complexes are accessible, are acceptable, and should be in every Calgary community. Do not overload any one community. Count basement and garage suites as density. Honour local area plans that were drafted and approved in conjunction with community volunteers and city trust and city staff. Faith and trust is lost if the LEPs are ignored or changed after the fact. Many comments have been made through this process, and single-family homeowners being called selfish and elitist is not appropriate. The city has a great responsibility here to get it right. Create affordable housing in appropriate locations. Work with all communities and residents to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And Ms. Gilmott, I'm sorry I mispronounced your name earlier. Thanks for the clarification. Let's go to questions of this panel. Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question is for Mr. Layton. Thank you for being here today, Mr. Layton. You had some commentary around speculation, and that's one of the concerns I carry around this whole conversation is just the commercialization of housing writ large. You talked about your understanding of the LA approach. Can you give me a little bit more on that in terms of, have you comprehended how that could potentially fit here and what the road would be to get that?
I can't speak to the Los Angeles approach in particular. I can talk a little bit more about the Auckland, New Zealand approach, but the idea there is the same as here. It's all planners around the world trying this idea, but the idea was that a homeowner could build a carriage house or a suite, and that would help make their home more affordable. As soon as they went to 3 homes per lot, which is as someone said, they're trying to rescind that, the speculators moved in. It wasn't individual people building the backyard house, it was a developer. And so, that was to build 3 homes. Now we're talking, we have 8 here, and we have companies that professionally basically move the homeowners out. People sell out, move somewhere else. They may have lived in that house for a very long time. You've had quite a few of them here speaking sometimes quite emotionally about this is my forever home, this is the home we built. The developer comes in with site coverage of 60%, there's no trees being retained, and certainly you're not making the homes more affordable for the person that lived there before.
Right. Okay.
And I think you've heard from a number of people as to the price of those RCG townhouses and the rental prices of those basement apartments, some of which are nice, but a lot of which have just one window and a window well. It's an escape hatch for fire. No ventilation, no light, no backyard, no amenity area.
I'm curious, are you aware of any trends that where we're seeing it becoming more viable for families to retrofit their homes or essentially to pull capital? Because I think that's one of the biggest constraints for a family to actually be a part of doing that is they don't have the $200K to build the carriage house or whatnot. Are you aware of anything that could give us council optimism that that it could go that direction?
Well, exactly. And there was an article in the Globe this morning estimating $3 to $5 million to build multiplex. That's beyond the ability of most people. They don't want to be in the development world. But I am aware of a lot of older bungalows, including a couple of my former planner friends in areas like North Glenmore, Marda Loop, where they've kept the bungalow and built a backyard home. And they've done that themselves. And that's fantastic. And we have legalized suites. So they've got a suite, or they may or may not use it. And they've also got the carriage house in the back.
Okay.
That's where I think I would stop, and or perhaps you allow 4 plexes. That's what the federal government wants, is 4 units. That's reasonable. Canmore's gone that route, but I would cap it there.
And if I'm hearing you correctly, you would like council to consider a thoughtful way to mitigate that. And you also talked about the Lub refresh. Can you outline a little bit more about how you would like to see this conversation evolve from where it currently is to a future date where we're taking all of this in consideration and having a different conversation? Can you speak to me a little bit about how we would get there?
I think we have a very capable planning department. We have a new planning manager. We're in the middle of a land use bylaw rewrite. I would focus the entire land use bylaw. I would put aside one zone RCG and focus the entire bylaw on housing. There's many zones that could be built into that. And there's many, RCG was developed in 2014 and it served its purpose, but it is not a silver bullet. It is not worth extending citywide. There are far better solutions. We have a good planning department, new planning manager, the bylaw is under development. Put this aside, hit pause, and come back in the fall with some solutions.
Okay. Did I hear correctly you're on SDAB?
I was.
You were? Okay. I know, obviously, I imagine you would have seen the quite a few row houses, townhouses kicked back.
Yes.
Yes. Can you give me an example of what it was generally? Like what were the top 2 or 3 things that caused SDAB to kick them back?
I can't generalize except to say that gross overdevelopment of a site.
So they were heading over a certain lot coverage, massing, things of this nature? Or?
Relaxations left, right, and center.
Okay.
Some unusual interpretations of the bylaw. Oh, gee, the stairwell landing doesn't count, so we made the unit small enough that the parking could be relaxed. I mean, there were some very strange things going on. The appeal board, as you may know, the thing we hang our hat on is the Municipal Government Act, which is why I mentioned it. Land value, use, and enjoyment. And so the appeals were almost entirely from surrounding neighbors saying, this is damaging my property value, this is damaging my enjoyment. I've got people looking into my backyard and my enjoyment. So, so that was the key factor.
Okay.
We could spend quite a bit of time talking about the technical aspects.
All the details. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Lane. I have one more question for Ms. Goulemont. Or Goulemont? Gilmont?
It's Gilmont, or
Gilmont.
if it's French. I'm not French, so I'm Australian.
My apologies. You talked about the city's approach to the mobile home parks.
Yep.
Can you give me a little bit more details around what they were promised and then what actually happened, and when and how, from your understanding, that shifted, and what the justification was for that shift?
Okay, I'll go back to the original meeting. It was myself and another board member attended, and unfortunately the alderman of the day of that area did not show up, so we were left to chair it and deal with the residents. I believe it was something to do with the utilities, and then, Lisa, can you help? Then they were going to move them, I believe, to 86th Street Southeast. I could be wrong, or Northeast.
Was this going to be on city land, from your understanding? So
they were, yes.
They were under the impression that they were going to...
Well, we were told that to tell the residents that night.
Okay.
That they were being moved. I can assure you it was not a very nice meeting.
Yeah.
And then I don't know how long later that was rescinded. Now, I don't believe anyone on... Maybe you were on... There's a whole new council since then, I'm sorry. But it was rescinded, and I'm sorry, I don't know the reason why, but we also have to consider, and I don't want to sound detrimental to the residents, but some of their mobile homes really could not be moved.
Right.
I don't want that to sound detrimental, but I'm...
Yeah. Yeah, one of the reasons I asked that question is I know lots of folks in the community are keying in on this as a possible way for us to add affordable stock. One of the things, would it be fair to say that from what you've learned of that it has issues, like in terms of permanency, while it may be a good short, would you agree with that statement? It's a good short-term step, but in the long run, it obviously leads to some issues?
Yeah, probably would, but at least it provides affordable housing. They own the mobile home, but they usually don't own the lot it's on.
Right.
And if they try to move it somewhere else, some mobile home parks will only take units of a certain age or a certain size or a certain construction. Now, some people, that's their whole life, they live in that, and we have to accept that. That's their chosen life, and they make a community in a mobile home park.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have the answer, but I do know some realtors were selling mobile home parks on site.
Okay.
They weren't cheap.
Okay.
Well, you know.
Thank you. I think that experience is valuable to this conversation. So thanks for being here today. No further questions, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Layton. Just want to confirm one thing. You are here in a personal capacity, or you are speaking from a professional experience?
I'm speaking as in my professional capacity, not on behalf of any organization or firm, as a very experienced professional architect.
And how many years?
I was an architect as well, planner.
You said you were on the planning commission.
I was giving you my professional opinion.
Great. So my question is, you said this is not neither effective nor efficient solution. As a professional, how could you have done this differently?
I think that's a question that's why I recommended it go to the land use bylaw. We could probably spend several hours talking about that, but in my professional opinion, this is not effective, nor is it efficient. We know that it's not. We've been told at public meetings that this is going to take time, it's going to be slow, it's not going to produce more housing and more diversity at any great speed. And we do know that we have an immediate, urgent need to build social, affordable seniors and rental housing, which the bylaw, which RCG certainly does not address.
Okay, great. Then you said RCG works good on some sites, not the entire city.
Quite right.
Why? And what factors go into that? And can you give me an example of what site would be perfect for this kind of build?
Absolutely. So RCG was invented by the city in 2014. Very good, highly specific planning tool to intensify in existing neighborhoods. So it works very well on corner lots with laneways in older areas like Marda Loop or Altador. It does not work so well. If you will see this if you go through those neighborhoods, there's very few RCGs once you get beyond the corner lots. Frankly, it doesn't work very well. So it works really well for that. I don't know that it works at all when you get to suburban areas. I haven't had any experience of that. And then I know there's a variation called RCG EX, which does not allow basement suites, which in my opinion would probably be a step forward. Okay. Some would say a step backward, but I think actually would reduce a lot of the heat you're hearing.
Okay. My pretty much last question is, you said lots of other jurisdictions, municipalities have done experimentation with this, with success, not so successfully. What could we have learned from them? And if you're saying this is not the approach forward, do differently.
Well, in some ways, Calgary was ahead of it. 2014, the RCG was novel. That was a good move forward. So other places, I just quoted Portland, Oregon, 2020, and Los Angeles, all of California, actually, I think 2021. So we're ahead of the curve. But to go beyond that from our to apply this into the entire city is really radical. The only other city I think that is doing this is Edmonton. It's experimental there. They've had the same pushback. No one knows what the results will be. I haven't seen the results modeled, and as planners we look for what are the outcomes, what are the cumulative effects. You, council, may have seen the modeling. What's the effect on stormwater of having 60% site coverage? What's the effect on sewage systems? What's the financial effect on infrastructure in existing communities? I don't know. You may. It has not been publicized for the public. And I've heard these questions raised time and time again. We're told it's fine. But the metrics, as someone else put it, are not being shared with us. Okay. So you may have more information than we do.
Yeah. There's planners who are for it, planners who are against it. What are you hearing overall?
I'm sorry.
There's people like in your industry, planners who are fully for it. There's planners like yourself who are not liking it. What is the fraternity saying? Okay. My last question is, you said you were in Auckland, so you have seen this firsthand. Can you elaborate a little bit why Auckland is now taking a step back? What did they learn? What went wrong? You touched a little bit about low income at regulated rate, 50% of the housing was provided at that. Why now they're saying this was probably not the right idea in Auckland?
I think for the same reasons, I served on the New Zealand Planning Institute and practiced there. I was principal of a planning firm there for 11 years, so I know it well, practiced there part-time. Like planners around the world, we're looking for new solutions. It was something they'd heard probably from North America and tried out. 3 homes, three stories per lot and 3 homes per lot. And they're backing off both at a federal, national level, and the mayor of Auckland recently called it a dopey solution because of the effects. So they are having massive downstream stormwater effects. The sewage system cannot handle it, and the beaches that my kids used to swim on when they grew up there are closed every time it rains. In addition, that density is not right beside the transit lines. It's spread all over. Those people all have cars, so it's caused a lot of traffic problems. So for those reasons, and their zoning is not quite as sophisticated as RCG. They turn the units sideways. They could call them sausage flats with a driveway, which you have to back out of. So for a number of reasons, they have not been a success, and both the national and the city government are reversing course very quickly.
Okay, my last question. If Auckland had to do it, like you said, there's certain sites that they could have done it in their city and be successful?
Yes, they have a very complicated planning system there, and they've fallen far behind, so it was a bit of an act of desperation. It was a nice, simple solution, 3 and 3. I believe, and I think a lot of fellow planners would agree, that we, in smart growth, which is we focus development, the right kind of development in the right place, and we provide the servicing for it, and I'd like to see smart zoning to go with that smart growth.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving honest answers and putting a professional lens on it. Thank you very much. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Mr. Layton, you can just come back up. Sorry, couple things. So just a couple things that caught my attention in your presentation. You talked about the need for what would be termed planning speak as inclusionary zoning, where a percentage of the units have to be designated to affordable housing, correct?
Yeah, that's exactly what Portland did.
Great. So how do we do that if the province has made charter changes to not allow us to do that?
I know. I regret that the province did that. I do think, however, that the next best thing is rental housing, and I don't believe that the province has prevented you from zoning or incentivizing rental housing, and that's the big need we have.
Okay, so we can incent rental housing, but we can't mandate rental housing, correct?
I think our planning department could come up with a solution for rental housing, and certainly the city through CMLC. CMLC's encouraged rental housing in East Village. We have this other model, Attainable Housing Corporation. We have the Calgary Housing Corporation, and we have REDS. So I think the city actually could really ramp up the rental housing in a major way directly without even rezoning.
Yeah, I won't disagree that we have opportunities on city-owned sites and working with city-owned partners. I'm just not sure how we could mandate that any other developer on a privately owned piece of land would do that. So is that what you're proposing, that we mandate that if you choose to redevelop your property, that we mandate that you have rental?
No, because you can rent. There are lots of RCG properties that are now being used as rentals. So the upstairs townhouses are being rented, the basements are being rented, and the back, if there's backyard suites, they're being rented, all by a developer, not by the homeowner. So
right, but we can't mandate. That's a choice.
Yeah, I think our planning department could come up with a solution to that problem. I have great respect for our planners. It's a large and capable department. We have a new director, as I mentioned, and we have a new zoning bylaw. So I am sure there is a way forward.
Okay, interesting. You talked about the costs and the ramifications, whether it be utilities, and to lay out all of those potential costs. So at what point does development trigger, utility upgrades? If we had laid that all out, let's say we had done deep in depth and made a bunch of assumptions, which is, again, we're making a bunch of assumptions on what's going to go where and when, and we had laid that all out and shown a path forward, do you still think there would be buy-in from citizens?
I do. I think that there's lots of areas, I think, from the development world and from the citizen, as a citizen, that providing adequate infrastructure in areas to allow that density to happen quickly. I'm thinking back to when I was a young architect. One of my first jobs, design an apartment building. We went to see the community association. got it over the line, and then all of a sudden I realized that the client realized that the laneway was unpaved and he was expected to put in stormwater from there all the way down. So I don't know if that's changed, but I think that's still the case, having sat on the appeal board and listened to a few of these cases. So I think providing the infrastructure is another way. We have a lot of unused zoning that is sitting there that could be activated by putting in place the infrastructure and providing some certainty on that end. So I'm providing two tools. Zoning is one tool. The other tool is to use the city's own land and resources. The other one is through infrastructure. And so I totally totally support the housing strategies.
So let me just make sure because I think I'm hearing you correctly. So if the city were to go in and upgrade infrastructure first, in particular around larger sites, that would incent the developers to build on those larger sites. Is that what I hear you? Is that what I hear you saying?
Yes, we know there are areas. We know there are existing areas that are underserved.
Okay, that's. I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly.
Thank you.
I have one last question for you, because you talked a little bit about speculation. Do you see there as being any opportunity for existing landowners of single detached to, rather than selling to a developer, become a developer themselves, a micro developer themselves, and actually increase their earning potential on their own lot?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But their financial capacity is limited, and it's usually the backyard suite, the carriage house, or the basement suite. That's probably the limit of most people.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking you could pull your equity out of your house, redevelop, and then resell before you're ready to move on. But that's okay. Good stuff. I have questions for Ms. Gilmode, please. You said you did work with CHC, sir, and I can't remember if you said you worked for them or on the board.
I was a board member.
You're a board member.
Then it was Calhoun Properties, then through the amalgamation, and then it was 25 years actually.
Great, amazing. One of the criticisms that we've heard is this won't increase affordable housing. However, we know that actually Calgary Housing Company owns a number of single detached properties, and then this actually would de-risk their opportunity to redevelop those properties with multi-units, thereby providing more housing. So in that way, we could actually get more affordable housing. Do you see that as being an opportunity?
Well, that was my point of saying let's educate communities and residents. And I don't know if you're aware, but many years ago, another thing I was involved with, it started off as special care facilities, shelters and non-market housing. And partway through the process, we were told to remove the non-market housing, but it was a document, and I'm sure it's on a shelf somewhere, for developers, agencies, operators and communities all to work together how to do it. So I think if the city somehow, and I don't know how, I'm sorry, created something like that again that involved communities and told them the value, because really the individuals living in Calgary housing, they're people like the rest of us. They deserve a chance.
Yeah, and I just one of the lenses that I'm looking at is, as well sitting on the board, is that this is an opportunity for CHC to redevelop some of their sites and properties to get some of those people off the wait list. So thanks for coming to talk today.
Yeah, I'll just make one comment though. The Housing Commission in Victoria, Australia, has actually started buying single-family homes to move the people out of the horrible towers. They're horrible. Move them out into the neighborhood. So I don't know, if that's a good way or not. It's just a comment.
Thanks for coming today.
Next up is Councillor Meehan. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And my question's for Ms. O'Connor.
Sorry.
Hi. Thanks so much for being here and for your comments. And I wanted to follow up on one of the things you said, which you said, I don't think citywide blanket rezoning is the right way. I think you already have the tool with the local area plans. And so my question is, would you, as part of local area plans, support the zoning to be done at the plan level? So a blanket sort of at the local area level.
Well, I don't know if I would support blanket at the local area, but I think what I've seen, and I haven't been involved very long, but in the South Shaganappi plan is there are now areas that have been suggested for densification within the neighborhoods, but not a blanket approach, right? By the main corridors, by the transit. So I think each community then participates in the designation of where it makes sense to densify.
Certainly, and I haven't seen this, I think the South Shaganappi plan is still in development, but with the Westbrook plan, for example, some of the other plans, the sort of floor or the lightest color within the plan is neighborhood local, which would allow RCG. And so it is like the base color of the map is that color. And so in that sense, there already are blankets within an LAP. And so given that the RCG is essentially the blanket that we're seeing in LAPs, would you then support the blanket happening, like us raising the floor within the plan? Because you don't support it citywide. Would you support it within the plan?
No, actually, I don't, and I think it gets back to and I'm not going to articulate it well because I've never been through the process, but the ability to provide input and look at each case on a case-by-case basis. And I think the panel in front of us talked about that really eloquently. To say everything looks the same doesn't make sense to me, and so I think to raise it up to an RCG where there's no ability to input, I wouldn't go there personally.
Okay, but RCG has many built form categories within it. So do you like it, the notion of it looking the same, is that?
Well, I guess I'll maybe simplify it in my language because haven't participated in any of these processes, but I would like the ability to know that when my neighbor wants to change something, I have the ability to input and provide the direct feedback on how that will impact me. From what I understand about a blanket RCG, I would lose some of that.
Okay,
so
and are you familiar with the development permit process, or you're sort of saying from a land use perspective, we have to go parcel by parcel? Is that what I'm hearing?
I think it's an option. I think there's lots of other good options that have been presented to us, but if my choice is what we have now, RC1 or RCG, I would go parcel by parcel, yes.
Okay, so preference for parcel by parcel, and there's kind of no space for any type of blanketing.
I think there's space for some things, but again, I'm not sure what those would look like. I think gentleman here has had some great ideas, right? There are very smart planners. I think how we can improve where we are, there are certainly options.
But the smart planners would say that the place where it's okay to blanket would be where we've kind of always blanketed in low density forms, right? So we used to blanket in single family. Now we're saying we need to evolve and need to use our infrastructure better, and we need more houses, and from a climate perspective and all these reasons, that the next blanket should just be a little bit more. We don't want to blanket high density because that could be very challenging.
Right.
So that, how do you feel about that?
So I think the next level that's proposed here, and there may be steps before that we could look at, but the next level that's proposed here, in my math, has 8 possible units beside me, and that's, I think, too dense within a single family model, potentially in the middle of a street. All of those things are what I can't support. Are there steps before that we could start to look at? I think there are. I'm sorry that I don't know what they would be. I'm not.
But the development approvals on those, are you aware that they're discretionary?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
But you still think that's not enough?
Well, but again, the difference between discretionary and permitted is that I don't have the same level of say, as I understand it, to go to in a permitted model. And I would like the ability to speak about that at a discretionary level. So that's why. Does that make sense?
Well, but you have more ability to have a say in a discretionary process than in a permitted process. So you're saying, I don't really like these rows. These rows are challenging. And we're not making rows permitted. And in fact, they're permitted right now on corners. And so administration's coming forward and saying, we're hearing from the community. They want to have more of a say. So we're making those rows, those challenging built forms, discretionary. Is that enough?
I think that's a good step in the right direction, but I think, again, I'm looking for an open process. I'm going to be honest, having not been through one, I'm going to actually say I can't go any further on that because I haven't participated in it.
That's fair. That's fair.
But I think,
thank you for.
But please know that what I think we're all looking for is the ability to provide input, right, and how that looks.
Yeah.
Right, and thoughtful planning, and things like in the middle of my street without the ability to have a comment on that is what's the concerning piece.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. For President Pat, please. Pat Gilmode. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for sharing your experience, in particular as a community association president. You gave us an overview of the processes and procedures which you are accustomed to providing. It occurs to me, of course, our interest is in densification and speed to densification. And are there things you might suggest the city could do to help you in supporting us towards those objectives?
You mean in Westgate?
In Westgate.
Follow the LAP would be one thing.
Okay.
And as you're aware, we have an RCG and a HGO approved. Although the RCG lot has been sitting vacant for a long time. The HGO, I don't know when it's going to be built. We have met with the developer, and I'll be honest, I asked him, I said, is it going to be affordable? I'm really on that. So I think the residents, and I'll be honest, a lot of them fully don't understand what the blanket zoning is. I spoke to some residents on Westwood Drive, and their answer me, oh no, I'm R1, it can't happen to me. And I explained to them, yes, it can, it is happening, and if you have questions, let us know. Now, 45th Street, I believe, is HGO. Waverly Drive is 4-story apartments.
Something I don't know offhand exactly which is which.
Just trying to think of the LAP.
No, what I'm after is more process. You're a process expert. You've worked with the city for years. I'm interested in your ideas as to how you might suggest that we could help you somehow better.
Okay, what I would like is when it's going to be proposed, have sit down and meet with developer, because we've done that. We've met with the developers, and I would also, I don't know if we still need the public hearing process. I don't know. I'm trying to go through this. I realize you need to cut down on time, but I think if communities have all the information up front and have met with the developer and have seen what's happening, I think it can move forward. Does that make sense?
Yes, it's a question of timing and how much time your association needs to mobilize the volunteer resources to make it happen.
Yeah, probably 3 to 4 weeks, because we only meet once a month. And you can always drag people out if it's an issue, you know that.
Thank you, Pat.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Richard.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Ms. Gilmore, if you just stay for just 1 second.
Sure.
Thank you. Just following on Councillor Puman's relative process, we've talked in previous sessions about providing you communities, that is, providing you census data, and then providing you capacity as to how much capacity is available in our water, sewer, transit system. That in that process, if we were to give you a short timeline to say you need to fill up 20% capacity, what would you say would be the best approach a community would like to take to fill up that 20% capacity?
Tell me where you're going to put it and what you're going to put there.
Okay. Thank you. That was good. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. O'Connor, please.
Hello.
Thank you, Ward 7. In your community, and there's several communities similarly, but in St. Andrews, the community is accessed only by east and west, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I know the answer, I just want you to talk. When you come in and out of the east and west side, is it congested at times getting in and out of the communities?
I would say it has been on the east side. I don't come in the west side, to be honest. But I've tried to, that's not fair. I've tried to leave it. It is congested during rush hour at the Foothills Hospital. You can tell when the shifts change.
Yeah, so Foothills Medical Center is a congestion point. Okay. So you also talked about taking a different approach, using an LAP approach and a site-by-site approach. When we talk about adding density in there, and I hate to talk about from a mobility perspective because we're talking about car-centric, but would you also want to see some form of mobility study concurrent with a increased densification study?
Yes.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And you're right, and it is congested on both sides. And I know at one point there was some construction issues and there was some left turns that were prohibited, even on the east side, to try and manage traffic going through. So yeah, it's a tight in and out there, absolutely.
Okay, thank you again. Mr. Layton, please. Thank you for being here. I'm not sure if anybody asked you a question. I was a bit distracted on a couple other things, but I'm going to have to ask you again. We talk often about building up, building up around TOD areas. It was suggested earlier when Ms. Swales was here about Brentwood LRT station. In my backyard, North Hill, Anderson, Westbrook, all those areas. And being in the industry yourself previously, what is the reason why we're not taking up those opportunities?
I honestly don't know. I have the same question. As a young architect, I worked on the LRT stations, the Northeast and at the very tail end of the South. And every time I go to Chinook and look at Chinook Station, I wonder why there's a pet value beside the LRT station, given the amount that we as a city and the province have invested in those stations. So I don't know. Densification is growing outwards, inwards, and upwards, all three, to solve our problems. But I have no idea why we are not developing on the sites like Westbrook that cry out for it. There-
Right.
There's obviously some obstacles there, but I don't know what they are.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned you've done work in other cities across Canada, overseas, and that. In those areas where they do have TOD type development, and you've seen development, I don't know if you have any experience, but for example, in Vancouver, in the Greater Vancouver, in Metrotown, in Brentwood area, Lougheed, there's high-rise development. What incentivizes them to do that? Do you know?
Again, I don't know, but I know that when I go up the CN Tower in Toronto, I can look out and I can tell where those stations are by the density. And the same in Vancouver. That's not the case here when I go up the Calgary Tower. I don't know why. I don't believe it's zoning, but it would take a number of people, including some land economists, to solve that problem. I just don't know.
Okay. In some of my internal conversation, personal conversation with developers and planners, I always end up with the same answer, chicken and egg, which came first? So if we were to crack that dilemma, chicken and egg, what can the city do to move it forward?
Again, I don't really know the answer. I would talk to the developers, for example, of the development in Brentwood, around the Brentwood station. I do know that the city at the time threw every obstacle possible at them to slow it down, and talking to that developer, who happens to be an architecture classmate of mine, he said he would never do it again. So I think it would be an interesting discussion. That was quite a while ago, and things may have changed. I'm sure they have. But there's more issues at play here than zoning, much less the RCG zone, which is a tiny part of zoning.
Sure. Okay, Mr. Layton, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for questions of this panel. So thank you all for being here. We appreciate the time you spent with us. We have about 10 minutes before break time, so I'm going to see if we've got 2 people from panel 118 that could go now. Do we have Diane Draper? Hi, please come on up. And do we have Jason Holowachuk? Yeah, he's right there. Ms. Draper, we'll start with you whenever you're ready.
I have a slide show.
We will just find it for you.
Sorry, do I do what?
We're just looking for it. Just hang on 1 second. Yeah. Is
It's
this it
ready.
right there?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
There we go. All right. Good morning, Mayor Gondek, City Councilors and City Administrators. I'm Diane Draper, Professor Emerita of Geography at the University of Calgary and member of the Brentwood Development and Transportation Committee. I'd like to speak with you about the consequences of promoting blanket rezoning that have been expressed by the citizens who attended Brentwood Community Association's community meeting on February the 8th and submitted their feedback forms, emails, and letters about their concerns. I wrote about the What We Heard report that the Brentwood Community Association has submitted to the City Clerk's office. I have over 40 years' experience in social science research, and I've offered my expertise to a variety of municipal, provincial, and federal governments over the years. What we see here is a summary of the quantitative results from the 43 feedback forms received up to March 20th that revealed between 93 and 100% of the citizens rated their concerns about those top 6 as high to very high. The combined rate on the right is what I'm talking about. Please note that 100% combined concern about green space and parks. I'll come back to that. Next slide, please. When I looked at the qualitative results, the data from the feedback forms, I derived a number of different categories with a range of issues that you've heard about consistently through this past week. There were also suggestions for alternative approaches to the blanket rezoning. And that's important because people weren't just complaining, they were trying to be helpful. Next one, please. Given that the Housing Affordability Task Force was missing representation from community associations, citizens, and students, it's not surprising that a great deal of concern was raised about the lack of consultation with citizens. They felt they were most affected by the implications and the consequences of blanket rezoning. Next, please. Citizens expressed the highest level of concern about green space, trees and tree canopy, and parks being affected by the blanket rezoning proposal. Next one, please. In part, this level of concern was generated by the city's identification of a potential land use change to RCG in areas along the green space and park just south of John Laurie Boulevard, running from Brenner Drive to 14th Street. Green space is vital for all residents of Calgary, and it deserves full protection through SPR zoning. Next, please. Major changes to the community character were another of the concerns or issues that generated significant uneasiness and worry among Brentwood residents and prompted many comments on the survey, on the questionnaire, on the feedback forms that we had given them. Citizens are concerned about the interrelated losses of characteristics that make Brentwood a desirable place to live, about their quality of life, about the sense of place or context of their neighborhood, and about the loss of privacy from the types of housing permitted through blanket rezoning. Next slide, please. Brentwood residents have an expectation, a desire, an anticipation, a hope that we will, as a city, consider thoughtful, sensitive, stable planning approaches. The challenge to Council is to try to balance all of these competing issues, but we do have some consistent planning processes that have provided us with quality, planned, sensitive to community decisions that have made the existing communities the way they are. We've not ranked on the top 10 of the economists' livable places in the world for no reason. So we'd like to see the continued application of those planning principles that have led to stability and to sensitivity to context. And we'd like to work with the city to have these parcels that were of such concern to residents identified as special special purpose reserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Mr. Holowachuk.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Holowachuk. I lived in Calgary for 25 years in every quadrant of the city. I agree with affordable housing as an imperative, but I'm strongly opposed to this bylaw. You've identified affordable housing as the purpose of the bylaw, and you've defined the income level at which people spending 30% or more of their income on shelter costs each month are in need of affordable housing. That's the goalpost. And so what that means when I put those numbers excuse me, into the CMHC affordability calculator, as I've set out in the letter I submitted, is that you come out with a target of approximately $100,000 to $200,000 per door of retail per as constructed door price. And so I submit to you, you need to consider whether the bylaw as proposed will give effect to that stated purpose or whether it's overbroad. Now, I asked a question in my letter, what analysis, economic analysis, has the city done to make sure that blanket rezoning in all areas will actually achieve that pricing objective of $100,000 to $200,000 per as constructed door in every area of the city that's going to be affected by the bylaw, because that's important. And the answer, I'm afraid, is none, and that appears to be the case from what I've seen in these hearings. On Tuesday, I watched councillors ask developers, who stand the most to gain, for their kind of off-the-cuff estimates of cost to build. And I was frankly shocked and very disappointed to hear the city solicitor advise you that you can't ask those questions and that you shouldn't consider cost to build, going so far as to say that it's irrelevant. Cost to build is not just a relevant question, it is the relevant question. And I say that as someone who's been practicing as a litigator for 25 years. Cost to build is the right question to ask, but it shouldn't be coming up at the 11th and a half hour of this hearing. It should have been analyzed and answered for you by city administration using independent third-party analysis about the interplay between land cost and cost to build, or land value rather, and it's clear that hasn't happened. If it had, you wouldn't need to ask those questions at this late stage in the hearing. And you can't just rely on the kind of off-the-cuff opinions of developers. Let's not forget that the order of speakers in this hearing was determined, as I understand it, by the order they signed up. The first to sign up was the first to speak. And who was the first to speak? The Intercity Development Association for 90 minutes. And I didn't hear them make any representations about how they would actually assure you of affordability at $100,000 to $200,000 per door. And that's not a coincidence. Developers are lining up to build multifamily in high land value areas where they make the most profit. And they say, trust us, we'll do that other stuff too. Will they? And how do we know? The problem with the build wherever mentality of blanket rezoning is that it allows developers to choose where they're going to deploy their development capital, whether to do so in a lower land value area where they might actually achieve affordable housing, or in high land value areas where they will achieve high profit. Don't give them that option. The blanket aspect is creating wrong way incentives because it's actually allowing developers to opt out of building affordable housing at all. And so you're hoping developers will choose altruism over profit. But hope is not a strategy. It won't accelerate progress. It won't provide real affordability for those who need it most. And so I say to you, make sure that developers are rowing in the right direction and only that direction with respect to affordable housing and the stated objective of achieving $100,000 to $200,000 per door. And base any decision you make on actual independent analysis about the interplay between land value in this city in all areas and the cost to build, so that the bylaw, any bylaw you pass, that you know it can actually and will actually achieve its intended effect. Otherwise, you're working against yourselves and frankly against the people who most need that assistance. And there are many ways to achieve your stated objectives in a measured and strategic way. One is to rezone in areas that already want multifamily. Another is to limit the rezoning to areas where it's been demonstrated that the land value will support the affordability objective you've defined. I thought the land trust was a very good, interesting idea. We know the city has this land base of capable of supporting 442,000 new units. You could put some of that land into trust, do a 75, 99-year lease at nominal cost, so that the buyers of that product are paying for the construction cost and not the land cost. And you can make sure that developers are building only in a way and only in the areas that will actually achieve affordability.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You're just at time. Thank you.
I also had something to say about the hearings if anyone wants to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we get to questions for this panel, I'm just going to clarify what's happening when we return from the lunch break. We will be continuing with panel 118. Is it T or Taya? Taya? Thank you. It'll be Taya, Sarah Mitkowski, Alex Spence, Douglas Drysdale, and then we'll be going to the people who were unable to come earlier: Aaron Gibson, San Ostante, Stephen Shawcross, Stephen Jin, and Paul Augustin. So that's how we will proceed when we come back. Let's go to Councillor Meehan with questions, please.
My question is for Mr. Holowachek? Holowachek, thank you.
It's not French.
So one of the stated goals of the housing strategy, because it is a strategy, and there were many different kind of components of it beyond the blanket rezoning, but one of the biggest things that the experts are saying we need to do is to increase supply. And so it's not fully just about housing affordability, but supply obviously can play a role in housing affordability. So I guess my question to you is, are you aware about the fact that this is about lowering barriers to supply, and then also that the idea that housing is a continuum. So if we can lower the barriers to the market being able to bring on supply, that has positive impacts for people lower down the housing continuum so if the market can serve more people, we have less people needing subsidized government housing.
Sure. I think there's a few answers to that. And one goes to many comments that you've already heard about what's been communicated from the city. I started to hear in this hearing that the strategy that's contemplated by way of this bylaw relates to general supply rather than just affordability supply, and that was never my understanding. And I've read pretty much everything I could. I mean, what I read was that this was in favor of the affordable housing strategy, and that was the stated objective. So that's one issue. Another issue is, I think, you've heard a number of people talk about the sort of overly simplistic discussion of supply demand, because what I've heard discussed is sort of a field of dreams kind of mentality where you say, well, we have a lot of demand, we need more supply. If you build more supply, the demand will be able to meet it. And that's not actually how economics works. Where the rubber hits the road is in the ability of that demand to take up available supply, even assuming you can build it. And there are serious questions about the labor costs, for example. We know that there's not enough labor available to build the kind of scale that some have discussed as being part of this affordability strategy. And so what happens then? Well, labor escalates, costs go up, and what you might have thought fell within a kind of a target window for affordability no longer does. Another factor that I've not heard discussed is the difference between sort of affordability and what I would call buyability. And by buyability, I mean, what's under discussion here, across the country, not just Calgary, is a scale of and pace of growth that's unprecedented. And so CMHC has estimated that 6 million new doors, across the country are needed by 2030. The number that the Trudeau government has put forward is 4 million. Some very interesting stats that I've seen.
Sorry, just out of respect for my colleagues, I'm going to have to just pivot back to my question. Like, I am hearing what you're saying, but I guess one of the things you said is that it's affordable housing strategy. It really is a housing strategy, like with an affordable component. So,
okay, so I'm trying to answer your question, and maybe I've been a bit long-winded in doing that, but I'd like to. And the answer is that there's not enough money in the country to actually provide new purchase financing for the number of new homes that have been projected.
So I agree with what you're saying. What my follow-up question, though, is in the places where we do redevelopment work with local area planning with the community, the base floor that is approved, like with the negotiation between the city and the communities, is the neighborhood local, which is basically the built form of RCG. And so when I understand your point about blanket not meeting it, and there's lots of other factors or whatever, but peeling all of that back, when we do the detailed local work with people, like I guess my question to you is, would you support a rezoning then in those places to raise the floor so that there is less barriers to supply, but it's in a way that the community has approved?
I support increased density where it makes sense for the city and the community. I support the idea of the local area plans, and I think, as I understood how they had evolved over the years, which was very much through community engagement and community input about what worked in a community. I do not support what's happened most recently, which is, for example, the local area plans that I've seen that were the proposals that were put out by the city had a kind of a broad swath of pink that was targeted for high-density redevelopment. And I can tell you in Ward 8, that targeted swath included, the synagogue. I mean, that's ridiculous. So something has been seriously missed here. And if that was unintentional, which I assume it probably was, then it means that people weren't paying enough attention. And so a process is needed. I think what you're hearing from people is the LAP process was good when employed as intended, but something has come off the rails.
Okay, thanks for your thoughts. That's all my questions.
All right, next up we have Councillor Wong, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Ms. Holochuk, thank you, sir. You just about finished in very short terms. What was your reference about hearings?
Well, don't take them away. I appreciate they take a lot of time, and I've heard the comment made that you end up approving 94% of these rezoning applications anyway. But to me, that's not a reason to take away the hearings. It's a reason to fix them. It means that the hearings are not working as intended. What would people say about Canada or Alberta if our prosecutors had 94% conviction rate in criminal prosecutions? They'd say that's not a good process. Something's wrong. And so if the response to criticism about that was to say, well, you know what, these trials are taking up a lot of time, they're really inconvenient, we're going to get rid of the trials. What would people say about us? And that, I think, is what's happening here, and that's why you're hearing so much opposition to that public engagement process.
Okay,
So
appreciate
don't
it.
take hearings away.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Wong. Mr. Hull.
Okay.
I'm not going to get it right. Holowchuk?
Holowachuk.
Holowachuk, Mr. Holowachuk. So you raised an interesting point in regards to the neighborhood local. Do you think it's well understood that neighborhood local is seen as basically supporting RCG zoning, which would be up to 8 units?
I don't think that's well understood, and I don't have really any more information on that.
No, it's a great answer, actually. In other words, you don't know.
I don't know, and I can tell you, I've tried very hard to learn as much as I can about the background of this, to prepare for this hearing, and in the past few months, and that's not something that I've been aware of.
Did you know that, there's all this talk about 94 or 95% of all the RCGs that come before council get approved? Did you know that Did you know that of those applications that come before council, that almost all of them are in zones that are identified as being supported, either through an area structure plan or a local area plan? The applications that come to us, they're supported through policy. Did you know that?
I didn't, but what I do know is that I've heard a lot of concerns expressed through the course of this hearing about the people who have very real concerns about the impact on their their own land use as a result of that, which includes privacy, sun exposure, shade, height, etc.
Did you know that we have very few applications for RCG that come to us that are not in zones identified as being supported in local area plans and area structure plans?
Few applications for RCG?
Yes, that are being applied to in areas that aren't supported through local area plans.
Yeah, so as the speaker on the last panel mentioned, there may be a way to address that through more real community engagement at the front end. Yeah. I thought that was a reasonable solution. But either way you go about it, what is required is real community engagement.
Don't disagree with your submission, but thank you for being here.
Councillor Wyness.
Thanks. Thank you for staying there. One quick question is, had the city not sold this as an affordability plan and just straight up said, we're looking to rezone everyone's property to allow for single duplexes or row townhouses to be on your land, we're relabeling it, what would your thoughts have been?
I don't know, because I don't think that's before you today, and it's not something that I've prepared a submission on.
But that is, because we're saying what the RCG allows for all 3 built forms, and we're doing it everywhere.
Right, but the bylaw was proposed on the basis of a purpose and an objective that was stated as being affordable housing. And so what I'm saying to you is, make sure that you're achieving that objective and only that objective. And if you're not, and it's overbroad, you're doing other things which are counterproductive and are creating a lot of concern in the community.
Well, and that's why I'm asking the question that way, is if affordability was left out, we're looking at this as being baseline zoning across Canada. So it's happening everywhere. I want to say that. That's why I'm asking the question. If the narrative wasn't about affordability, this is where planning is taking planning, where you get to build 3 different types of built forms, you decide. That's how we're doing outline plans for new communities. It's RG. And we let the market determine. And that's why you still see predominantly single families being built in Greenfield. So if we took the affordability piece out and said we're relabeling all single families and duplexes in the city to allow for upzoning of everyone, what would your thoughts have been on that?
Well, again, I think that's a very different conversation. If you took the affordability piece out, none of us would be here for 2 weeks, probably, because there wouldn't be a bylaw before you. But I think in general, the submissions that you've heard, which I agree with, are that you could develop those plans collaboratively through the community, through local area engagement.
Awesome. All right, thank you for taking the time to come down here.
Thank you very much.
We have one more just joined the queue. Over to you, Councillor
Sorry,
Penner.
just for Mr. Holowchuk.
Yes.
because I'm challenged by affordable house. When I go, if you type in calgary.ca/rezoning, it says Calgary needs more homes. Citywide rezoning will help increase supply. So I'm asking this question, I've asked it of other people, because there is apparently a confusion around affordability from a attainability that is relative to anyone's income versus affordable housing, in other words, subsidized or non-market housing. And I'll give you a minute to check, totally good. So I'm just wondering where, and again, just trying to help make sure we're connecting all the dots here. Where specifically did you read it was about affordable housing in that non-market sense only?
Well, I just Googled City of Calgary Housing Strategy, and I see one link called the City of Calgary's Housing Strategy. I see another called Home is Here, the City of Calgary's Housing Strategy. Then I see Affordable Housing Plan and Budget. And everything I've heard through the public engagement that I've taken part of, which is actually as much as I could, has been about the goal of achieving affordable housing.
And I appreciate.
And I think, as I say, I think if what you're trying to achieve through the bylaw is an increase in supply in general, then you still have to undertake the analysis of whether it is a field of dreams, a kind of equation where you have more supply and suddenly the demand will automatically be able to meet it.
Yeah, and I appreciate that you've tried to stay engaged. And
Is it okay?
no,
Can you land it? Is it okay?
To ask the question?
You just asked it. Are you going to ask it again?
No, I'm going to ask another question.
Okay. We're just at lunch,
I know
and there's
we
some
are.
cranky people here.
I'm trying
so-
to be super quick.
Okay, all
I'm
right.
trying. I'm trying to be super quick. So now you've derailed my thoughts. Okay, so so I was just going to say, I appreciate that you've tried to tune as much as possible, and there has absolutely been a lot of conversations from the public about affordability and affordable housing, and I super duper appreciate that. One of the things I heard you say is where it makes sense. And so am I hearing you correctly that you don't think this land use, so RCG, with its 3 potential build forms, belongs in all communities, or it only belongs in certain parts of certain communities?
I think what you've heard almost unanimously from people who I agree with is that it won't make sense everywhere for all kinds of reasons, which include infrastructure, transportation, parking, all the concerns that have been expressed.
Okay, and do you think that the market has the ability to also determine where it could be available based on where they've put similar product in the past or what they know through working with development with the city? Do you think that they have an understanding of where it makes sense?
I think that that's not planning. And what's been proposed here is actually anti-planning or unplanning by blanketing the entire city with a proposal or a bylaw or a rule that would allow developers to choose what they do and where they do it.
Okay. Nope. Super good. Just checking where your perspectives were. Thanks. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Penner. May I have a just go straight recess? We're not gonna shrink it to come back at 1:15. Yeah. Can we have general consent to come back at 1:15? All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. We are recessed.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to public hearing. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer. Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Corral.
Here.
Councillor Chabot. Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong.
Here.
Councillor Dollywall.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
I'm here.
Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. I'm a little bit concerned that we don't have all the members of the public back that I was expecting to put on this panel, so maybe I'll just talk slowly. Taya Sarametkoski, she's not in here. Do we have Alex Spence? Okay. Douglas Drysdale.
Yes, I'm online.
Hi, is that you, Douglas?
Yes, I'm on the phone.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we've got Taya. Yeah. All right, do we have Aaron Gibson? Aaron Gibson? How about, well, Sano Stante is not here, and Stephen Shawcross is not here. Do we have Stephen Jin? Hi. All right, what about Meibu Kwan? And Philip Hancock? Hi, you can come on up to the front. Hi there, if you're on the line and there's a piano playing, could you mute yourself, please? Okay, now I know Meibu was here earlier. Hopefully she'll be back. We have Paul Augustin. Paul, Meibu. And Aaron, did we have Aaron or not? Aaron Gibson was a no, right? Okay. All right, then we're going to get started with who we have. Taya Sarametkoski will be first, then it'll be Douglas Drysdale, then it'll be Stephen Jin, and then Philip Hancock. And if any of the other people come in, I might insert them into the panel. Yeah, please go ahead.
Do I just start whenever?
Yeah, we're ready for you.
Good afternoon, Calgary. My name is Taya. I'm a human being. I'm a married mother of two. I'm a small business owner, and I'm a first-generation Canadian. I'm here on behalf of myself, my family, my city, and all that I know and love. I've spent the entire 40 years of my life living in this city. I've been listening to this public hearing on and off for the past few days, and I've been feeling many emotions. Like most of you, I love this city. I love the way it is. And like most of you, I don't love change. But change is inevitable, and it's what brought me here to you today. I'm grateful to be a part of over 1,000 people who are here lending their voice, courageously standing up for something, taking the time to be the change they want to see in this world. It isn't easy standing for something, especially in this day of cancel culture, mass division, and censorship. I'm also grateful for my spot in the queue, as I got to hear many sides to this debate, and as valid as both arguments have been, there are still a lot of unanswered questions, and that's why I'm here. I've lived in the same home for 40 years. I've seen many changes, including the single-family bungalow next to me be torn down and replaced with row houses, going from a single family to 8 families, and going from 1 window facing us to 16 windows facing us. We're constantly looking into each other's windows to forget about any privacy. We also don't feel comfortable playing in the backyard the way we used to. We had full sun, now we have no sun till midday. Our mental health has been impacted negatively. The vegetation, both inside and outside the home, has been affected negatively. Our crop this year yielded the worst harvest we've ever had. Parking is limited and frustrating. Garbage used to be collected every week, now it's every second week. What's next? Every month? rolling blackouts? What is more rezoning and migration going to do? What provisions and or contingency plans have been put into place? What plan is there to make sure there is sufficient electricity, sunlight, green spaces, buffer zones, parking availability, privacy, garbage collection, etc.? With the increase of people that this brings, what plans are in place to provide accessible and affordable healthcare, education, recreational facilities, and adequate law enforcement? Because increased migration increases crime. What is the plan? Whose plan are you implementing, City Council? If we look to history, it's often guilty of repeating itself, especially if we ignore it. And if you look at what caused Rome to fall, mass migration. So don't be fooled into repeating history, especially when money has already exchanged hands. I stand before you because although I am for freedom and free will, for the past 40 years I've watched my freedoms being slowly taken away, and nobody seems to be asking what is the cost of that freedom? What is the long-term impact? How does this end? If this bill passes, have you asked yourself why? Have you asked yourself what comes next? Have you looked at who benefits? Have you followed the money? These past 3 years, we all saw something is very wrong. Wrong with the media, wrong with the city, wrong with the government. Whose interests are at priority? Is it the single-family homeowner? Is it the average Calgarian? Is it yours? These proposed changes appear to only benefit the developer and the government. Getting rid of the opposition for developers, allowing them to build whatever they want, limited only by the depths of their pockets, without the consideration of the neighbors or the impact on the neighborhood. And the government, well, the government is just there to collect not just one tax now, but 12 pieces of tax. So, will these proposed changes drop house prices? Will this make it easier to be a first-time homeowner? Will tax rates drop? Change is coming. Let's just not rush into any decision or into implementing any changes until we know what is the long-term impact and the overall cost to approving these changes. And let us remember, Mayor Gondek and City Council, you work for us, the taxpayers, not for a select few, not for the global cabal, and certainly not for Justin Trudeau. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Douglas Drysdale, please.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. I want to thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak. This is my first time addressing council or even being involved in city politics, but I have been a resident for 27 years, so appreciate this opportunity. As noted, my name is Douglas Drysdale, and I do oppose the blanket rezoning proposal. We've had some great speakers this morning who have brought a lot of insight and a lot of great debate. I want to offer my perspective as a concerned citizen and a taxpayer, and I can tell you my opinion is quite representative of my friends and my neighbors. I've lived in Vancouver for over a decade in the past. I've traveled through other large cities in the world. So I've been able to experience what high-density urban environments look like. I know some people prefer this. Some people feel it provides affordable housing. But there are some people that also prefer a community with open space and lower density. I personally felt that this type of community was a better place to raise my family, especially coming here from Vancouver. And that's why I invested in a neighborhood with R1 zoning. There's already higher areas of density in the city. And the new communities built now with smaller lots and multifamily structures that are more affordable. My son just bought a townhouse in Seton, and driving through Seton, it's clearly it's a much higher density neighborhood than the one I live in, or the one he was raised in. The new communities that we see now are going to be the building standard for all new construction. The city is full of high-rise structures that provide even higher densities of accommodation and at variety of costs. But right now, there's options for everyone. Everyone has a choice with the type of neighborhood they would like to live in. The blanket rezoning is going to change our city forever. Over time, it will eliminate the option of the single-family community that some of us, including myself, prefer. The RCG zoning is going to allow construction with limited debate and oversight. We've heard that at length over the last week. Developers are going to profit by slowly picking apart our communities. They've already said they'll start with corner lots and choice properties. And gradually, we're going to see our neighborhoods chopped apart and our single-family lots parceled up. And since this type of community is no longer being built and hasn't been for the last 5 or 6 years, the single-family community that we know is going to disappear from our city forever. So this option to live in that type of environment and raise a family in a well-planned, low-density neighborhood will cease to exist. And the quality of life in Calgary that some of us like will be gone. And we'll have no choice in that. There are targeted options available in the city that can be used to add high-density housing. And this has been clearly articulated today and over the past week. The blanket zoning option is not necessary to achieve the goals that Council is seeking. And with his historic output of opposition against the proposal, it's clear the majority of citizens whom you are elected to represent oppose this change. It's the duty of council to follow the will of their constituents. I believe that is really the heart of how you represent us. Yet some councillors feel they're entitled to ignore this and push their personal agenda onto all citizens, now and in the decades to future. And that would be a shame. This would be a shocking display of arrogance and self-righteousness. If you choose to ignore your constituents, you're doing so at your own peril. So just know the voters are watching, and especially you, Ms. Penner. We won't forget your actions. And thank you for your time and hearing me out.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If you stay on the line on mute, Mr. Drysdale, if there's questions, I will let you know. Let's go to Stephen Jin,
Certainly.
please. Hi, you can come on up.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor and councillors. My name is Stephen Jin, a professional engineer. I've lived in Calgary for 24 years and paid property taxes. I love this city, love Calgary, beautiful houses and communities. The city council is the bylaw 17 is to blanket rezone whole city. This is wrong. I oppose it, especially the term blanket. I just talk principally. As we know, most houses in Calgary are single-family houses in R1 district. It is the best feature of the city. If the house wanted to be converted into RCG, normally a building permit procedure must go through. City planner has to involve. Both house owner and neighbors have to approve the rezone. I support this kind of standard rezone procedure and respect the city planner. Now, if the blanket rezone bylaw is passed, all city houses are automatically blanket rezoned. The building permit procedure would be simplified. No house owner and the neighbor's opinion are heard. Is it right? Does the city council have authority to make this kind of new bylaw without all house owner approval? No, I don't think the mayor and the council have such a superpower. This is a basic principle of private ownership and property rights in Canada. Rezone should only be initiated by house owners, not by city council. Council has no right to enforce blanket rezone before conducting a plebiscite. It would be more wrong if no plebiscite was conducted or will be conducted. I strongly oppose the council's blanket rezone. This is my position. Now, I would like to recommend 3 solutions. Number 1, let the community-based referendums or plebiscites make decisions. The mayor and the council shall fully respect city residents. Based on democratic practice, each councilor shall work with the community association within the ward, conduct the information section, and organize plebiscites in each community. The community residents know very well their community, their neighborhood. This community-based plebiscite can better decide if all houses in the community are to be rezoned or not. Each house would have 1 vote. If majority of votes reject rezone plan, all houses will maintain at a R1 zone designation. No single house owner may violate this ruling. On the other hand, if majority votes support rezone, all houses in the whole community or part of community would all rezone into RCG. No one could violate the ruling. If one does not happy with the ruling, he can move out to other R1 community. Be noted that this community-based referendum may release city council's responsibility.
Thank you, Mr. Jin. You're just at time. Thank you very much. If you have a seat, if there's questions, I will let you know. Thank you. Let's go to Philip Hancock, please.
I do have a presentation. If the city clerks could pull it up, please. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to address City Council. My name is Philip Hancock, a resident of Wildwood since 1981, and one of the selfish few who cannot separate fact from emotion. A blanket can be warm and comforting, or it can be smothering and suffocating, which is what this proposal will be to thousands of long-term residents. Please do not ignore the 88% of submissions included with the agenda in opposition, and only 9% in favor. No to blanket rezoning, but yes to selective rezoning. Next, please. Blanket rezoning will not help with the problem of non-market or social housing. Administration claims it will, and quotes moving chains. Their examples are from Europe, with very different subsidized housing regimes and social structures. Any arguments that blanket rezoning will significantly help the non-market housing should be ignored. For moving chains to work, the increase in incomes must be far greater than the increase in housing prices. And also, there cannot be large numbers moving to Calgary, estimated at 60,000 in 2023. Next, please. Moving chains. We're trying to get number 1 to move out of the missing middle, to be replaced by number 2, and number 3 replaces number 2. And the key is for number 4 to move out of the non-market housing into the missing middle. But again, if house prices are increase much too fast, that will not happen. And most importantly, if large net migration of newcomers due to affordability, this will also prevent moving up. Next, please. For a local example, let's take this bungalow in Rosscarrick, appraised at about $600,000. Next, please. This has been rezoned RCG and replaced with 4 row houses with an average price of $750,000. Next, please. This shows more misleading information by administration, data from attachment 2, page 10. This includes a 2018 to 23 assessed median value for a new build row house at $586,000. I asked for the annual data, but have not yet received this. So why is annual data important? Next, please. The first column shows reasonable estimated annual values to come up with the same median value. The second column includes a ridiculous value for 2023. Guess what? The median value does not change. So using a median value stretched over 6 years will almost certainly underestimate the true current values. Note the CREB median price of a row house, $395,000 in 2023. This clearly illustrates that new builds are significantly more expensive than existing homes, and almost certainly much more than the administration will admit. Next, please. Administration and certain councillors have a fanatic desire for equity. They say RCG in established areas is very similar to RG in new communities. A question was asked at the CPC meeting whether there had been a revolt against RG. Of course not, because there is a choice of housing types in new communities. And I'd like to take Seaton as an example. Next slide, please. Was a choice, single-family homes and also multifamily homes, yellow, single-family, orange, multifamily, and so on. So let's take a group of established communities. I've picked 8 from the Westbrook LAP area, one I'm familiar with. And again, there's a big diversity in single-family homes, rentals, multi, and row houses. Next, please. So, if you genuinely want equity, then force new communities to have identical housing types. And if not, I strongly suggest you move to Russia. But don't destroy the quality of life for residents who invested so much in this city. Oh, I almost forgot. All animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. Next, please. So conclusions. Blanket rezoning will not help with the non-market housing problem. And indeed, if I can quote from the city website, in addition, we find that new buildings increase low-income in-migration. And again, we need to allow people to pick the community of choice with a housing type of their choice. So solutions to the missing middle. Wait for revisions to the LIP 2007, then update LAPs by having a genuine and meaningful discussion with each established or group of established communities as to where increased density can be achieved. This is controversial. Then make the LAP a statutory document. Secondly, focus on schemes to speed up development of vacant lots, on main streets and TODs, and focus on schemes to speed up development of vacant lots.
You're just at time.
The classic example
Thank you
being
very
about
much, sir.
Foreheg.
You're just at time.
And then last slide is...
Thank you very much,
okay,
sir. You're
thank you.
at time. Appreciate it. Let's go to questions of this panel. We will start with Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Ms. Sarah Mitkowski. Thanks for coming down and presenting. It's pretty obvious that you're not very happy or opposed to what this zoning proposals
You got that,
report.
hey?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't want to make light of anything, but I have to ask there's some significance to their attire today.
Oh, I didn't have a clown costume.
Councillor McLean. Councillor McLean.
No, you know what? This is how I look.
That's not an appropriate
And
question
it is
at all.
actually extremely
commented before that
inappropriate
my
for
number was
today's...
50.
It is an unacceptable question.
Hence
I would
why
ask
the
you to
answer.
apologize to the presenter, please.
Do I need to apologize to you? Because I will.
I'm asking you to apologize. I'm the chair. I'm asking you to apologize. You have no right to question.
I apologize. I was just curious because if you're going to put curses on anybody, wait till the end of the vote.
Councillor McLean, that is completely unacceptable.
Okay, I withdraw.
No, you're not withdrawing. You're going to issue an apology. That was unacceptable.
I apologize. Acceptable?
What's going to happen in the future? See, myself, I like to hold people accountable. And if you're going to cause harm, how far has that harm gone? Now, you don't know what your question did and how it impacted me. You don't know how far that harm is going to go. So what are you doing to rectify and remediate the harm that you may have caused? So is it sufficient? I don't know.
Okay, well, just so you know, and I want to make this clear, that by no means was I trying to make light or mock anything. Because I agree with a lot of what you said. I just want you to know that, and I do consider your presentation thoughtfully and appreciate you coming down here. And again, by no means this was in mocking terms.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But I do welcome the question because, again, it provided me the opportunity to explain. Yes, I feel that this is a little bit of a ridiculous situation, and you did pull me out of hiding. I don't like to go out, but here I am because you guys are trying to blanket a change that, as we've heard, could be smothering.
Yeah, I really appreciate you coming down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sarah McCoskey. I'm sorry that happened. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Hancock, please. I think the last time we were here together was for the LAP process about 1.5 years ago.
Yes, it was.
I'm glad to hear you've brought it back, and I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about it. You suggest that might be an alternative to the rezoning, upzoning. You'd like that as a template to follow. Could you expand on that a little bit more? What were the good things? Because the Community Association had a number of concerns at the time.
And personally, I think the issues with the Westbrook LAP were it involved a group of very diverse communities. There were issues at some of the meetings, and I knew the late Larry Lalonde, who was a Wildwood representative. He mentioned that he felt a lot of times he was bullied. They felt that a lot of his recommendations were totally ignored. And then again, there's some of the communities. Glendale, for example, produced a very incredibly detailed proposition for increasing the density in their community, and that was rejected out of hand. So I would envision a smaller group of communities, and in your area, I would say pick Wildwood, Westgate, and Glendale. And I haven't talked to them, so I better be careful what I say here. But they're similar communities. They're in your ward, one councillor. I would like to see a group of dedicated people, a diverse group, students, seniors, developers, and it would involve people like yourself at a very early stage, really trying to come together and to create sensible densification. And then if, with that agreement, and maybe I'm dreaming a little bit, but hopefully they could then present that to the community, and if it's smart and thoughtful, then hopefully community would have buy-in, and hopefully you yourself as councillor would have buy-in. And then when we came to council, and the idea, make that a statutory document. And I keep going back to the Chinatown redevelopment, and I brought that up at the Westbrook LAP. When that came to council, that was not a single voice objecting to it. Now that to me is a really well thought out plan. A lot of compromises, consensus, and it's a complete opposite, I'm afraid, to what we're going through here. So if I was on that group, the first thing I would do would be talk to Councillor Wong. I would talk to the planner who was involved in that and see what went right. How can we repeat that? So hopefully that answers your question.
Very much so. Thank you. If I could ask just one more question. One of the key features to the upzoning is to remove the community consultation, the period of time, which can be a few months before you come to a public hearing at council on a file-by-file basis. How critical is that function for you as a member of the community?
Well, again, hopefully if we go back to square one, I know you'll hate this, people say they want to get moving fast, but if you're going to do something, do it once and do it properly. So that, as I said before, if you can get a group of dedicated individuals, you can seek consensus, then hopefully when that came to, then ideally you wouldn't need to have detailed hearings on every single proposition, because you've already had buy-in from the community.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Hancock, thank you. Yeah, please stay. Thank you. Just one question for you. You made a reference to, in comparison to Europe. Now, do you have any experience in terms of housing forms in Europe and supply and affordability?
I moved here in 1979, and my last job in England, I was working in a paint factory in the daytime. I was working in pubs in the evening. I was in a little one-room flat or apartment. The bathroom was down the hall. In Europe, far more people rent. It's far more common. I don't have the figures, and I've heard different figures quoted throughout this hearing, but renting is much more common. And I'd almost throw out the idea that if rental properties were better built, better quality, then eventually the stigma of renting might disappear. And too often you say rental property, you think of basement, you think of God knows what else. And so from my experience, yes, there's a big difference between Europe and North America.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Mr. Jin, Stephen? Just for disclosure, Stephen and I do a lot of work in Chinatown. But the question I've got for you, Stephen, is we have a incoming population, people migrating from Toronto, Vancouver, people migrating from overseas and that, particularly, I'll say just the broader Southeast and South Asian group. When they come here, what have they been looking for housing? Is it buying a house or buying condos or renting? Or what's your experience?
For myself,
the population that you know that we deal with.
Population, if I don't know much other country people, from other country, but from China, I know some people. Most people prefer to buy single family house. They some have money when they move into the country. They have some saving money. Some is from other city come to over here. They prefer single family house, because like in China, in Beijing, or in whole country, this kind of one single family house is really luxury. They call it called 别墅. They call it just a resort kind of housing. So they love that kind of housing. And so most people, what I know, once they got some money, they always get a job. They always get a mortgage and buy a single family house. That's basic.
And do they generally come as a single family, mom, dad, kids, or is there usually grandparents involved, other extended family involved in your housing?
I didn't catch your point. Little bit, could you repeat that?
Oh, I'm sorry. When the people that you and I are accustomed to, are they coming just as mom and dad and children, or are they coming with their grandparents and aunts and uncles, nephews for housing?
That's really different. Some is just own couple and with own kids and move into here. And after that, maybe they bring their family, their father, mother, and also move here. Once they settle down properly, they're happy with that. everything quite steady, they might have take the parents over here. That's a typical from China people, and that's what I know.
Okay, so multi-generational families and supportive families living in one household.
Yeah, they live together, and most likely they would like to live together, the parents and but some as the parents want to live separately, so they buy second house or apartment. That's depend on situation.
Okay, thank you.
They're different.
Okay, thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Mr. Hancock, please. Clerks, would you mind bringing up Mr. Hancock's presentation? And then the slide where he shows a picture of the before and after. Before and after. That one and then the one before. Well, I guess they're not on the same one. Perfect. Okay. Because you brought us just an example of the same property, I want to dig into this a little bit, and I just have a couple questions. And I'm assuming you have a bit of familiarity with the before property. This one here that's on the screen, correct?
No, I don't.
All right, well, this might fall down then a little bit. Do you know, okay, you know what, I'm going to leave it because it's, if you're not super familiar, it's not going to be worth the conversation.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I took the first picture from Google Street View, whatever it is, and the second one is actually my photo of the RCG development.
That replaced it.
Yes.
Yeah. It's okay. So, and it's hard because like the questions I were going to ask was like, does the before house also have basement suites? Does the before house, like what would be the cost to upgrade that house to current efficiency standards? And so when we're making that comparison about affordability, are we actually always making apples to apples comparisons?
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah. Can I go back to your slide then on where you have the median cost slide? One more, clerks. That one.
Yep.
So you show that the median prices, sorry, it's like, I gotta find the big screen, for rows, and that a new row is more than an old row. Is that what you're trying to show here? That a new row home, so constructed right in and around this time frame in the last 3 years, is more than one that probably would have been constructed in like the 70s.
Oh, that's correct. It's the CREB data for if you wanted to go out and buy their data. And the point I wanted to make was that using a median value stretched over 5 years is not a reasonable estimate of what a new build costs nowadays. And that's, I asked for the annual data.
Right.
I asked for it a long time ago, and it was never provided.
Yeah.
And, for this reason, that statistics can be very misleading.
Yeah, and I think it would also just be curious to note, if the price of a new build, right, a new single, that same price comparison to an old single. So it's okay. Thanks for coming today.
Thank you.
That's it for questions for this panel. So thank you all for taking the time to be with us today. We appreciate that. I'm going to assemble a new panel looking at panel 119, but I also need to confirm, is Aaron Gibson back? You are, great. What about Paul Augustin? You're back. How about Meibu Kwan? You're back. And do I understand that Naren Carr is on the phone?
Yes.
Hi, okay, hang on the line. Let me see who we've got from panel 119, and then I'm gonna fit you folks in as I can. Do we have Jan Pels? Do we have Sharon Isles? Hi, you can come on up. Do we have Ryan Phillips? Hi, please come on up. Do we have Reg Anderson? Hi, thank you, you can come on up. Okay, so Aaron Gibson, you can come on up as well, and Paul Augustin. And then what I'll do for the next panel is we'll have Meibu Kwan and Naren Carr start that off, and then we'll add people from panel 120. Okay, thanks everybody for your patience while we figure all of this out. So let's start with Sharon Isles, please.
I submitted a couple photos, if they could just be brought up, please. Can they be shown side by side, by any chance? Okay, that'll work. Good day, Mayor and Council. I stand before you today in opposition to blanket rezoning. My name is Sharon Isles. The biggest and most immediate impact on housing availability and affordability in Calgary would be to ban short-term rental properties. Short-term rentals converted into long-term rentals or sold for owner occupancy would put families into homes right away. As a Bowness Ward 1 resident, our neighborhood is changing at warp speed. Because of RCG and HGO zoning, my 76-year-old house has transitioned from a first-time home buyer's or downsizer's home to a teardown. Corner lots are now selling for $700,000 to $800,000. Developers are door knocking with cash offers, $650,000 for my 725 square foot. With these costs, developers will be aiming to maximize their build out and maximize their profit. Developers are eating up small starter homes. Let's be honest, there's no guarantee of affordability, only an easier path for developers to capitalize on profit. On density, while the City of Calgary and developers, in response to my letters, have told us that RCG is low density at 4 units, that is disingenuous. It is actually mid-density in disguise. 4 primary, 4 secondary, and 4 backyard suites. That's up to 12 families for all who are counting. And let's not forget HGO, with present offerings of 14 units on a mid-block single-family lot. Referring to the photo, now if you can bring the second one up. This photo shows MC1 contextual low profile. There is nothing contextual about a 13-meter building with 5 units overlooking the bungalow next door. The same is occurring with RCG units at 11 meters high. Sunlight blocking increases heating costs and possible detrimental mental health effects to neighbors. Notice there is no longer any trees on that site. Reducing mature tree canopy increases that new building's use of air conditioning in the summer, and what happens when there's almost nothing to absorb rainwater. In response to citizens' concerns, I have read over and over again, developers merely state, this zone allows. That response doesn't actually address concerns, it just steps around them. On parking, let me highlight, not all neighborhoods are a standard grid design and therefore are many unique intersections. The normal planning process needs to evaluate emergency vehicle egress and access in these areas. Blanket rezoning may create a host of potential problems that could cost lives. Area redevelopment plans adopted and updated in recent years are currently being ignored. For example, retain and enhance low-density residential character, new infills of similar density and form, provide an attractive residential environment with adequate parking, carefully evaluate for adjacent rear yard privacy problems where building height and other setback differences contribute to overlooking of neighbors' backyards. Existing mature vegetation should be maintained. 14 units on a single-family lot is not low density. 32 units on 3 lots is not low density. These are both active applications with front row and back row buildings. Front row and back row buildings are not contextual with either a single-family bungalow or a duplex next door. Contextual in nature is straight up being dismissed and ignored. We're dealing with inadequate and declining green space for inner families' enjoyment. Shading and sunlight blocking affecting vegetable gardens and homeowners' mental health and well-being, increasing heating costs. Reduction of mature tree canopy, increasing water usage and air conditioning costs. Lack of seats available in nearby schools. And for me personally, we chose a small house on a single-family lot to get away from everyone's Wi-Fi connections. EMF compromises my health and recovery from a lifelong illness. I urge the City of Calgary to carefully consider citizens' concerns. New projects should complement the existing neighborhood and provide adequate parking. We must prioritize well-being with ample family yard space for enjoyment by new residents and at least 1 parking spot per unit. For affordable housing, look first to short-term rentals, then to city lands and vacant mobile home parks, then to densification near LRT. All 3 levels of government need to come together to focus on separate social housing initiatives that specifically address those who have spoken representing the underhoused. Please listen to your constituents and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Ryan Phillips, please.
Good day, councillors, mayor. I represent myself and I live in Bowness, so I'll just read you what I've composed. You have made it so Calgarians have little time to consider this life-altering proposed amendment to the zoning laws. Life-altering because people's lives are literally invested in their homes and property. Part of that investment is based on the existing zoning laws. When a person invests money in a GIC at 5%, and a year later the bank changes the rules and lowers it to 2.5, is that a betrayal by the bank? You are using crisis, housing, and affordability to legitimize what ordinarily and under normal circumstances would not be considered. Decisions made in crisis generally aren't good ones and have a real potential of being poorly thought through. Act in haste, repent at leisure. After 3 years of COVID, people are fatigued by crisis. In a recent article, Councillor Corral was quoted saying, "Let's not be naive. This is something we've been working on for years." So why the use of crisis if you've been working on this for years? And why are you leaving it to the 11th hour to make this decision? Or has the decision already been made? And, okay. I actually think developers buying up homes that would otherwise be bought by everyday citizens is adding to increased house prices due to lack of supply. It's also forcing people who want to buy in order to escape ever-increasing rent hikes to keep on paying high rents. I met a woman in Bowness whose friends, their rent went up by $1,000, and so they decided to buy in Bowness. 20 homes they bid on, 20 homes they were outbid on by developers. Okay, so who's benefiting? In truth, I suspect this may be a power grab by the city to relieve property owners of their existing rights. Those rights are upheld by existing zoning laws. Take away people's power, increase the city's power. I speculate the city has been wanting to remove existing zoning laws for quite some time, as people's rights are such an inconvenience for their agenda. Here's the perfect time to bring about those changes. A thought. City fails on its duties to uphold existing zoning laws. Homeowners stop paying property taxes. As a contractor, if I fail on a job, firstly, I may be liable. Second, I'm not getting paid. For too long now, governments, including yourselves, have been unaccountable. I'm not going to ask you to do your job. A number of people I've spoken to believe 8 of you are going to vote in a certain manner, no matter what your constituents say. So what's the point? A display of democracy, keyword display. The fact developers have bought up Lord knows how many properties perhaps indicates this is a done deal. That's all I got.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Reg Anderson, please.
My name is Reg Anderson, and I live in Ward 1 and speak for myself, my family, our neighbors, and friends. I also speak on behalf of Ward 8, where we have and manage a 16-unit apartment that was built in 1950 that's still running below average rentals. This proposed blanket rezoning is an iceberg, has flipped over, and is fracturing the community. You are clearly here now for the normally silent. You're hearing now for the normally silent majority against this proposal. The March brochure homeowners received said the city is considering a change in your property zoning. we are well beyond considering. Last year, Council adopted a housing strategy which was not unanimous. It is based on a perceived housing crisis. If you say it over and over and over again, people will start believing it. There is no housing crisis. We have a tight market resulting in low rental vacancy and housing startup challenges. We have been here before. The bubble will burst. Blanket rezoning is a real crisis. The recommendations of the task force was 1,000 more market homes per year, 3,000 more non-market affordable homes a year. There were 6 major recommendations. Blanket zoning as presented was not one of them. City admin's very short presentation on Monday was partisan only in favor. Their justification, 87% of homes landlocked for increased density, 160 people moving here a day, average rent climbing 15%, ample of parking spots. They surveyed 150 residents. There's over 200 communities. Now you're starting to hear from 8,000 more people here. Where were the negatives, the disadvantages, the drawbacks? The city admin presentation attempted to address 6 issues. One of them was blanket zoning one of the issues was blanket zoning will lower value of RC houses. Their reply was there's no evidence of this lowering. But to counter that, there's no evidence it won't. Now admin wants to make it much easier for developers to get an approval to dramatically change the landscape of our established communities. Blanket rezoning means all RC1 goes from single detached homes to RCG, and all construction, which allows all construction of row housing, single detached homes, side-by-side homes, duplex homes that may include a secondary suite. And the brochure's fine print. Rezoning will allow property to have both basement suite, backyard suite, and by the way, the requirement for parking space for the backyard suite removed. If blanket rezoning goes through, a developer will not have to apply for a land use. One example, a previously zoned RC1 house is destroyed tragically in a fire in one of the 200 communities. The owner does not want to rebuild, can't afford, collects their insurance, sells it to an eager developer at a lot price, and depending on the lot size, applies to a building side by side or a duplex and throws in a backyard suite. If the developer follows these guidelines, it will be approved. In early March, a motion to have a plebiscite was defeated. Thank you to the 6 councillors that stood up for the wards. Now we need the other councillors to stand up for us. Let the taxpayer decide. Listen to a fellow councillor who said no council campaigned on this mandate for upzoning. February 13th, Calgary Real Estate Board. Blanket rezoning is not the right solution to address Calgary's housing crisis. We oppose this. April 12th, a joint letter from over 40 communities associations urged City Council to vote against the blanket rezoning. April 26th, Calgary Construction Association President Bill Black, though supporting the construction, indicated we don't have the tradespeople in Calgary. You could rezone the whole country, and if you don't have the trades, you're not going to have any impact. I was the 3rd resident in Royal Oak in 1998. Diverse zoning and home choice was already in the communities because it was planned and a buyer knew the zoning designations when they bought in and what they would be. At least we thought what they would be. Whose idea was this? This should be called down zoning, not up zoning. If this is passed by City Council, it will never go back. Never go back. Go to a plebiscite or back to the drawing board, have a series of public hearings, find another way to reduce 6 months of processing applications, bring a less rushed, more collaborative, perhaps a pilot project. The city is good at pilot projects. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Erin Gibson, please.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Erin Gibson, and I would like to join the majority of concerned Calgarians in urging Council to reject blanket upzoning. As voiced by hundreds before me, I am in support of well-planned densification, but specifically against blanket upzoning. Calgarians are keen to know the why behind the important issues affecting them, including blanket rezoning. So instead of focusing on the points and suggestions that have already been so well laid out throughout previous panels, I would like to focus on a large proponent of why today. There is a simple phrase that carries the weight of countless failed societies on its back, yet still motivates many great men to make radical decisions today. And it's a phrase many of you will be familiar with or have heard before. That phrase is order out of chaos. You see, chaotic moments are welcome opportunities for the elites to gain power and control while weakening the masses and causing them to suffer. Let's take a look at the 3 simple steps that are taken to achieve the goal of creating order out of chaos. Step 1, manufacture or use a naturally occurring event to cause chaos and panic. Step 2, a solution surfaces, often introduced by the very same people who created the original issue, that also advances the agenda of the elites. Step 3, society changes without resistance. We have seen this exact formula being used in regard to blanket upzoning in Calgary, but also on a broader scale across Canada and across the West. Almost as if we're being targeted, but I digress. Let's break it down. Step 1, create a housing crisis, which causes chaos and panic. Step 2, the same people who had a hand in creating the housing crisis offer a solution, aka blanket rezoning, which just so happens to advance us towards Agenda 2030 and 15-minute cities, aka the agenda of the elites. Step 3, indoctrinate impressionable young people through the education system so they accept the idea without resistance and even support it. It's obvious the order out of chaos method is being used to gain more power and control, but I'd like to talk about number 3, society changing without resistance, a little bit more in depth. I don't mean to pick on the young people, but we need to discuss why they are so willing to accept radical change without resistance. I've been watching the hearings, and one university student said the quiet part out loud when he said the collective comes before the individual. However, I disagree. The collective is made up of individuals. Therefore, it's my opinion that if each individual is thriving, in turn, it creates a thriving collective. By switching the order, we are effectively creating chaos, not stability. I heard many of the young people who presented and were in support of blanket rezoning using a particular line over and over, almost to ad nauseum. Blanket upzoning isn't the silver bullet, but ... I found that interesting, as in many cases they don't know one another yet are regurgitating the same talking points. In some cases word for word, almost as if they've been coached. They have, but it goes deeper than that. It was Vladimir Lenin who said, "Give me just one generation of youth and I'll transform the whole world." It is not coincidence the youth are coming out of educational institutions espousing century-old ideologies that are not their own. This is careful, calculated planning within educational facilities to create a hive mentality where young people come out of university or college loyal to the state, even above their own individual rights. In many cases, even loyal to the state or the cause above their own families. I know many families that feel as though they were mourning the loss of their child because they changed so radically after attending a higher education facility. I bring this up because part of that indoctrination process is teaching young people that wanting private property is selfish. How many times have we heard that, specifically from college-aged and young adults throughout these hearings? Play the hearings back with that in mind and you'll start to recognize the pattern if you don't see it already. Karl Marx said the theory of communism can be summed up in a single sentence: abolition of private property. Do you see the conditioning that is taking place here and how it leads to the acceptance of radical change without resistance? In other words, order out of chaos, which only leads to one place: totalitarianism. I believe that blanket upzoning is a stepping stone to universal housing, and I believe some councillors in this room don't think that's such a bad idea because they themselves espouse Marxist ideology. I also believe that's the reason they voted against taking this matter to a plebiscite. They want the power. They do not want that power or the decision in the hands of the people. The most dangerous words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." May I remind our councillors that absolute power corrupts absolutely, and that the man who least desires power is the one who should wield it. With great power comes great responsibility, and whether you believe in him or not, there is a God that sees you, and he will hold you accountable for your actions, whether in this life or the next. Are you loyal to God or the state? Vote no to blanket upzoning, and always remember that good intentions often pave the way to communism. Communism was illegal at one time in Canada, and I think we are all beginning to see why. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Paul Augustin, please.
My name is Paul Augustine. Our family has lived in Calgary for 39 years. I am opposed to the unproven concept of blanket rezoning. I am in favor of higher density being transitioned across communities. From the presentations, I can sense the discouragement of those needing more housing, affordable housing. I can better understand the need for suitable housing for those in social crises. I can feel the frustration of existing homeowners not being invited as a major stakeholder to weigh in on different housing strategies that affect their quality of life. The built-up demand for housing has far exceeded the capacity of home builders to supply housing. Not surprising, the cost of housing and renting has soared. The federal government is now conceding too much population growth is contributing to the housing shortage, the crisis, and will be reducing immigration. Reducing population growth is a good step towards reducing the current demand to ease the housing shortage. The City of Calgary is now in a precarious position. We need to move on with well thought out decisions to get us through the chaos of a housing shortage that will likely last a number of years. We need decisions that do not divide but rather foster Calgarians working together. If we all work together as a team, our housing decisions will be more strategic, streamlined, and balanced to sustain a well-planned city for today and the future. I support many of the housing alternative solutions that have been proposed. The main goal of rezoning is to provide higher density housing in communities for more housing affordability and availability. What type of housing do we need in our communities for a fast-growing city of 2.5 to 3 million people in 30 to 50 years? There will be a demand for all types of housing, including detached homes, whether in greenfield development or established communities. In many of the established communities, most of the detached homes will continue to be very functional for the next 40 to 50 years, especially with energy efficiency upgrades and modest renovations. Aging infrastructure in these areas may not be in as poor condition as some studies suggest, nor as expensive to maintain. Blanket rezoning could remove a large stock of detached houses well before their end of life. We need to think carefully how many of these homes are sacrificed for higher density housing. Tearing down buildings and replacing with new materials and construction activities can be much more carbon intensive than keeping buildings in place and locating in new construction in less costly greenfield areas. What does transitional density in established communities look like? Higher density to lower density is transitioned across the community similar to newer greenfield developments. Designate portions of higher density housing around transit nodes and corridors. Prioritize changes in land use zoning in these areas to expedite higher density housing in these areas first. Designate portions of intermediate density between the higher and lower density areas. This would allow for semi-detached and detached housing. Maximum lot coverage would be maintained at 45%, and maybe 11 meters maximum heights depending on contextual, allowing only a maximum of 2 semi-detached homes even if the lot size is larger than 50 feet wide. Thirdly, maintain larger portions of lower densities RC1 areas. That means maintain lot coverage at 45% maximum with 10 meters maximum heights. This still allows for more density with secondary suites and possibly backyard suites. This also provides more certainty for potential homeowners to make expensive investments to replace older homes with new detached homes, as well as existing homeowners to make expensive renovations to their homes, knowing that their house values will not be quickly diminished by new adjacent higher density housing a few years later. Why do parking requirements need to be reasonable? The low parking requirements of 0.5 stalls per unit does not make sense, and there are no parking studies available to justify such unsupported recommendations. How can local area planning be utilized? LEPs have been a key component in city planning for community growth and redevelopment over the past number of years. Fully involve and listen to the community in the LEP process to ensure redevelopment is done in ways that are sensitive to the needs of the community and the greater communities. Expedite LEPs to be 2 years rather than 3 or 4 years. Involve community associations. Yes, they want to be full partners, and they can help you with streamline this public hearing process to make it less streamlined
Appreciate
and,
your presentation. We're
less
just
needed.
at time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to questions of this panel if there are any, and I don't see any. So thank you all very much for joining us today. We appreciate your time. I'm going to form the next panel. We will go with Meibu Kwan, please. You can come on up to the front. Naren Carr, are you still on the phone?
Yes, I am. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please stay on there. I'll let you know when it's your turn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have David Colborn? Hi, you can come on up as well. Do we have Philip Harding? Philip Harding? Okay, I'm just going to clarify. I saw somebody put up their hand when I asked for Philip Harding. I think it was just an involuntary reaction. Okay. How about Chris Davis? Come on up, please. And do we have Paul Lennon? How about Pauline Wallace? Hi, you can come on up as well. Okay, so the order of this panel will be Meibu Kwan, Naren Carr, David Colborn, Chris Davis, and then Pauline Wallace. Meibu, you can lead us off, please.
Hello, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Meibu Kwan. I reside in Ward 7, Crescent Heights. I represent myself, my parents, and grandparents who worked tireless before me. My grandfather came to Canada when he was 11 years old in 1922. He worked hard towards achieving what every man wants for his future generations. He was not permitted to purchase land until the mid-50s. I do not consent to the carpet bombing blanket rezoning agenda that has affected municipalities across Canada. I do not consent to the globalist UN Agenda 2030, and there's an Agenda 2050 that has been attempting to social engineer citizens. We carry on despite the constant roadblocks created by governmental bureaucracies and their unaccountable consultants. Too many rules, regulations, laws, and bylaws, beginning with the Chinese head tax and now the 67% capital gains tax by Justin's liberal gang. The push to blanket rezoning due to the lack of housing started way before the strategic influx of recent immigrants into our country. I lived in my grandfather's home along with 24 other family members. The house was made up of 2 apartments. My room was the upstairs kitchen, stacked with bunk beds. I lived in Toronto in the 80s, I lived in Manhattan in the 90s, and I built a house and home in the 2000s. I chose Calgary to live in due to the vast green space in a large city without the metropolis feel of a pack and stack environment. I have empathy for homeowners that have put so much effort and years into their house, the home they imagine to retire in. I've listened closely to both sides of the discussion and hope that Council will also make a decision with their hearts and allow Calgarians a plebiscite. The only reason we have elections in democratic society is to appoint a group of people to serve us, the majority of the people, to do what is best for us and what we need and want for a beautiful, peaceful life while creating prosperity and abundance for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Naren Carr, please.
Hello. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for having me to speak with you today. My name is Naren Carr. I live with my family in Queensland. That's your Ward 14. I am also an international tax auditor, so my recommendations today are informed by my personal and professional experience. So the plan to allow blanket upzoning will attract foreign investors. Investors have money and look for opportunities like these. Vancouver homes are no longer affordable to families because of the number of foreign investors who have bought into the Vancouver residential market. Vancouver is now taking measures to try to limit foreign investors buying homes, but it's too little, too late. Unlike Calgarian families who sell their homes in their lifetimes and at various milestones, foreign investors have no need to ever sell the home and can keep it into perpetuity, making Calgarians renters forever. Once a foreign investor tears down a family home to replace it with a multi-unit, it will never be affordable to an average family again. In this case, even if sold, it will only be another investor that could afford it. Look at duplexes on the market currently. They are sold at a much higher rate because of the investment potential. Investors will not consider the community or whether multiple families can actually be happy on the property. They will prioritize profit. The care that families and planners have shown in establishing our residential neighborhoods can be undone faster than you can imagine with just this decision. I do not believe it is our responsibility to create living spaces in excess of what the city can bear. In fact, the limits of our city infrastructure, hospitals, schools, job market, housing market are all factors which reasonably restrict our growth. Even with this reckless abandonment of prudent residential planning, you will still have the limits of all the other services I mentioned. Our city planners should keep control over foreign investment by establishing limits to how many upzoning requests they accept from foreign investors. You can look at Banff as an example of good stewardship. As a World Heritage Site, many would want to buy there, but the city does not allow people to move there without a job. In this way, they ensure that the homes are owned and lived in by those in the community. Please do not implement blanket upzoning and be thoughtful about rebuild and secondary suite requests to manage the percentage of locally owned homes to investor-owned homes. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to David Colborne, please.
Good afternoon, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Name is David. I'm 68 years of age. I've owned residential property in Calgary since January 1st, 1980, continuously for 44 years. I own residential property in Altadore and Glendale, which myself and my wife Dana have been renting out to young people. We currently live in Glendale since 1987, Grove Hill Road. Of course, always paid our property taxes on time and so on. As far as the proposed blanket rezoning, it should be put to a plebiscite vote by the property owners in the City of Calgary and not directed by the City of Calgary Council. The residential property owners who are directly and most significantly affected by the impact of the proposed blanket rezoning should decide by direct plebiscite vote and not by the City of Calgary Council, who are only elected for a short period of time. A plebiscite vote in Calgary has been used approximately 50 or more times in the last 112 years for and to decide on the acceptability of daylight savings time, fluoridation of drinking water, boundaries of infrastructure, libraries, swimming pools, locations of churches, hosting the Olympics, all of which, in my mind, are far less important, trivial compared to the long-lasting negative impact of the proposed blanket rezoning on the landscape, environment, and the people in Calgary and the quality of life. Now, I came across an article that my wife had presented to me, City of Council, Calgary Council, City of Council, opposition to blanket upzoning, March 29th. Dear Mayor Gondek and City Councillors, this proposal to blanket upzone the entire city is a significant change to current planning policies and patterns of development density can benefit the city and communities if it is well planned. However, blanket upzoning creates density without regard for community context. Housing choices already exist in Calgary. What is missing is deeply affordable non-market housing options. Blanket upzoning will not supply this. We respectfully request the creation of evidence-based policies tailored to address Calgary's specific needs and challenges that are co-designed with Calgarians. We, the undersigned communities, urge you to vote against blanket upzoning at the public hearing scheduled for April 22nd, 2024. This has been signed on to by 41, if not 42, presidents of their respective communities, and they're all listed there. There was a presenter earlier today that referred to it. I am a proponent of densification. I am opposed to urban sprawl. Always have been, being raised in Elbow Park, getting a chance to tour up the Elbow River. I come from a blue-collar family. My father came off the farm and raised with 10 siblings, 6 brothers, 4 sisters. Our 3-story home on Elbow Drive, 3403, was per capita square feet is 400 people per square feet times 13 people. Adequately lived there. Elbow Park at the time was totally inner city. You had interaction with people out of Victoria Park, displacement of people in downtown Calgary by way of the high rises, which is fundamental and normal to an inner city. I'm digressing from my written report at the time. But what we did have, and back to it, densification should have been mandated 60 years ago, right up to the present time. Our footprint would be like it was then, and we could have built up. So just because you have land, and that's what has created urban sprawl, basically a totally failed experiment down on the west coast of California, where I've been a number of times, you end up with 16 lanes of traffic, and they're all parked. So the urban sprawl that we have created, and now we have RCG out there, it's against sort of my way of thinking, but that's where your densification should be taking place. We bought an Altador because I was able to walk, ride a bike, or cross-country ski to downtown, where I worked for several oil companies from 1977 till 2009 when I chose to retire. The fact of the matter is we've not made Calgary the least bit walkable, the least bit rideable. Now on to the next part before I forget. We need to densify. Start with no more annexation of any land adjacent to the Calgary city limits, freeze it for the next 50 years. We all have had the experience of how development has worked. The end of City of Calgary going south was Anderson Road when I was like 10 years of age. To the west, Forest Lawn was being annexed. To the west, Bowness. To the east, Forest Lawn. To the north, you had the municipal airport of the city of Calgary, and that was the end of Calgary.
Thank you, Mr. Colborne.
Sorry?
You're just at 5 minutes, so thank you.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
For your presentation.
Is it 5 minutes is up already?
Yep.
Oh, well,
Goes by just like
I
that.
hope I get asked a few questions. All right.
All right, well, if you could have a
Sounds
seat,
good.
I'll let you know if anybody has questions for you. Thank you. Let's go to Chris Davis, please.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. I have a short video. It's 10 seconds short of 5 minutes, so I have a chance to close it out when it's done. And I will start by saying I want to thank all of you for this long process and for your public service, and look forward to any questions you might have when it's appropriate. 2000. And now we're the new poster community for the City of Calgary's south of the Bow River RCG published rezoning. We live in North Glenmore Park, which is a community much like most every residential community in Calgary built between 1945 and 2000. And now we're the new poster community for the City of Calgary's south of the Bow River RCG published rezoning for housing self-guided walking tour. There's a third precinct north of 54th Avenue where we have a new Timmy's on Crowchild Trail, and south of 50th, where you can see community almost evenly split between the RC1 singles and the RC2 semis. And now about 15 or more new row house and townhouse developments, and recognition by the city in their self-published RCG self-guided walking tour.
So we're on 52nd Avenue, which is a pretty typical street in the north part of the community that has a lot of mixed use, a blend of RC1 and RC2, and you'll see in a street like this the old original 1950s housing combined with new single detached and semi-detached. A nice gentle transition for the community and lots of reinvestment. This kind of contextually respectful redevelopment is something that we really aspire to, and I think we've done a good job on it so far.
Let's go talk with Alyssa, a North Glenmore Park resident who is living next to a new RCG townhouse that's currently under construction. On this block, you see uniformity, where setbacks and built forms are similar. Such contextual respect minimizes issues like overlooking, building massing, invasion of privacy, and shading. But when you look over at this new RCG townhouse that's underway, there are some noticeable differences given the age of the community. And being in the middle of the block, it magnifies the contextual challenges faced by the current residents. If there was ever an example of what used to commonly be called spot zoning or blockbusting, this is it.
So this RCG townhouse that's currently well under construction, when did you first find out about this type of use and what they plan to build, and how did you feel about it at that time?
That's a good question. We found out about this build in the summer of 2022, and we really only found out what it entailed at a meeting the developer had set up in the community, and we were quite opposed to the design.
And did you feel you had a say in what you're seeing being built today?
In all honesty, we feel like we've had zero say, absolutely no influence on this whatsoever.
What do you think you'll do now with your home, given the 8 dwelling units that are soon to be completed?
This is an investment. We've put a lot of upkeep in this property. We do not plan on selling it for land value, and so we will be here for a very long time. I anticipate next door to have, there'll be a lot of increased traffic. There's no parking. There's a lot of parking restrictions around here, so there's only 50th Avenue, so the volume will increase there. The back alley is narrow, gravel lane, and it is currently very muddy, and I suspect there'll be more traffic there as well. And really, it's tough to say, you know, what the behaviors will be like, because I don't know who's going to live there.
So you've got a courtyard that's going in next door to you. That could be good. You could have some fun neighbors, but it could be something different.
Yeah, that courtyard is actually really interesting because from my kitchen window, I can see directly in there, and even with a 6-foot fence, I'll still be able to see in there. And conversely, the second-story windows can see into my bedroom. So we'll have to see what they do with that. And I actually have a concern. I'm not sure about the drainage in that courtyard because it's very, very low grade compared to the properties on either side.
So overall, how do you feel in the use and enjoyment of your own property now with this new development next door?
I mean, this development is just really overbearing. It is not a sensitive infill.
Thanks very much. I really appreciate your meeting with us today.
Thank you, Chris.
City planning staff advised that despite the massing, the forward thrust of the first building, the intrusion of stairs and concrete entrances into the 3-meter front setback, the almost 1.2-meter drop at the property line, and the need for a safety guard or rail, there were no relaxations needed for this development. They characterize this as a contextual development that sensitively responds to the adjacent existing bungalows. If this is the future of mid-block RCG, how is this sensitive or appropriate to existing mature communities like North Glenmore? We leave you with this question. If you were the owner of this new single detached RC1 home, as shown on the left, would you have made the same investment had you known the rules were about to change from RC1 to RCG shortly after completion of your home? If approved, how will blanket upzoning affect investment decisions going forward? We live in North Glenmore Park, which is a community much like... Thank you for allowing me to present that, and I would like to say that the neighbor also made a submission. You'll find her pictures and submission in attachment 48, pages 192 to 200, and I think it speaks volumes as to her own experience. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Pauline Wallace, please.
My name is Pauline Wallace. Mayor and Council, thank you for hearing me today. While I do support a measure of upzoning for densification, I'm strongly opposed to this proposal as it stands. It lacks any real community consultation. That alone deserves a no vote. Blanket rezoning is not metered and measured. The proposal is also void of any protections around externalities that rezoning creates. Changes in land use affect our definition and experience of private property. With new height and depth allowances, air rights suddenly come into play, as do rights to light, access to privacy, impacts on health indicators. It is the role of government to assure that these issues are recognized, considered, and forced into the marketplace. This is often done through bylaws. Bylaws must be adjusted and created to address externalities before and not after rezoning. Only then can we hope to provide communities with the framework to grow and share space together successfully and well, and not in conflict. Without these protections, we are generating a culture of extraction. Quality of life for some will come at the expense of quality of life of others, rather than a win-win solution. Institutional capital and investors are circling, in part because of the very lack of new bylaws. The proposal is too much in their favor. As trees are a key concern raised in this hearing, and they're close to my heart, my daughter's name is Sequoia, I am going to use a 30-year-old reaping birch tree in my backyard as an example. My husband, daughter, and I live in a 1977 four-level split in Deer Run in the southeast in Ward 14. We've been there for 22 years. We intentionally chose an established neighborhood in part because of the mature trees. You can replace a kitchen, but you can't force a tree to grow. One of my inherited trees is the said weeping birch. It sits 10 feet inside my property line. The tree is a valuable private property asset. It's an asset shared and enjoyed by my neighbors. It's part of our diminishing green infrastructure, and it's also a benefit to the community and city. And we've been good stewards of it. While we keep the branches professionally pruned to tip away from the property line, its roots must extend well into my neighbor's yard, where they mingle and share resources with the mature trees there. The tree has been safe. Rezoning instantly puts it at genuine new risk, and it needs new protections. Digging for basements or new infrastructure for one of these 8 to 12 living unit new builds would kill the birch. Reduced sunlight would also contribute to its demise. Changes in only select parts of the land use bylaw ensure undue harm to private trees. I am grateful to Councillors DeWong and Chabot for pursuing a private tree protection plan like they have in many other cities. It should be in place before and not after any rezoning. Our trees need a stay of execution if we are to have any hope of meeting canopy growth targets. Replacing a tree is not conservation. Drought and climate change are already making it very difficult for new trees to survive. There's an entire strip along Canyon Meadows Drive between Bow Bottom Drive and almost to McLeod that was replanted. Every single one of those trees is dead because our current policies don't work. We can do better. Right to light is another example. Deer Run, as most neighborhoods, were designed with access to sunlight inside and out for each home. Access to abundant sunshine is not just another reason we chose our home, but it's one of the reasons we actually moved to Calgary. The gloom of Vancouver winter had me in a state of depression. With the new setbacks, allowed height and depths, a new build next door to me would literally block out my light, especially in winter months. As we understand the health benefits of sunlight, some psychologists are even beginning to consider access to light as a human right. Rezoning, again, transfers what was once common law access into private hands. We need right to light regulations. In the land use, we need right to light regulations in the land use that go beyond suggestions. There are formulas available to achieve this. Finally, I've been repeatedly told that there is room to contest or have input into a build at the permitting process. However, without new bylaws to protect us, the process is toothless and inequitably skewed towards developers. As it stands, blanket rezoning messages as a land grab. Scrap it or rework it to include true costs and externalities. Involve community associations, create bylaws to protect what is being made vulnerable, and to encourage equitable development. In this way, I believe we will build trust and help create neighborhoods that are livable, viable, and thriving. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to questions of this panel, starting with Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Goldman, yes, please, Mr. Goldman, please. Sorry, I caught off guard as you're moving so fast. Thank you for your presentation. One of the things I was unaware of, and I think I heard you mention that there was an earlier chance the city had for rezoning.
Go ahead. You have to speak up a little bit.
I'm sorry. I think you mentioned in your presentation that the city had an earlier chance to work with upzoning across the city and did not take advantage of it.
Yes.
Could you tell me a bit more about that? I'm not sure I'm aware of it.
Well, I don't know so much about the word using upzoning, but and I'm glad you asked me a question. I kind of skipped a part of my presentation, which draws into question the lack of development that still has never taken place on the Westbrook LRT, garbage dump. So that particular area, if we're concerned about densification right next to a LRT station for transport, there should be several 20 to 30 story high rises. And if it even has to be a public-based project, we seem to have no appetite as both a city and a province of tapping into public funds to hand to developers to be able to build, we could say the arena, but let's talk about housing. there's this overarching concern about housing. There's so much vacant land that the City of Calgary owns, not the least of which is that particular LRT area. That could be 20 and 30-story high-rises. If you look just to the north across Bow Trail, you'll see two 20 to 30-story high-rise apartment blocks that are just west of the Shaganappi-Bow Trail intersection. Those, a number of residents like myself, were quite opposed to 25 years ago because contextually, they belong in downtown Calgary. Those two huge apartment blocks had no business being there. Now that those are there, why don't we accommodate that with a housing shortage with a whole bunch of complexes either built privately or done something, by the city. We could also make a case now with the whole rezoning along the south boundary of Bow Trail all the way down in towards downtown Calgary, where those are now 4 and 6 story high complexes. Those also, because they're not going to be causing a big bunch of problem, they're right on a front street, those should all be zoned for 10 stories. One, because I live right in Glendale, right on the east side between 37th Street, so if you go to 26th Avenue Southwest, and an entire city block on the east side of 37th Street between 26th Avenue Southwest and heading south, they knocked all those wonderful bungalows that might have been rentals at the time. That's how development works. You buy them up. Those, I don't know what is because I haven't dug into the applications. All of those should be nothing less than 8 or 10 stories high, because what we're talking about here is densification. And so I really get confused when I see all the City of Calgary owned property that they could be using to provide 50, 60, 70,000 residential units. And then you could have a rental ceiling. I've had our own ceilings because we want people in our rental houses that are contributing to society. So we rent out well below the market, and they're quite respectable. We've always, we've had maybe the odd issue. But the thing is, this idea, and let's revisit something in downtown Calgary. We had an experience with COVID. Prior to that, you had another one of the ups and downs of the oil and gas cycle. Every time there's a down, they want to get into the public purse. Every time there's an up cycle, it's stay out of our way. Half of downtown, even if those apartment buildings need to be retrofitted, they should be retrofitted at the expense solely of the people that own the property, not subsidized by the taxpayer, and then they should also be equipped with some kind of a rent ceiling. Because where this thing is going in Canada, and there's been a lot of good presentations here, much better than mine, is that the money, like every single business says, it has wings. Well, what's happening is you've got such an influx of capital into Canada, starts out in Montreal, Vancouver, started 45, 6 decades ago. Now the concentration of it is what you've got developers. I think they had a head start here, because in my community, they started buying these bungalows for 30% more than what anybody would ever sell them for. Then they knocked them all down. Then they're sitting with holes in the ground because this pushback against upzoning is taking place. So that's just seems to be an absolute fact of how that is taking place. And with respect to, again, densification, my part that I was saying, it was a bit hypocritical, is that, let's go densify them where it already is RCG. These communities that I've owned property in since 1987, the infrastructure impact in Altadore, and we've been in Glendale since '87, it's almost every month. I mean, you can't drive down a road in Altadore that hasn't been torn up. You got duplexes, because this is 2 lots that we have. You got duplexes tapping into the, the main sewer lines. The roads are almost impassable, and nobody's actually doing anything about this. And so let's do something and look at things like Bankview. Look at things where these have all been R2. When I bought it in Altadore, that was R2 in 1980. That's a duplex community. That whole stuff should be 4, 6, 8 stories high. If you're going to do this, let's do it in a proper fashion. That's all.
Thank you for your passion for this topic.
Well,
appreciate the ideas. Very recently, the city reacquired the Ernest Manning site, so we're going to be in business there hopefully sooner rather than later. It just took a little bit longer than we'd hoped. Some of the other sites are under active consideration, and in previous careers, I've worked on several of the LRT sites that are available to us on the Blue Line, and lots of energy is going into seeing those sites acquire significantly more density and put up those 10 and 20-story buildings.
Well, that's what we should have. Thank you.
In fact, the Community Association from Westgate was in this room not so many hours ago, and we were chatting about that very site, and there's all sorts of rumors on the street right now about its future.
Councillor Footmans, is there a question?
And Crown Park is another example.
Question there?
I mean, Crown Park, remember Crown Park by
then
Shaganappy?
perhaps
They
you
got
can tell
bulldozed down. It was a bunch of old folks' homes. And I don't say that they got all displaced, but now you've got this huge area that they're building only, 4 and 6-story highs. It makes no sense. You're right next to Bow Trail. You're right within walking distance to an LRT.
Thank you, Mr. Colburn.
Very good. Thank you for your time. Sorry for being so long-winded. I don't look very good, and I hear even worse, according to my wife.
Is that it for you, Councillor Footmans?
That's it, thank you.
Okay, let's go to Councillor Chu, please.
Thank you, Worship. My question will be for Mr. Davies, please. Thank you and everyone in the public for being here today, the marathon. My question, I got a couple of questions for you. First one is, the infill building you show in your video, is it completed now? It looks like some time ago you filmed the video. What made you single this development out?
Thank you, Councillor. It's a good question. It's still underway. The developer was interviewed last week and indicated that that these mid-block type of buildings, and I always assumed it was a townhouse. The distinction being row houses are corner lot, and townhouse is everything that's not a row house by definition. This was approved as uniquely, and I've not experienced it before, it was approved as 2 semi-detached buildings because you amended the land use bylaw a few years ago so that you no longer are restricting lots to 1 building only. You can now have 2. So this was done as 2 buildings, and the developers indicated that this is still a work in progress, that the rules aren't fully baked. And that's probably why we singled this out. It was the first mid-block in our community. We've been very, I think, receptive to corner lot, and hence the city walking tour right through our community in South Richmond, or South Altadore. We've seen some good developments. Most of them are what you would call RCGX. They don't have secondaries. We do have some that are RCG with secondaries. This was our first mid-block, and we went to meetings with the developer, their consultants. There was good engagement. They had a first-class team working on this. I don't think they knew, and I don't think we knew at those early engagements how much it would push the envelope. And so it's just so out of context. The 3-meter minimum setback, it just seems to be that we've set ourselves up for failure. I look at MCG, which has been around, so multi-residential, contextual, grade-oriented. Similar, you see a lot of MCG in the Killarney community near the swimming pool. Good transitional zone from 17th Avenue south to more dense developments. Way more rules about contextual respect. Much more clarity about what you do when you measure based on the adjacent housing. You don't see that in the RCG. And I appreciate that the planning staff have said, Chris, it's contextual. Yes, it is, under the current rules, but you folks get to define the rules. And the rules right now are so generous that I think that's why the community has become concerned, because we don't know what we're going to be seeing, and I don't think the developers know yet exactly what they're going to be building. So that's why I focused on that development.
Okay, thank you. And that doesn't look like RCG to me. Like, is that 2 in the front, 2 in the back?
Yes.
Not counting the basement.
It was redesignated
by this council about 18 months ago for RCG, and it's 2 units in the front with 2 suites. So there's 4 in the front and 4 in the back. And what you didn't see in the video were the garages. So they'll have 4 on-site parking stalls, and I think they've got 4 lockers as well for bicycles and for the other users.
Gotcha. And here's my second question. Can you provide any further information, or have there been any notable changes since you did this video?
Well, yes, and again, thank you. 50th Avenue is probably a corridor that, if we're going to densify, it makes sense. At one time, it was going to be a cross-city connector. The decision was made by council in the late 90s to change the configuration at Mount Royal College University. And although the city still retains all the land necessary for a 50th Avenue corridor. So that's an important roadway. Our Community Association Development Committee supported RCG row housing on corner lots along the bus routes. We have Route 7 and 13, and along 54th Avenue, where we just got a new Tim Hortons. That's also a collector road. Those are the ones we said, let's work on those. We've probably got 26 corner sites that would be susceptible or have potential for row housing. Now, it's not ideal, and if I was right next door to one, I think I would have some concerns, but that's the built form that I think we've come to understand. I think there is a difference between RCG and RCGX, and what we have seen, though, is that notwithstanding our community saying we support these, pretty much every application has gone through, and it's problematic. Right across from Central High School, there's no parking. Right on 19th, adjacent to North Glenmore Athletic Park, no parking. Our house, we're on a cycle track, no parking. So some of these sites, especially as you get closer to 50th and 20th Street, very challenging. And I guess that's where we go in all this, is the blanket approach just doesn't respond to the local context. The communities, the LAP process, if we can get more granular in what we're looking at and what this council's looking at, then we'll have a better idea about the right places for upzoning and for densification. So I think that's what our community feels. I'm here as on my own and my wife's and my behalf, but I am a volunteer in the community, and I think I have captured some of the community's concerns as well.
Thank you. And from what I have heard, how many, I don't even remember now, the consensus, even people against this, is that the right place for those kind of building forms, I guess.
Sorry.
The right place. I'm just making a statement.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the right place.
Well, that's always the challenge, isn't it?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, just one Pardon me 1 second. I lost my screen here. Ms. Kwan, please. Thank you. My apologies. You closed off by saying that we need to go to a plebiscite, right? Can I just ask a quick question? And if this is personal, don't answer it. Are you a renter?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe renters also want to go to a plebiscite?
Yes.
Yes, and the reason being?
Just who knows what rent is going to be in the next few months or a year. So there has to be some kind of cap, and if somebody buys a house to rent, they're going to want to know the same thing.
Okay. Yeah, the reason I asked is because when we did the plebiscite, I know there's a lot of homeowners, property owners, but what I didn't know is what percentage of renters wanted a plebiscite on this issue.
Like I've owned my own house. I've paid lots of property taxes. In business, we've paid a lot of property taxes and business taxes. So that's why I don't agree with the 67% capital gains. And that's why I started with my grandfather, because they gave us, the pathway to prosperity, and it feels like it's being taken away from us. Like, why rent when you can own and have where you want to live for the next 20, 30 years, instead of moving out and finding somewhere where you could afford to go when you don't even know if it's affordable to go somewhere else.
Right, right. Okay, appreciate that. That was the only question for you. Mr. Davis, please.
And Councillor Wong, before you continue, I would say it's probably not appropriate to ask if someone owns or rents. That's personal information, but I can clarify with legal. I'm a bit concerned that that's asking a personal question, but is it all right to ask if someone's an owner or a renter?
I mean, ultimately, this decision is about the use, not the user, so it's not that relevant.
I'm just concerned about people having to divulge that, so, I mean, I'll leave it to you.
No, appreciate it. I think part of the reason is to be able to qualify a question or answer, that's all. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Davis, thank you for being here. Councillor Chews went down this direction, and you talked quite elaborately about infill guidelines, right? Just a yes or no, are you suggesting that we need to have infill guidelines for RCG?
Can I say yes and elaborate?
You can do whatever you wish.
Well, I'm going to say yes and elaborate. And the elaboration is, I've talked to planning staff. Do the established community infill housing guidelines, most recently updated in 2010, still apply? They started out in the late 70s, early 80s. They've been updated over time. And the answer was, well, they were amended once 1P 2007 came through. I thought they were going to be dispensed with, because you make a new land use bylaw, wouldn't you build in all of the things you want to see in infill development? They weren't, because they provided something that wasn't a land use bylaw, it wasn't a statutory plan, but it gave not only the approving authority and the planners a guide to look to for infill, but it gave the appeal board, the SDAB, also a very useful guide that I've seen it used hundreds of times in appeal situation as a template for what constitutes respectful contextual development. And the planners reminded me that guide still applies. And yet it doesn't seem to be forefront of the planning process. And frankly, I'll say this. I've heard a lot of talk about if we remove the zoning and we speed up the process, the public still has an ability to have a say in the development permit process. And I would say yes, but it's so limited as to almost be non-existent. And I say that because, again, having done hundreds of appeals, I can say, as somebody with some expertise, that the Development Appeal Board has to have something that actually they can review. And council, whether it's you or previous council in 2014, the rules in RCG for both the row house and townhouse built forms are so prescriptive that there's very little one can appeal. So it leaves very limited space for public input. Currently, RCG row house is permitted use, which means if there's no relaxations, there's no appeal. You get your permit as of right. Now that's going to change if you approve this bylaw. I think the planners have said, maybe we went too far. Let's make sure there is an opportunity, but it's I think a hollow opportunity, because if you look at most of the SDAB decisions, again, probably 80% of them, they're not successful, because other than the one single thing that's left is that it's discretionary. So the planner can say, sorry, this isn't contextually respectful. And the planner can turn down these applications, but I'm not seeing that. And I think when the appeal board gets it, they go, but we're following council's direction in the zoning. So I think there's very little left for the public if you remove the land use amendment part of the process.
Okay, you kind of went in a little further. when we talk about infill guidelines in RCG, same sort of question, infill guidelines at HGO. Do you feel we need them there too?
Well, the infill guidelines were intended to apply whenever you were dealing with low density. And if, by definition, HGO and RCG are low density, then the infill guidelines should apply.
Okay. You also touched the differentiation of permitted versus discretionary. Do you think we then need discretionary on both RCG and HGO, row house, townhouse, and HGOs?
Discretionary, in previous councils, back when I worked here, councils didn't want permitted use. They wanted the public to have a say in anything that might be impactful. So discretionary, when it's used and when it is given meaning by the planners, discretion gives people hope that in looking at what is proposed, that it fits in with the community. And unfortunately, we're just not seeing that. And that's the example that I put to council today is probably the most egregious example of something that doesn't contextually fit in.
Okay. It's been suggested we need to bring affordability, and we could do this through efficiencies. If we were to shortcut the public hearing process, it's touted to be 4 or 5 months, down to 2 months, let's say, are we violating the intent of the MGA? In other words, if we told administration, from the time of application, you got to approve it within 2 months, or bring it to council within 2 months, are we violating the MGA?
I'm sorry, just to clarify, Councillor, are you saying that you would still require a land use amendment?
Yes.
Well,
if we put a time limit on approval.
And I'll just say, because I want to be clear, I'm not giving you legal advice. You've got lawyers that will give you legal advice.
Fair enough.
I'm here as a citizen who happens to have a lot of legal experience. So, and I reflect on my friend, Ms. O, and she would say the same thing.
Okay.
So all I can say in response to that is, you folks define the process. You folks define what the turnaround is. You can tighten things up. You are stuck with timelines that are in the MGA and certain expectations for development permit approvals. It's all there. I mean, typically it's extended, but you can tighten it up.
Okay. On the DP side of the equation, you mentioned that that's where the public should have more voice. Do we have enough voice there? And secondly, if you don't think so, how can we improve the voice at the DP stage?
Well, ultimately, of course, the bigger question that's before you is, do we go forward with this, yes or no? The easy answer is to say no. And can we do it better going forward? I thought the Federation of Calgary Communities letter was very thoughtful, and they had a series of recommendations on how we could do it better. We need to find a way to zone the locations that communities and the city can mutually agree to upzoning, and we need to find a way to say there are certain infills that just don't make sense. And so I called it spot zoning. I used another term that I certainly did not intend to be used in that way. I intended it to refer to spot zoning. And it's historically spot zoning was frowned on because the whole notion that we would try and find some kind of formula that would work. And there is a sweet spot. There's a formula that will work. We're just not there yet. We are going to develop. We are going to densify. We're going to evolve. But it's the Jane Jacobs, it's the Jack Lord process. You've got to engage. You've got to listen. It's got to be a mutual process. And I think given what we're going through, we just haven't got there.
Would that sweet spot be that 50-55% lot coverage?
Well, there's a formula now, and it starts, I think, at 50, and it goes up. But let's face it, developers are going to go right to 4 units / 8 units. That's 60%. And you've heard evidence that with the hard landscaping, with the challenges with absorption, like on this site that I showed you, I found it interesting because they've got a big swale in the middle of the courtyard, and I did spot a grate. So they built a dry well, or they're tying into the storm system. But I know they have to manage stormwater in these projects, but there are a lot of challenges because most developers, most owners, between the roofs and the concrete and everything else, all the stormwater is being sent out to the public system, where we got to build bigger dry ponds and do more expensive infrastructure because we're no longer doing what we used to do, which is have 2/3 of the lot absorbing rainwater.
Okay. This last question, I'm going to be treading on territory, and if the chair wants to stop me on it, stop me. But I believe you and your community have been involved in a restricted covenant, and can you offer your opinion? Now, Chair Zeta.
I mean, here's what I'm seeing happening. You're absolutely able to ask questions of presenters, and if you're tapping into Mr. Davis's experiences, that's fine. I would say that if you're seeking legal opinion, then that's what our legal team is for. I'm not exactly sure where you're going with this, so, you know.
Yeah, it's not about a legal opinion. It's about motivation.
Look, respectfully, if I may, Your Worship, I'm not going to give you a legal opinion. I am going to say, based on my experience both here, the private sector, and elsewhere, covenants are a way of life. The city is using them every day for drainage swales, for fences, for architectural controls. They're still valid. And there was a recent case, the Howe's decision, that said you, council, can remove restrictive covenants if you prescribe the zoning so narrowly that it conflicts. So if I say the covenant says 1 or 2 units only, and you say, oh, there can only be 4, in the House decision, the court said, I don't have any choice, the covenant's got to go. But that's not going to happen most of the time. And so the city itself and communities like Britannia, Cambrian Heights, the city used to be the developer of residential. And before we had a fulsome land use bylaw or a zoning bylaw or a development control bylaw, we had covenants. And they're still out there. And up to now, the covenants and the land use bylaw, the zoning and the districting have been hand in glove. What's proposed in the upzoning is to pull the hand out of the glove and to go to a situation where the zoning will no longer be consistent with the covenants. That's not your issue, and it's not before you, but it's a reality, and it's a planning reality that you will be creating a conflict, and it forces communities, because the courts have said this, if you don't enforce it, you will lose it. And an average case costs $50,000. In the Britannia community, in a case in 1995, Kernahan and Crump, City of Calgary was a party. The Britannia community got a clear direction saying, even if the city was the covenantor at the beginning, they're not there anymore. But the covenant remains, and Britannia Elboya defends their covenant, and it's a fact in planning. I'm not going to go there. I might get an RCG approval, but I'm going to have to fight a second battle after I get that zoning. So I'm just saying it's a reality. It would be inappropriate in my view to say it doesn't exist. It's just not part of the planning process directly.
Okay. Thank you for that. That wasn't the intent of my question. Was motivation. We're hearing communities wanting you to register. Why?
Sorry.
We're hearing communities wanting to register our restricted covenants on their communities.
Oh, are you sorry? You're saying, could I do that now in a community? And I've heard of it being done.
My question: your community is a part of the application for a restricted covenant? And
no.
Okay.
We're not. We're not doing that. We could do it. It's a very complicated process. It can be done. It's a lot of hard work. But our community of North Glenmore Park is not involved in that process.
Okay, I thought it was, and that's why I wanted the motivation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Mr. Davis, just stay there for 2 seconds. The example that you showed would have been a discretionary permit. So was the community association circulated on that permit for comment? Do you guys know? Do you remember if you did that?
We are circulated on all land use matters, generally on all discretionary, not necessarily on permitted approvals. This was discretionary, so I believe that we were circulated, and at that point, the community and the executive had taken a position that we would not directly intervene in those concerns, but we helped to facilitate the information going to the neighbors.
Okay, good. That's great information. Thanks. My second question, you're on the local area plan working committee, right?
Yes.
The road in question, is it being looked at to do as neighborhood local or neighborhood connector?
I don't know the answer.
Oh, okay. That's all good. I don't have any other questions. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
But do you have a second to stay at the break so I can give you an update on the parking outside of Central Memorial?
Councillor,
that was a question, Chair.
Councillor, I would love to hear from you on that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, if your mics are on, you can turn them off. Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Some of my questions have been asked, but the site that you showed, you were talking about the 3-meter front yard setback, but did you not mention something about that there was encroachment into that area?
Yes, I did. And it was something I wasn't familiar with. When I read the land use bylaw, it says no part of a building shall encroach into a setback. That seems pretty straightforward. But you got to read the exceptions. It says, but stairs and landings are an exception. So that's why you're seeing this modest 3-meter encroachment or setback. It's full of stuff. It's full of stairs, landing. That's my amenity space if I'm in the basement. That's where I'm going to have my friends over and I'm going to barbecue and do all those things. And the other thing that's come up is I've been told by building code specialists is because of the drop-off and its proximity to the sidewalk, it's I think over 200 millimeters, it's got to have guardrails everywhere. It's got to have fences, guardrails, gates. None of that I think was anticipated, but it's a reality.
Interesting. So I sat on SDUB for a few years, and you always came with a wealth of knowledge of the MGA, which kind of surprises me that here today you are presenting to us on a blanket proposal for RCG, and then you didn't provide an opinion on the applicability or maybe even from your perspective the legal application of it. And I'm referring to, I think it's Section 617, and I'm paraphrasing here, but I think it says something that to the effect of we're allowed to make rules and regulations as long as it doesn't, it benefits the community, but it doesn't unduly impact the residents or something like that. Can you?
Well, look, again, if you want a legal opinion, you talk to Ms. O, Ms. Flowen, Mr. Mercer, any one of the folks in the legal department. But I can say this, because it's right in there in the MGA, Section 617 says these are the general principles about planning. Part 17 of the MGA planning stuff, it says you don't interfere with the property rights of the individual in the betterment of the planning process, recognizing that we're changing over time, and you don't infringe on the rights of the individual except to the extent that in the common good, the overall good, it can be shown that it's in the public interest to override those private rights. So there's a formula. The problem is that there's no legal description of what's in the public interest. It varies. And so there was a public interest question in the House decision in Section 48 of the Land Titles Act. There's a public interest question in Section 617. And there's an argument to say, you folks are the best arbiters of public interest. You're elected, you're thoughtful, you're listening, and at the end of the day, you're going to be asked to make that decision, and Section 617 should be at the forefront, in my view, of what you're considering in this whole process. And oh, by the way, the court in the Love and Flagstaff decision, which has been quoted, but Justice Fraser said the same thing. She went through Section 617 and she went through it in detail, and she said planning should be about predictability and certainty. And I know she was talking about it in the context of live animal feed operations, but the principles still apply. And the Love and Flagstaff decision was quoted extensively in the recent House decision for that densification application. So it's still good law.
Yeah, I've got it in front of me, and it does talk about settlements are situated in Alberta without infringing on the rights of individuals for any public interest except to the extent that is necessary for the overall greater public interest. So kind of like what you said, but again, it's something I'll probably seek further clarification from law.
And I urge you to talk to Ms. O and her colleagues, because I'm sure they'll give you some good advice.
Okay, thanks. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor DeMong, please.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, if you do certainly believe that we are the arbiters of the public interest, can I get you to make a phone call to the Cabinet, UCP? Sorry.
What is it that you wanted?
I just have a very simple question for you. Do you consider RCG and HGO as low density? I know, awkward.
I know the direction, and I think I know what the intention is. It's not traditionally low density. I mean, as I said earlier, I can go out and show you some MCG in Killarney that looks exactly like what we're seeing now coming forth in RCG. And I have to ask the question, residential, contextual, grade-oriented, that's a big ask. It's a big expectation, and I'm not sure it's being met.
Was that a yes or a no? Okay, thank you very much. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just double check that there's no one else in the queue. All right, I'm not seeing anybody else, so that's it for the questions for this panel. Thank you all for taking the time to join us today. Thank you for your presentations. We are going to take a break, but before we do, I will let you know who's up next. We are on to panel number 121. So that's Dan Bradich, Alan Berg, Kevin Lelace, Faye Botts, Risa Desa, and then we'll be on to panel 122. When we return, I will ask again if there's anybody here from a previous panel, and we'll try to get you slotted in as we go through. So we will be back at 3:55. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to public hearing. Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Sharp. Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Chu. Councillor Dollywell.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans. Here. Councillor Wong. Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Corral. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Spencer. Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor DeMong.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm curious, is there anyone here that missed your earlier time to speak?
Yes.
Hi, who is this?
Oh?
Yes.
McDowell.
Okay, perfect. Got you here. Okay, we will get you on to this next panel.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I will mute myself now.
Thanks very much. Appreciate that. Okay, let's go to panel 120 and see who we've got here. Do we have Dan Bradich?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have Alan Berg? Kevin Lelace?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have Faye Botts?
Yes.
So let's start with Dan Bradich, please.
Thank you. Council members, administrators, and Calgarians. My name is Dan Braddock. I'm a Canadian citizen and permanent resident of Calgary. I'm representing myself and my family. A little recent history about how we were built. In the middle of the 20th century, Calgary's elected officials handed the keys to developers to build new subdivisions as the city expanded. Developers did very well for themselves and consumer demands for the era. The post-war baby boom, a prosperous growing economy, and evolving car culture grew, as did our thirst for autonomy to travel where we pleased. We had a never-ending abundance of land to develop. Residents had new subdivisions and a planned neighborhood which included single-family dwellings interspersed with multi-unit, high-density and affordable housing coupled with commercial services to serve those communities. Developers made money to prosper and continue providing their services. Wow, a precursor to the 15-minute city. Just add computers. That was the Calgary we had and still have today. City Council and staff, your endurance through this public hearing is admirable but should not have been necessary. To coin a phrase from a movie, you had me at hello. That was a love story. Adapted to our storyline, you lost me at the proposed land use designation amendment proposes to redesignate your parcel of the residential grade-oriented blah, blah, blah. This is not a love story. It is a tragedy. If blanket rezoning is passed, the end of a citizen's right to own and live in a single detached dwelling on a plot of land within the municipality will no longer exist in the long term. Over time, as each single detached dwelling property is put up for sale, a developer who could easily outbid those individuals who desire this product and another plot of land that has always had a single detached dwelling will be redeveloped to house many more inhabitants. That is the goal of the plan. If we upzone, we will say to the developer, the world is your oyster. Build as you wish, where you wish. Our planned city that everyone is flocking to will be lost. They will snap up everything in sight. The developer convert that plot to multiple units and make significant profit anywhere in the city, low end, high end, and everything in between. The domino effect could be quicker than you think. The vultures are circling. There is no incentive that developers will build affordable housing on the lot purchased unless it is non-market housing or if incentives are attached. They will build as many units as possible on the lot, produce a product type for the sale based on the value of the neighborhood they are developing. Over time, if lucky, you will own a fraction of a dwelling on a plot of land, but in all likelihood, you will be a renter. Over time, the concentration of land ownership falls into fewer hands. You've heard the term, you will own nothing and be happy. It is the feds pushing this agenda, is it? I don't know. Is it maybe the UN? Is it the World Economic Forum? Maybe. Probably all of the above. But charities, I might add, such as the Century Initiative, that's based here in Canada, is said to have Canada's population, or the desire to have Canada's population go from 40 million today to 100 million by the end of this century. You might want to check out who's involved in this group, not only politicians, but many influential people from a variety of backgrounds. You think the plan for Calgary is 2 million? Think again. The Calgary-Red Deer-Edmonton corridor will be populated by upwards of 15 million, 15, by the end of this century. So what if some entity or entities within or outside this organization have amassed large commercial real estate portfolios, and now that commercial real estate is not rebounding as planned in the core of the city post-COVID? Where are they going to invest? Many of those entities will, with virtually unlimited financial resources, look at other opportunities. They will be buying residential property. It's already underway. The world population was 1.7 billion in 1900. It's currently at 7.7 and growing. The redistribution of people from areas in the world of high density to low density will create housing demand in Canada and a massive business opportunity for very large investors to buy residential property on a scale we have never seen. You will own nothing and be happy. Is that why the feds are telling municipalities to upzone or else? Mayor, you should be offended by the letter Sean Fraser sent to you on September 14th. Your application will not be approved unless you create the new missing zone designation. You do this, and you will give your you'll get your little bag of money, which, by the way, is our money. It's our tax money.
Mr. Braddock, you're just at time. You're just at time, so thank you for your presentation. Please hang on the line on mute in case there's questions for you. Thank you.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you.
Let's go to Kevin Lelace, please.
Hello, Mayor and members of Council, administrators, Calgarians. My name's Kevin Lillis, and I'm a resident in Calgary in Ward 11. The aspect of blanket rezoning that has me and others concerned is that there are already neighborhoods developments that all neighbors oppose, and the developments still proceed. So the question comes to mind is then what is the need for rezoning when, if developers push hard enough, they can still get through what they desire? Our community association is voting in favor of this, yet the residents that I speak to in our community are not in favor of it. So I find that there's some disparities there. The current problem that we have in Calgary is that we don't have enough affordable housing available. With inadequate infrastructure in existing communities for water, sewer, electricity, and parking, it would make more sense to first use vacant land that there's an abundance of throughout the city. Vacant land should have a higher tax rate to encourage the landowners to put the land into use instead of sitting on it as a capital investment. Develop first the areas that are for multifamily use that are along the C-train routes, because when we densify to that level, the parking will become a huge problem, even if we are dealing with the infrastructure with our sewer, water, electricity, etc. The train routes provide a real nice means of transportation for people that don't require the vehicles. And at that point, should we be looking at going higher, using more of the downtown core and redeveloping commercial space into residential space? I really believe that the zoning should be adjusted on an as-needed basis, as opposed to a blanket rezoning. At that point, the blanket rezoning pretty much removes the voice of us as constituents, which we feel that our voice is already muted when things move forward, that everybody is 100% unanimously against. So the rezoning in itself is not a problem. It's just really the blanket rezoning. And Calgary, Canada is, all of Canada is made up of immigrants who come here. And yes, we support the immigrants that are coming here, and we want them to have a place to live and a job and to be abundant. It concerns me that we would be eroding our communities as we know them, and that the developers would surely step in and take over. And this is something that we're also witnessing, is that residences selling above market value to developers, where then the people that really need the space are outbid and can't afford to buy it. So I am concerned about what life is going to look like for the next generation, and this is a step in that direction that would be eroding it, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Just stay on the line on mute in case there's questions for you after. Let's go to Faye Botts, please.
Hi, good afternoon, and I welcome the opportunity to speak right after a break. It'll be a little easier. We've had a long haul. I did listen in last week, and I agree with many of the speakers. We definitely do need to increase density in the city. We need to provide affordable housing, and we need to provide for the homeless. However, I don't agree with blanket rezoning. I don't think the city has taken the time to really evaluate about the services that are required. Are the storm sewers able to accommodate what we would have is basically a concrete jungle? We've been told in the last few years how important the tree canopy is in the city. And yet, when you see these new constructions, there are no trees in it. We've also been told about permeability in your landscape, that you should have less concrete so that it'll soak in, it won't overload the storm sewers. And these new builds are not, the ones that I've seen are a lot of concrete and very little permeability. So it seems like the city's done an about face with a lot of things that we have been advised as citizens we should be doing. We can keep the temperature down with our tree canopy. I think that's established. Just having that urban landscape is a stress reliever for people. So to see that disappear and see a unit with, or a lot with 10 units on it, I think is, I don't think that we have the infrastructure, especially in the older areas where this is going to be happening. Sewers, we get sewer backups fairly often. What will happen when we've got these units coming in? And it's, a lot of them are 10 units. How many people in it, you don't know. But I would imagine that sewer backups would be more often. Electricity, I'm sure all of these have been covered. I just don't think that we've taken the time. I haven't seen anything where anybody has looked at infrastructure and whether we're able to support it. It seems like we're jumping into this really quickly. I haven't really heard a whole lot about it. I don't think there's a lot of transparency here. And there really hasn't been any consultation. It seems to be the way that consultation, and I put that in quotes, is that you take a finished product to the public, present it, and then that's what will happen. So it's basically a presentation of what we'll be doing. So you can make your comments. Maybe there's a bit of fine-tuning, but it seems like there isn't a real consultation on this. There's a lot of brilliant people in Calgary. There have been some really creative things done in the past. I'm thinking of a cooperative housing unit on Edmonton Trail that has, it's two-story. It has a center, not plaza, but an open area where people can meet, and it becomes a very cooperative kind of living arrangement. That would be excellent. Dairy Milk down on 19th Street, where they have single moms working above where the store is below, where the restaurant is below, and they can work there and still see their kids, and they're close by. There's a lot of creative things we can do. I know we need to take care of the homeless, and I think the Atco Village in Forest Lawn is an excellent idea. I don't think we need to start ruining the look of our, and it's not so much the look. I don't think it's a gamble, it's a risk. It's just to start bringing these things into neighborhoods without looking at other options first. Now, the other speaker addressed it, and I will too, about the letter from Sean Fraser, dangling the carrot for Calgary and making conditions that if we don't do this, we won't be seeing any kind of federal funding. This reminds me of Christmas as a kid. My mom used to give us money to go buy gifts for her and Dad, and I'm sure she expected, something nice and something usable and that she would like. And I feel like as a taxpayer, that's what we do. We pay our taxes, we expect something nice in return, and we get a box of steak. We used to get my mom even carrots and Desert Rose, and I think this feels the same way, that what we get back is a box of steak. Do I still have time?
You've got about 15 seconds.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm hoping that there are some brilliant and creative ideas that come up, and I do hope and I pray and I send good energy to all of you that you act as individuals on this and
Thank
that
you.
think of the best for Calgary.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If you can hang on the line in case there's questions, that would be great. Let's go to Risa Desa, please.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Risa Desa, and I'm a homeowner in Ward 8, and I oppose blanket rezoning. For me, this is a hearing on the rezoning of mine and my husband's property from an RC1 to RCG. I speak for both of us. In March, I received a letter of notice of this land redesignation hearing of my property. The city directed me to their website, Rezoning for Housing, for pertinent information. The website described RCG zoning as a maximum of 4 units, plus the ability for each unit to have a secondary suite. So potentially 8 units. A week later, I received a flyer, despite a no-flyer sticker, and it stated that RCG included secondary suites and backyard suites. So is it 12 units? Why is it unclear what exactly is the maximum number of units permitted with RCG? My understanding is 4 units, but it could be up to 12. But it is discretionary. What does discretionary even mean? How is it appealed? Who is considered an affected party and granted a voice? The city rezoning website has a fact sheet on development permits and how they are appealed, but this is a land use change being proposed. My belief is that once RCG is permitted use, discretionary or not, it'll mean any development application for up to 12 units will be rubber stamped in all existing RC1 and RC2 neighborhoods. Discretionary is the illusion that I will have a say. I can only conclude that I will not have a voice once this public hearing concludes and the land use change is approved. Anything up to 12 units will be built, regardless of the community's or my opposition. I truly don't understand why the number of allowed units in RCG zoning is ambiguous and not clearly stated. Another thing that caught my eye on the city's rezoning website were 2 disclaimers. The city assumes no liability for any inaccurate, delayed, incomplete information, and the city accepts no responsibility to persons relying solely on this information. So if I cannot rely on the official interpretation of rezoning from the website the city has directed me to in its letter of notification for accurate information, please tell me, what exactly am I meant to rely on to understand this mandated change to my home? RC1 and RC2 homeowners who are key stakeholders have not been engaged. There are homeowners who don't even know this rezoning is happening to their homes. Why was this not sent with the property assessment notifications mailed in January? Why was all the pertinent information not mailed out with the notification instead of being directed to the city website? Why was a plebiscite not held? This is the single biggest city land use change affecting every RC1 and RC2 property in Calgary. The news source, Livewire, found 87% of the over 4,000 written submissions were opposed. The city engagement report had a 70% concern or opposition. The majority of speakers and oppositions at these hearings have been homeowners. Homeowners who are being forced to take on the risk of uncertainty for an unproven greater good. Homeowners who have never truly been consulted on this change. Homeowners who have been provided with vague, confusing, incomplete, and one-sided information on this proposal, with legal disclaimer. Homeowners who are losing their right to object in a public forum. Homeowners who will be the ones impacted by the unintended consequences of unplanned development. Homeowners who may not even be aware that their homes are being rezoned. I truly believe all of you here on council are trying to do what is best for the city. The city has other levers that could be used to address these supply issues much faster than this proposal. Use all the free consulting and ideas that have been garnered from this public hearing. If you're going to represent the people of Calgary, you would have to vote no. This proposal does not need amendments. It needs to be rejected. It has not been presented clearly. It has been rushed. Notice to affected parties has been inadequate. It should have been a plebiscite. It needs to be an election issue. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Aniko McDowell, please.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. I'm Aniko McDowell, and I'm a retired. And this community was built long before 1985. While we do not oppose the densification, and we agree with council that there is a housing crisis, we, including my family, my friends, my neighbors, and I, were opposed to the blanket rezoning for housing, which is causing us, sleepless nights and worry, diminishing our well-being. I will share 5 reasons for our opposition and will make 3 requests. Now, I realize a lot of these have already been spoken on, but in truth, repeating is affirming that we are all on the same page. So I'm sorry that it is that way. 1, aesthetics. A blanket rezoning will change Calgary and not for the better. Council is implementing a mix of row house style housing with single detached houses against our will. This is leading to an ugly hodgepodge landscape and will destroy our serene, well-planned community, turning it into crowded spaces, killing mature trees, and eliminating open green spaces. 2, crime. Blanket rezoning would jeopardize our family's safety, livelihood, peace, and rights to choose our community. We don't want to have renters multiplied 4 to 12 times next door. This would disrupt our quality of life and increase crime. Renters are not responsible for taking care of and maintaining property. Owners are. And unlike most renters, homeowners reside several decades in the same home. There is a time for everything, ages and stages for being a renter or a homeowner. It's our choice. We opt to live in a community to enjoy pristine walks and minimal crime, elements that would be lost with blanket rezoning. 3, devaluation. Our houses are our biggest asset, and we plan to live out our lives in this very community. We paid a premium to live here. I personally invested several thousands of dollars, and actually upwards closer to $1 million, in upgrades and renovations to my home, only to be torn down? That's not good. And I know several of my neighbors have also invested several thousands. Blanket rezoning blatantly excludes tax-paying, rule-abiding, long-standing homeowners who enjoy, prefer, and want the current zoning regulations to remain. Blanket rezoning will devalue single-detached homes, reduce home equity, attracting real estate developers, investors, and renters rather than single-detached homeowners and families. 4, blanket rezoning. We understand that Calgary needs more housing for people that are coming into the city, but council also has to realize that we can't just open up the door for anyone to build anywhere without having to apply. Zoning policies already in our neighborhood allow for reasonable property conversion. 5, infrastructure. Calgary's infrastructure already struggles to handle water, sewage, electricity. Multiple renters will add extra stress. Blanket rezoning is not sustainable and will only serve council and real estate developers, excluding homeowners. So what's the solution? Citywide rezoning in residential neighborhoods is not an adequate or sustainable solution. We ask the following. 1, preserve historic residential communities by keeping the current zoning policies in neighborhoods built before 1985. Zoning already allows for an additional suite. Any additional suite request would continue to require application and approval from the City of Calgary. 2, build upward rather than outward by ramping up investments with real estate developers in commercial, industrial, and downtown areas, specifically rather than rezone residential single detached neighborhoods. Convert building vacancy downtown into housing, condominiums, and apartments. Develop apartment plexes and condominiums in commercial and industrial areas. 3, seek the majority opinion through a plebiscite. Leverage areas that are proximal to public transit rather than bringing public transit into quiet residential areas. By doing so, you will include all residential needs and wants while addressing the housing crisis in a prompt and timely manner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. So for this panel, we do have questions from Councillor Chabot.
Thank you. I'm surprised no one else is queued up. Ms. Risa Desa, I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly or not.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you for your submission. You did raise an interesting point in your submission that we haven't heard a lot of from people presenting. You said you're an affected body. You're an affected body by virtue of the fact that you're a landowner. I'm just curious, where did you get that kind of language? Have you ever appeared in front of SDAB?
I have appealed a property assessment valuation of my home.
Right, and so then there's only those individuals who are directly affected that can bring evidence. Is that why you said that?
Well, I'm affected because my home is being rezoned from RC1 to RCG.
Yeah, no, it's a very interesting point you bring up, because we've heard from a whole bunch of potential users, but we only regulate the use. And when it comes to the use, we can only apply it to the homeowners. But when we listen to the public, we have to try and weigh the evidence that's brought before us. But we're often told by administration and by a law department that we can only regulate the use and not the user. And so many of the folks that spoke in favor of were potential users. But anyways, I appreciate you coming here and voicing your position from your perspective as an affected body. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
You know, it's difficult to know what's going on with a busy life, and you get this, and
yeah, and that's
it's
interesting.
Confusing. I really wish that maybe, you know, even tomorrow you could clear up a lot of this hearing. Maybe if the city sent out a blast, use the Amber Alert or something to say, this is what we're doing. We're going to do RCG. It means 12 units, and like explain it to people, because people don't know. I talked to a friend who has 2 homes. He didn't know. That was yesterday. We had dinner. I talked to my uncle on Friday, and I said, oh, are you writing in about this? They're like, oh, what are you talking about? People don't know, and that's the problem.
How did you become aware of this?
How did I become aware of this? I'm aware of this because I have been involved in on our street. We have something that was subdivided, and there's a legal case, and that's how I was aware of this.
Okay, was it not because of the stuff you received in the mail, or did that contribute to it?
No, the stuff received in the mail, I got it in March.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't been paying attention. We were away for Christmas. Like, you know, you have a life. You're not looking to see the exception. I expect that I don't need to worry about what the rules and regulations are there, and I expect that my council is doing what's right, and I trust them. Like, I trust them to look after me, because they're, you know, I don't know. I just find that there hasn't been a lot of information notice. I don't know.
Is this a case of you wouldn't expect anything to happen to your own personal property?
I wouldn't expect anybody to do something to my property without asking me.
Yeah.
And
no.
I haven't been asked.
I appreciate you saying
I haven't been asked
that.
if I want this. I don't want it.
Okay.
You know?
Yep.
And that's an okay opinion to have. There's a lot of people who say, well, you're selfish. Why am I selfish for not wanting something I want? It's what I want. It's my choice.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know what to say. It's a very difficult position that you guys are in.
A very good point. Thank you for answering Thanks for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for the questions for this panel. So thank you all for your presentations. We appreciate the time that you've spent with us today. I'm going to go on to the next panel. This is panel 122. But before I get to it, is there anybody in the audience that was on a previous panel that's here now? Anybody on the phone from a previous panel that's here now? Okay, then let's go to Rosalind Akinokan. What about Catherine Wazinski?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Nick Smart? Hi. You can come on up and grab a seat. Andrea Paul. Craig Chandler? Please come on up. Do we have Dean Timko? Okay, I'm going to go into panel 123, see if we can find a couple more people. Do we have Mona Hunter? Hey, council. Thank you. I can hear you guys, and I can't hear other people, so thank you. Mona Hunter. Rob Clark. How about Helen Holder? Hi, you can come on up. And do we have Lloyd Klipleff? Ian Eady? Well, let's go with these four panelists. So we'll start with Catherine Wazinski. We'll go to Andrea Paul. No, we won't. We will go to Catherine Wazinski, then Nick Smart, then Craig Chandler, and then Helen Holder. So Ms. Wazinski, please start us off.
Thanks so much. And I'm calling in, so just confirming you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Catherine Wazinski, and I'm an impacted homeowner in Meadowlark Park. I'm in my mid-30s, and my husband and I have recently purchased our first home together. I hope to see growth and densification in Calgary in both the near and long term. But I am here today to ask Council to continue to plan out how that densification occurs. Having just gone through a long home search and purchase process, I wanted to share some of my experiences that have led me to be against blanket rezoning. First is affordability. I was born and raised on the West Coast and have lived here in Calgary for the past 10 years. I made the decision to move to Calgary from Vancouver for affordable living, in particular so that I could eventually be able to afford a single-family detached dwelling. Calgary is still one of the more affordable major cities in Canada. In comparison to my childhood friends and colleagues in Vancouver, it is astounding what my husband and I were able to purchase in close proximity to downtown Calgary. I hope Calgary is able to keep that cost advantage. That being said, and my second point, I do see unfettered development creating issues for Calgarians. While we were looking for our first home over the past 2 years, we saw development posing challenges to our affordability for a single detached home. Being close to downtown and having a short commute was very important to my husband and I as we are looking to welcome our first child in the next couple of months. Our search scope included the neighborhoods of Altadore and Windsor Park. We were surprised to see that newer duplexes or infills on smaller lots were often more expensive than detached older bungalows within the community or neighboring communities. When looking at older homes on larger lots zoned for increased density, we often saw increasing competition for purchase. This included developers, causing them to sell for significantly above asking with no conditions. That the same night we bought our bungalow zoned RC1, a comparable, less updated bungalow zoned RC2 sold for 40% more than our home's purchase price at $150,000 over asking with no conditions in Altadore. Finally, I wanted to talk on the point of property value. I don't disagree with the line of questioning some councillors have taken when challenging presenters on property value. I do think rezoning in a neighborhood will drive up property value. I just shared how we saw it in our home search. However, not every Calgarian is looking to sell their home in the near term and are not solely valuing their property's worth based on its resale value. People want to stay in their homes and enjoy the reasons for which they purchased it. Sunlight, mature trees, and quiet streets. Left unchecked, rezoning policy changes could see bungalows at around 4 meters completely dwarfed by RCG 11-meter high developments and trees cut down for higher lot coverage. During this hearing, concerned citizens have shared example photos of this. You cannot belittle and diminish this day-to-day value Calgarians place on their homes. What happens to these people when there are no RC1 communities left in the city because of blanket rezoning? Just because people can sell their homes for more money, where can they go to purchase a home that meets their desired quality of life? Affordability, unfettered development, and the day-to-day living value of a home are a few factors I hope Council considers before changing rezoning rules. I am in support of development and densification, and I would love to see some well-laid plans help evolve our city. What I implore Council to consider is planned rezoning that complements the character and diversity of existing neighborhoods without a blanket one-size-fits-all approach. Target main thoroughfares, target transit hubs and corridors, target lots or rows adjacent to existing multi-story or higher density development that complement the character and context of that area. Consider aspects and grades that limit sunlight impact on offsetting lots and support solar development. Consider mixed use commercial and residential opportunities. Finish what you started with local area plans and move densification forward responsibly. I love the different neighborhoods of Calgary and the feel each of them has. I love that there are neighborhoods I can't afford to live in today, but can one day aspire to. Confucius says, the person who moves a mountain begins by carrying away one small stone. I ask Council to continue to support the beautiful diversity of our city through carefully planned development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Nick Smart, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Nick Smart. Calgary has been my home for over 40 years since coming here in the early 1980s. I am present today to speak in opposition to the blanket rezoning proposal, and I'm representing myself. I was involved in the recent Recall the Mayor campaign, collecting signatures for the petition. One of the reasons most commonly cited for signing the petition was this very proposal, the blanket rezoning of the city. It frequently came up in the discussions as a plan which those people signing the petition felt would not only adversely affect their property values, but just as significantly would severely infringe upon the quality of life in their neighborhoods. Taking the concerns of the petition signers into account, I feel it is important to question why such a wide-sweeping change in rezoning is seemingly being rushed into at such an alarming speed. This proposal absolutely has the potential to impact Calgarians in all our communities where it would come into effect. Given this fact, I feel that the prudent way forward would be to take the foot off the accelerator at this point and allow time for more consultation and further education on this extremely complex issue. I'm not convinced that enough Calgarians at this point really have a deep enough understanding of the implications and consequences of allowing blanket rezoning in their communities. The path forward being proposed by City Council is to dramatically increase residential densities in our existing communities whilst relying on a power, water, and sewer infrastructure which was never originally designed to cope with such high density building challenges. Moreover, there will be environmental implications caused by the concentration of exhausts and emissions, not to mention congestion from the inevitable increase in vehicles in these neighborhoods. A large number of speakers in previous panels have most eloquently covered the many issues and concerns surrounding this blanket rezoning proposal. And I believe Council is well aware of all the reservations by now. So I will close by focusing on one concern which I find troubling, that of external interference from the federal government in municipal decision-making. For me, this is the cause of the rush factor I questioned earlier. The government in Ottawa's Housing Accelerator Fund is being offered to municipalities to help deal with the housing crisis. Well, that's all well and good until you realize that the money being made available comes with strings attached, which set out conditions in order to get the full allotment over the next few years. Indeed, Finance Minister Freeland recently crowed proudly that, quote, through our Housing Accelerator Fund, we've already reformed zoning to make this possible, end quote. Well, that should give us all a good idea of what the federal government's agenda is right there. Let's have homes built at lightning speed to address the housing crisis, which their misguided policies have more than helped to create. So in reality, a federal government initiative which purports to have the best interests of, in this case, Calgarians at heart, turns out to be a thinly veiled attempt at offering financial help, but only if conditions and deadlines are accepted which serve its own specific agenda, rather than allowing the municipal government to responsibly apply the funding in the way it sees fit without undue influence and interference. No one is denying the severity of the housing crisis Calgary is facing, but when you look at the impact that blanket rezoning will have across the entire city, I really have to ask the question, why isn't this proposal being put to a plebiscite? Given the obvious attempt by Ottawa to bribe municipalities into implementing this federal agenda in exchange for the funding, are you, as our elected representatives, going to allow yourselves to be pressured and swayed by this inappropriate federal government meddling, especially when you've already listened to so many well-reasoned and compelling arguments against the proposal? I believe Calgarians expect their mayor and city councillors to stand up to the overreach of the Trudeau government in Ottawa, a PM whom our very own Premier Smith recently described as not even, quote, knowing what his job was, end quote. We don't need our municipal government being dictated to by probably the most dysfunctional federal government Canada has ever had. So I urge you in closing to vote no to this blanket rezoning proposal. Let's give all Calgarians a chance to decide on this critical issue for our city in a plebiscite. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Craig Chandler, please.
Your Worship and Council, as you're aware, I sent an email to Councillor Evan Spencer and copied all of you. I sent an email with the title, I was wrong, and I retract any comments ever supporting this anti-property, globalist, anti-democratic, and anti-Calgarian point of view. I initially supported the idea because I felt it was not the role of government to interfere in the free market, so it seemed logical to me. However, after educating myself further, consulting the constituents of Ward 12 and our affiliate organizations, Alberta United, Recall Calgary, and Project YYC, here are some of the reasons for my reversal. Our polling shows Calgarians overwhelmingly oppose this radical concept. This rezoning will eliminate public input and will give a blank check to developers interested in high-density neighborhoods. Eliminating input from Calgarians is one of the most terrifying aspects of all of this. This is a clear attempt by Prime Minister Trudeau with his new housing plan to give municipalities millions of dollars to build more housing. The problem is Trudeau's demanding that cities adhere to specific rules that are outside the federal government's jurisdiction. This is an outright bribe, and I will be encouraging Premier Smith to override any decisions on this without constituents having a vote. This must be a ballot issue. People move to areas like Ward 12 to avoid the density and inner-city liberalism. Evan, you have not been listening to your constituents. This is nothing but a promotion of 15-minute cities. This is not something that any of you campaigned for. And in fact, no one ever expected you guys to vote on an $81 billion climate change strategy, which is also federal jurisdiction. We didn't expect you to embrace further art spending or vote for tax hikes every single budget. If approved, this new land use district would replace all existing low-density land use districts. with a new district that will allow up to 12 dwelling units on a standard 50-foot lot, 4 primary units, 4 secondary units, possibly 4 backyard units. This means single or semi-detached homes in any neighborhood could be replaced with 12 units without an opportunity for neighbors to express their views on a public hearing. Blanket rezoning will not improve affordability. It will not increase housing supply for Calgarians with low and moderate incomes. Blanket rezoning will disrupt existing patterns of development, place strain on infrastructure capacity, increase competition for on-street parking, reduce the urban tree canopy, and negatively impact adjacent properties and create more noise pollution. People choose to live in areas like Ward 12, for example, to escape the density of the inner city, and I don't want Ward 12 to turn into a ghetto. This is the most radically left-wing, hyper-partisan city council that I've ever seen in the history of the city. I'm disgusted by what I heard on Saturday by Councillor Penner, where she dismissed democracy and talked about equality. Well, you can't have equality of results in a free and democratic society. I'm also shocked at how blatantly this mayor is promoting the words of George Soros and Klaus Schwab and parroting his words recently with these comments. We're starting to see a segment of the population reject this idea of owning a home. And they're moving towards rental because it gives them more freedom. Or they can travel to different places. They can try out different communities. Their job may take them from place to place, and so people have become much more liberated around what housing looks like. You own nothing and be happy, I guess. That seems to be the trend. You were elected to be our representatives at City Hall, not the other way around. Your rabid, ideological, irresponsible left-wing craziness is exactly why we're organizing against your party of Calgary's future, which backed most of you here. The choice is simple. You can listen to your union overlords and just be their puppets, or you can listen to your constituents. Calgary's watching, I'm watching, we're all watching. Make the right decision. Listen to the public. You're here to represent us, not the other way around.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Helen Holder, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gondak and Council, for the opportunity to speak to you today in opposition to blanket rezoning. I am a born and raised Calgarian. I have lived in the city collectively for 34 years, although I currently live outside the city. I still work in downtown Calgary as an engineer, and my husband is in the construction industry working for a builder. My kids go to school in Calgary, so we are very much still present and passionate about this city. I am gravely concerned about the future of Calgary under this council. As a board member of a Calgary Constituency Association, I stay involved in the community and I frequently hear concerns on the blanket rezoning. This policy is not clear on how it will improve affordability. It may even be the opposite. Builders are generally motivated by profit, not affordability, and if there is no mechanism to ensure these new builds will be affordable, I'm not sure exactly what it is we're trying to accomplish here. Replacing old, affordable homes with new, expensive units is not the right strategy. Taking away backyard spaces, sunlight for gardens, and pushing the limits of infrastructure and parking spaces are only going to lower our standard of living and make life more expensive for residents, as many speakers before me have highlighted. This will be an epic fail on affordability and an even bigger failure on standard of living. I once visited a friend in New York City. She had to leave her home multiple times a day to move her car because of the lack of long-term parking spaces. This was her reality every day living in a poorly planned city. We are incredibly lucky, particularly in Calgary, to have the standard of living that we do. I do not want to see that diminished by poor policy and a lack of planning. If there was ever an issue that should go to a plebiscite, this would be it. Calgarians did not vote for blanket upzoning. It cannot fix the root cause of the problem because the cause lies with the federal government. The Parliamentary Budget Officer published a report admitting that we need 1.3 million homes built in order to balance the supply and demand of housing. So while I appreciate that Council is focusing on the supply problem, it is important to understand that this is an impossible task with the current immigration policies in place. This policy won't even scrape the surface of the housing that is required. It will, however, lower the standard of living for Calgarians. This one-size-fits-all chaotic approach allowing many types of units across the city without proper planning will make communities less attractive and reduce property values. It will result in families having to sell their homes as their debt caps are decreased. And for what? To build a $600,000 fourplex unit that no one can afford? Yes, we need more housing quickly, but throwing out strategic planning for communities is an irresponsible way to go about this. And to be honest, it is a lazy approach. Yes, it's more work to consult the public on each project and be thoughtful about where to put multifamily housing, but this is our democratic right. These decisions impact real people, and throwing out caution to the wind because we have an irresponsible federal government is no excuse. I am asking Council to consider looking at their own roadblocks in the process. How can they streamline approvals without taking away the citizens' right to participate? Removing democratic process should be a last resort. Is there redundant red tape that can be removed? IT initiatives to improve efficiencies? I would ask, how does removing citizen input improve the process? Public engagement actually simplifies the workload for Council by allowing them to present all perspectives. Removing public hearings puts the onus on Council to do that research, but more than likely, projects will get approved in a rush without considering the impacts. People chose their neighborhood for a reason, and aside from the nice-to-haves, what is Council doing to ensure sufficient infrastructure capacity? These considerations need to be reviewed individually, not by a blanket policy without public input. I suggest looking at ways to expedite the public hearing process rather than eradicating it. I also suggest advocating for changing building codes to allow for lower cost building materials such as hempcrete, which are also environmentally friendly. These have also been legalized in the US already. We can look at strategic rezoning such as C-train proximity, secondary suites, and using government-owned land for new projects. Who will own all these expensive new builds and charge high rent for millennials? Most young people I talk to don't feel liberated. They feel that owning is a hopeless dream. These renters will be poorer and less free. None of this solves the affordability crisis. Immigration and federal spending are the issue. Taking bribes from those that caused it won't help. My parents are proud immigrants to this country, but we cannot be compassionate to newcomers if we aren't even showing compassion to our neighbors. Shaming residents for wanting to keep their neighborhoods intact is ruthless. We cannot sacrifice everything that is great about Calgary for the sake of newcomers. Many new immigrants understand this. Putting pressure on the feds would be more effective and more in line with Calgarian interests. We shouldn't tolerate bullying from the feds when it causes harm. We should follow the example of Windsor, Ontario, and reject the federal funding with conditions. A plebiscite would give Council ammunition to push back. Leaving builders with a free pass and Calgarians with no voice is just not what Canada is all about. It is not in the spirit of inclusivity. It excludes the citizens of Calgary.
Ms. You're just at time.
Okay,
Thank you very much. There are some questions for this panel. Let's go to Councillor Carra, please.
I have questions for Mr. Chandler and Mr. Smart. I'll do Mr. Chandler first. It's just a simple question. In September, you presented support that Council prepare this bylaw, and it was because it was chapter and verse, Mr. Poilievre's housing platform, the letter that Sean Fraser wrote that is now being sort of characterized as extorting the municipal government, was echoed by the shadow minister, Scott Aitchison. Is this a change in CPC policy? I ask you because you're obviously well positioned within those circles, or is this a change in your policy?
Well, a couple things, and it's a fair comment because I did change my mind, and that's why people can. I was sorry. I apologize to you guys. People can change their mind. It's okay, folks. Once you have the information, you can do so. Now, first off, just because I'm a conservative doesn't mean I blindly listen to everything my leader says. We're not Calgary's future where you get whipped votes like they're doing today. That's not it at all. In fact, I was Les Lewis's campaign chair against Erin O'Toole. I won the West and the popular vote for Leslyn, and I'm more of her line of thinking conservatism. And I did talk to, some people in Pierre's office about this, Jenny Burns specifically. And the reality is, he's talking about piecemeal. He's not talking about, he's letting cities decide what they want to do. And he's not bribing people like Trudeau is. Look at Windsor. As soon as they decided not to do it, my friend, all of a sudden that money's gone. So this is all about a bribe, and no one can deny that. That's what this is. If you just admit it, hey, we're going to get this money if we do this, that's why I'm doing it. Let's be more honest and have that discussion. But I changed my mind based on more information, and I'm just not blindly conservative. Sometimes I actually think outside of the box, as you well know.
I'm not challenging your right to change your mind. My question was, is this a change in federal policy?
I think the federal policy was misunderstood, and I'd be happy to actually forward you the email I got back so you could see it. I have no problem doing that, my friend.
Okay, happy. I'd love to see that. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mr. Smart? Same question. You spent a big chunk of your presentation discussing how this was an abhorrent position of the Trudeau Liberals, but it is also the position of the CPC, as outlined by a very clear letter from Mr. Scott Aitchison, Pierre Poilievre's Shadow Minister for Housing, Diversity and Inclusion. Do you have anything to respond to that?
Well, the reason I brought that up is it's my concern is more with the democratic process here. And I don't believe that the federal government, we know, federal government has its own agenda. And I believe they're pushing that. They're pushing you towards that particular agenda. And what I was appealing for in my presentation was for you to be able to stand up to that. And I mean, you've heard so many people in opposition to this. Why are you not? You need to be willing to consider your constituents and their concerns, not be courted by this federal money that's available that comes with strings attached.
Yeah, I'm just my point to you, sir, though, is that this is the federal government has made this offer, but it is also the position of the federal opposition as well.
So what does that have to do with it? I mean, my politics shouldn't be involved in dealing with this particular situation that we have.
So this is.
I'm not advocating it because it's the federal government and they're liberal and maybe I don't choose to support them. No.
Okay.
Not at all.
Well, you made it a point. I understand.
Well,
thank you, sir.
You're trying to turn it political, and from my perspective,
I'm sorry for thinking that your political speech was a political speech, and I just wanted to know what you thought about there being. But thank you.
Okay.
Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
My question is for Ms. Holder. Thanks for being here. I guess my first question is, how did you become aware of this? Was this through communications from the city?
Through the blanket rezoning? I follow the news. I can't remember how I first heard about it, but heard about it from multiple places.
So you're a homeowner, I assume?
I am a homeowner, but not in Calgary at the moment.
Okay.
I've owned 3 properties in Calgary, in various areas of Calgary, in the Beltline and in the suburbs.
Okay. And based on what you said from a planning perspective, comprehensive planning, you think that somehow blocks and or communities should be involved in planning for what their future looks like for the community as a whole, as opposed to random rezoning? What about the concept of this gives you the ability to develop at a higher intensity?
Yeah, and I'm not against higher intensity. I actually support it, but I do think it needs to be more strategic, and I do think that the stakeholders need to be involved in the discussion. I think that every project that goes up, there are very specific needs and impacts, and those need to be considered. If we aren't even allowing public hearing, the councillors that are making that decision won't even be involved. Or sorry, the councillors that are making that decision won't even hear anything from the public because they won't be involved. So they won't even be aware. It's really true ignorance of what the impacts are. It's actually shocking that council would go this way, and the fact that I'm just so proud of Calgarians for coming here and speaking their voices and speaking so intelligently about all the issues, and the fact that so many people have come forward should be a big red flag. It's a very strong indicator that this is not the right way to go.
Okay, thanks for being here. No further questions for me.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to, I think that might be it.
Oh, no, I'm in there.
Oh, Councillor McLean, please go ahead.
Me? Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Chandler. Just one quick question. I'm not going to get into the political platforms of federal parties. I think you and Mr. Smart both said it eloquently that doesn't matter. This is a made in Calgary solution or problem. But you had mentioned some polling you had done in Ward 12. Did you do polling in other areas of the city?
We did 11, 12, 13, 14, 1, 6, and 7. We're doing the rest as well, but absolutely every single one of them is at least. The lowest was 65% against to around 74.76 against. So we're trying to get the whole city. Haven't yet, but we're doing so, and we're going to be putting up signs and stuff to get people's survey information as well driven to a website at albertaunited.ca in order to get more information from people.
Okay, yeah, it's just good to know. It sounds like it's in line with other polling. Just a quick correction, it's not an $81 billion climate change action plan, it's $87 billion, just
Oh my goodness, sorry, I was wrong again, folks. Once again, I apologize.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp, please.
Sorry, I just have a quick question and follow-up. Mr. Chandler, I appreciate you coming up here and stating your reposition on things, because I got a little heat from you in the fall with my notice of motion, but that's okay. But you said Ward 1, you mentioned it. Did you post any of this survey?
No, we've decided not to until all are complete.
Okay.
And so that we should have every single ward complete. You know, I have no problem sending it to all the city council.
I think that'd be great. If
I'll give the breakdowns of each area. We're just, so you'll all get all of that for each of your ward. I'm more than happy to do that regardless of how you think of me or I think of you. I'll make sure you all get it.
Thank you very much. That was it.
No problem.
Take care.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thanks very much for sharing your time with us today. We appreciate your presentations. I'm going to assemble the next panel, but before I do, is there anyone in the audience or on the phone line that was on an earlier panel who's here now? Hi, what's your name, sir? 123? All right, why don't you come on up and we'll put you on this panel. There's one other one. Oh. Yeah, come on up, please. Okay, I don't hear or see anyone else that's from a previous panel, so we're now going to go into calling names from panel 124. Do we have Nizam Jiwa? How about Tiffany Burns? Ryan Vogue? Alexa Minton? We have Nancy Staples. Okay, we're into panel 125 now. What's your name? Sorry? And you think it's panel 123 that you were on? Okay, I don't have you on that panel. We're gonna look up your name though. 132? Okay. So that's still coming up. Okay, hang on. Just confirm. Cindy Peters, right? You're on 132. So you're still to come. Okay. Aidan Bogue. Autumn Molesbury Bogue. Hi, who's on the phone line?
Hi, this is Tiffany Burns, panel 124.
Excellent, thank you. Hang on the line, Tiffany. You can just mute yourself and I'll let you know when it's your turn.
Okay, great. Yeah, I missed it when she called my name. I didn't expect you guys to go that fast.
Thank you. So on panel 125, do we have Ray Hansen? Thank you, sir. You can grab a seat up at the front. And do we have Sukhminder Wera? Okay, I'm going to go ahead. Oh, sorry, who's this?
Nancy Staples.
Nancy, perfect. Okay, so we have got this panel ready to go. The order is going to be Rob Clark, Mona Hunter, Tiffany Burns, Ray Hansen, and then Nancy Staples. So we'll start with you, Mr. Clark.
Thank you and good afternoon, Council Mayor. I'm an affected citizen living in Ward 8, and I represent myself and my wife. You have heard already an inexhaustible supply of practical reasons why RC1 communities are and should remain a signature component of Calgary's cityscape. The upzoning proposal is conceptually flawed and will fail to achieve its build purpose of improving housing affordability for the following reasons. Firstly, it will not materially affect asset prices which are dominated by interest rate policy. Second, it will increase land values under next and best effects. Third, it will reduce the supply of second, it will increase land values under next and best effects. Third, it will reduce the supply of desirable single-family homes. And fourth, it is inconsistent with objectives of increasing affordable housing. Housing affordability for all people has been eroded by recent unnaturally low interest rates inflating asset values on which we now bear increasingly higher interest. Must realign with median incomes. Already, markets in the GTA are down 15 to 30% since the hiking cycle began. As many of you may have experienced decades ago, this repricing process takes time and is regrettably painful. However, it is more efficient and ultimately more sustainable than what could be achieved by this proposal, which will only serve to dilute the character of mature RC1 communities and whose residents, having purchased properties on the pretenses of an implied social contract concerning those property zoning designations, will now play Russian roulette with their neighbors and developers over the future character and practical livability of their communities. Secondly, as real estate is valued at its highest and best use, upzoning parcels will increase price floors for existing single-family homes, particularly in RC1 communities. This mechanism runs rampant in already overcrowded RC2 communities where prices of post-war bungalows are bid to outrageous levels because they can be replaced with luxury developments unaffordable for even affluent citizens. Is this what you call affordability? Relative to other domestic markets, Calgary remains inexpensive, and it can be expected that this policy will attract non-local speculators, none of whom will have a vested interest in the character of their developments nor their impacts on the community. Not only is this inflationary, it will come at the expense of Calgarians that desire and deserve stable and contextually predictable communities to call home. Are these the people to whom you defer the development of our communities? Thirdly, this proposal is illogical with respect to the housing forms it incentivizes. Councillor Walcott has presented statistics demonstrating that higher density forms appreciate in price more slowly than single-family homes. This is used as an argument that densification is cheaper. Respectfully, I believe this interpretation is backwards. Appreciation of single-family detached homes is driven by their desirability among renters and owners. People's preference for this housing form does not make them selfish. They are merely seeking to fulfill their own individual values, the same as anyone whose preference is to live in higher density forms or neighborhoods. Logically, we should oppose any policy expected to cause the reduction in stock of single-family detached houses in an already inventory-starved market. Instead, policy should prioritize the expedited supply of new single-family homes that will fulfill the desires and values of the majority of citizens aspiring to call themselves homeowners. This is the demand curve we must seek to satisfy. Fourth, to drive truly affordable housing for underprivileged citizens, our focus must be thoughtful greenfield projects predicated on negligible parcel acquisition costs. It is there where actually inexpensive higher density forms and communities can be properly planned to meet the affordability and lifestyle needs of those citizens. As economies have natural constraints on output, it is illogical to unleash speculators and profit-driven, resource-limited developers on expensive inner-city neighborhoods, which will ultimately benefit no one. Finally, the rush to ratify the blanket upzoning proposal, which can only be described as the nuclear option, is inexplicable. Nobody, not even proponents of the amendment, claim rezoning is a silver bullet for housing affordability, and nor will they claim that it can deliver short-term price improvements. Tying the timing and implementation of this proposal to federal money for affordable housing is not only a gross overreach by a deeply unpopular federal government, but council should call out these conditions for what they are: extortion. Are these the kind of people, those who are prepared to hold hostage our most vulnerable, whom you will allow to dictate our housing policy? To approve this proposal in anything near its current form would constitute abdication of reason and logic by council and strips taxpayers and residents their ability to dutifully influence development in their own communities in which they are the experts and they alone have vested interests regarding character, lifestyle, and certainty of contextual development. Is this the legacy to which you aspire? Shakespeare said, wisely and slow, they stumble that run fast. Please slow down and vote against the proposal and accelerate, in the meantime, thoughtful, surgical development that will actually benefit those in need. Thank you for your time.
Well-timed presentation, Mr. Clark. Thank you very much. Next up is Ms. Hunter. You have 5 minutes as soon as you're ready.
Hi, thank you for seeing me today, and good afternoon, Mayor Gondak and council members. My name is Mona Hunter, and I'm here to express my extreme concern and opposition to the recommended blanket rezoning to RCG. Both my husband and I are second-generation Calgarians. We have deep roots in this community, and we care very much for its future. We have dedicated significant time and resources to building a more prosperous future for Calgarians through the Hunter Family Foundation. Our foundation's ultimate outcome is a healthy society where innovation and an entrepreneurial mindset drive solutions for complex social issues. We established and chaired the Hunter Hub for Entrepreneurial Thinking at the University of Calgary and Converge Mental Health Coalition. In addition, we work and support many amazing organizations, including the City of Calgary, that look to provide mental health supports, resources, and opportunities to underserved and underrepresented citizens. We look to support great ideas that create stronger, healthier communities. Blanket rezoning to RCG is not one of those great ideas. You've already listened to several hundred citizens that have opposed this proposition. Many cogent arguments have been made multiple times in the course of this protracted hearing. As I watch my fellow Calgarians review the many sensible reasons to scrap this plan, I'm left asking myself the question, what problem do we really hope to solve? The city has been far from clear in answering this question, but most of its materials indicate that it believes we are in a housing crisis. There's been lots of discussion regarding affordability, yet this has not been clearly defined. There has been discussion surrounding increasing housing supplies, specifically high-density housing. We believe that blanket rezoning will not solve these complex problems. It will simply reshuffle new construction from the periphery of the city to the inner city, where developers will focus on higher margin opportunities. The constraint to more housing supply is a shortage of skilled tradespeople, not the availability of developable land. Calgary is surrounded by ample land to build more housing. This was presented to Council by an earlier speaker. There are plenty of lots available within the city limits. So instead, we are proposing to embark on a radical change in the way the city has developed over decades in order to encourage an outcome that will not create more housing that will be affordable in a timely fashion. Blanket rezoning will result in overtaxed utility systems, inadequate parking, stress on already full schools and other community amenities, destruction of gardens and trees, along with messy streetscapes. Given the work we do in the not-for-profit area, we agree that low-income families and individuals face significant challenges in the housing and rental market. Rezoning will not change that. The housing that will most likely be created by this rezoning, especially in the inner city, will be expensive. Look at the cost of the new housing created in Currie, Altadore, and Martelloop. Definitely not affordable for low-income individuals or families. Our son and daughter recently moved back from Vancouver to Calgary, as they did not want to continue to live in a very expensive box in the sky in a densely populated area. In Calgary, they could find and afford a starter home in a suburban neighborhood with a yard for a growing family. This would be inconceivable in Toronto or Vancouver. They now have 8 other friends, some originally from Calgary and others that grew up elsewhere, that are in the process of and have moved into Calgary to escape concrete jungles. They feel Calgary can provide great opportunities and lifestyle. In addition, blanket rezoning amounts to expropriation without compensation. Citizens purchase their properties under rules and zoning bylaws that are long established and well understood. This proposal will affect the value of property held and the character of the neighborhoods throughout the city. Given that no council person ran on this platform in the last election and that there has been massive opposition presented both by written feedback and live testimony, I believe council needs, at the very least, to hold a plebiscite. You may be tempted to support the blanket rezoning in order to receive the $200 million plus in federal money that might be riding on this decision. We should be leery of allowing our federal government to bribe us with our own tax dollars. Remember, this is a federal government who does little to recognize or truly understand Alberta's contribution to our country. In short, blanket rezoning is a poorly considered proposal with no chance of solving a problem that is poorly defined, while imposing unintended consequences, probable chaos, and additional costs on the taxpayer of the City of Calgary. It should be rejected. Blanket solutions won't solve the complex problem of housing affordability or availability. Calgary has a history of solving complex problems in innovative ways. I believe council needs to go back to the drawing board and truly consult the great minds in our city to look at solutions that meet the needs of all Calgarians. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Tiffany Burns, please.
First of all, Council, I'm glad you're listening to everyone speaking this week and last week, because many people think you're not. When I went door to door about this, talking with neighbors, they all told me they thought the public meetings about this were simply for show and that this is a done deal. That's why citizens have filed a lawsuit, because you voted down a plebiscite. when 70% of respondents to your own outreach are opposed to blanket rezoning, including me. So I'm here to say blanket rezoning of the entire city is a mistake that will ruin Calgary forever. This is a city of many neighborhoods, each with their own character. And for some, yeah, makes more sense to have density. However, others should definitely be preserved as single families, keeping Calgary as a place with many housing options for future generations. Wildwood is one of those neighborhoods. Multiplex housing will destroy the special character of our community, cause traffic snarls, infrastructure, and safety issues. I started a petition to save Wildwood from rezoning. Unlike the petition to recall the mayor, it had zero media coverage, but with just a few signs up in the neighborhood, it has 394 signatures today, all opposed. Affordable housing will not be created by rezoning Wildwood. Infills here will sell for $1 million, and the only ones to benefit will be developers. And the large designation of HGO zoning here permitting 8 plexes is guaranteed to obliterate the elements that make Wildwood so special in the first place. On a personal note, we chose Wildwood specifically because it's zoned for single family. We invested heavily building our dream home while carefully ensuring that our house fits in as a good neighbor. It's single story. It doesn't destroy sightlines, nor does it create shadows on our neighbors' properties. And it's the same story for everyone who bought here with hard-earned money. We all invested and paid taxes in a neighborhood with standalone houses. Since when did hardworking middle-class homeowners become people who have no rights over the property we own? We're not the 1%. Some of us are working 7 days a week, scrambling for every penny. Many of us don't have the type of job that guarantees us extra health care, structured hours, and vacation time. But we had a goal we worked for, we're willing to pay for: home ownership. Never did we imagine that council would force rezoning onto an entire city whose citizens are overwhelmingly opposed. While some city councilors are in the wonderful position to own some rental properties, the average homeowner in Calgary who just wants to continue owning a house in an R1 neighborhood is the bad guy with no say and no rights. So what's really going on here? Is it just the federal money promised for rezoning? Or has there been incentives from developers? Because they're the only ones who win if this goes through. So how about this? To create a larger supply of housing much faster, build high-rises along the existing LRT line. Finish the Green Line and plan high-rises there. What about those gravel parking lots downtown along 9th Avenue? Or how about in and around the Stampede ground? There are lots of places in Calgary that make sense for high density. Just blocks from my neighborhood, the city now owns the vacant lot by the Westbrook LRT station. That land is full of trash and has been a total eyesore for years. The city should be embarrassed and someone should be fined. Turn that into density housing ASAP. Council, if you vote for blanket rezoning, it will be the end of Calgary, both as a wonderful place to live and as a democracy. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Ray Hansen, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm a resident, a homeowner in Ward 6. This submission is on behalf of the 100 or so members of the Aspen Estate and Aspen Ridge Condominium Associations, and more importantly, on behalf of our children and grandchildren, because of the long-term effects of what's being proposed here. The brave councillors who called for a motion that this matter go to plebiscite, I believe, made the right call. And we plead that you reconsider. This issue is not a thing when you ran, so it's not within your mandate, given your patience and the time and all these submissions. It's obviously a big deal. Lastly, this is a 3 to 5 year problem. And what's being proposed has ramifications that will extend for upwards of 100 years or more. So for that reason, I believe it's appropriate to call a plebiscite. Now, secondly, City Council and CPD are trying to reach for an easy button, and I understand that. It's in our nature. Trying to come up with a solution to this problem. But as was pointed out by Mr. Layton in panel 117, the city already has the tools and the resources to deal with this. And I don't think that complicated problems will lend themselves to an easy button. Municipalities and this country is going through a growth spurt. We know how it happened, and we're going to manage it. That's the nature of Canadians. But municipalities have robust development plans and bylaws that are maintained to deal with these eventualities. And those are the existing tools. Further to that point, the problem that Calgary and other major cities in Canada are facing is an affordability problem. It will not be fixed by urban densification because there are many other issues at play which need to be addressed. As my time is limited, I'll just pick one. It's what I call flipflation. We all know that from raw land to fully developed in-use land, there are a series of stages. Developer will take that first stage and apply for rezoning. And often, the developer will then flip that property to the next for the development process and onwards. And I know someone's talked about the Vincent Manning and other examples. The one I'll give in our neighborhood was a developer who's building a 4-story apartment building. And we were here not even a year ago where the developer promised that it would be building that apartment building. One of the councillors said, look, you don't need to make that promise. You know, once you get your development permit, that's entirely up to you. Well, guess what that developer is doing? They haven't even taken title. It's been a year. They're out shopping it. And the big subdivision sign that's at 711 on 15th Avenue is still there. That's the city's sign. It's like an advertising sign telling prospective developers, oh, look, here's another flip opportunity. So I think that the city's well-meaning, but you have the tools in place, and things like requiring developers to proceed after rezoning and to hold their hand to the fire to avoid flipflation is something that should be seriously considered. My last point is in our written submission, and that is the various studies that show that densification leads to what's called dead zone syndrome. And it's affected many, many cities. And for that reason, and I know your planning department is aware of those studies, we would request that you give very serious regard to stepping back from this precipice. And thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Nancy Staples, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I think this is an important topic that affects all Calgarians, and it is necessary that the citizens' views are represented and also considered when you are making your decisions. Regardless of where I live and how long I have been here, I am a taxpayer and a contributor in many ways to this vibrant city. But in this matter, I have many concerns. I do not believe that blanket rezoning will be good for the city, nor will it be a solution to the problem that has been identified. I'm going to say that one more time. I do not believe that blanket rezoning will be good for the city, nor will it be a solution to the problem that has been identified. This proposal has caused much controversy and has been divisive for our city already, and it hasn't even been passed yet. I am fearful for what lies ahead if it is passed, and fearful for the many consequences, some of which have been identified and also addressed, but also those which have not yet been thought of or not yet been brought forward because the studies have not been done. We all know that Calgary is growing and that there is an increasing demand for more homes to be built, that times are changing, and that we all need to keep up and be current. What bothers me is how the City Council is going about addressing this issue. There seems to be a manufactured sense of urgency in the way this blanket rezoning proposal has been brought forward, and I'm disappointed in the way it has been presented to us. If this goes ahead, it will impose a significant, far-reaching change in all neighborhoods across the city. It seems like the Council is trying to effect major change to our city in one action with one single vote. Surely, a more measured and incremental approach would prove to be more palatable for most Calgarians. This is a big deal, and I don't believe that it has been given the time and scrutiny that it deserves. Blanket rezoning is an arbitrary and retroactive change to the underlying deal terms that many thousands of citizens thought were solid when they bought their properties. It's preposterous for the Council to be considering retroactively reaching back in time to unwind and change the things after the fact. When Calgarians bought homes, whether it was 50 years ago or 10 months ago, they entered into a contract with well-defined terms. Now you are proposing that those terms be changed without all parties' consent. How can that be? What we are staring at in front of us is having to live through a giant urban rezoning experiment and alter the previous agreed-upon terms. The homeowners have not all agreed to this. I question why the rezoning has to be blanket across all neighborhoods. There are areas of the city where a change could be positive and could result in an increase in affordable housing, but there are also neighborhoods where it will not have the desired result. Because of that, a blanket solution is not appropriate. Many arguments against the proposal have been presented already, so I'm only going to focus on a few. There are areas that are established and functioning as a community where affordable rebuild would not be economical for any developer. No developer wants to buy high and then redevelop and sell low. No, they understandably want to make a profit, of course. So instead, the new rebuild would not be affordable. This does not offer a solution to the identified problem. I think not, and could pose many complications, as many others have pointed out. For example, parking, garbage collection, water, the power grid, all of those other arguments we've already heard. Another concern is the appropriateness of the land itself. There are areas where single-family dwellings have been built that are sound in that location, near a ridge, a ravine, near water, etc. They don't have leaky basements. Their foundation is strong. If rebuilding takes place in these areas, building a much larger, heavier structure closer to the property lines, will the actual land, the soil conditions, be able to support these structures without compromising its neighbors? I don't know, but it makes me nervous that permits will be pushed through without proper consideration. Why should these areas change? Blanket rezoning puts these areas at risk of redevelopment that poses significant issues without achieving the solution of more affordable housing. Leave these areas alone and change the focus to areas where it can provide a solution to the identified problem, to areas where it makes sense. It seems as though we are trying to take the easy road and just assume that one size fits all. That's disappointing and shows a lack of effort to find the best fit solution.
Thank you. Your time is up. So if you could just hang on the line in case there's any questions for you. Let's go to questions for this panel. We'll start with Councillor Chabot.
Thank you. My first question for Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark, how is it that you became aware of this rezoning?
Generally through either social media or through friends that are connected and kind of more in tune with municipal politics. I think a lot of Calgarians take for granted what happens in City Hall, and in many cases I think this is seen as kind of a bridge too far, and that's where I think we're seeing a lot of organized action by citizens and communities that could be impacted against this.
Okay, so it wasn't through the mail-out?
That was far after I'd kind of heard about it, correct. The mail probably provided like a little bit more detail than what had previously been the hearsay that goes through on discussions. And as I continue, even through these hearings, to learn more, I find that the mail-out was insufficient to provide full informed consent on the change being proposed.
Interesting. Were you aware prior to this that the city could have the right to redesignate your property?
I believe I understood it to be a risk, purchasing property in the city. I hoped by buying in an RC1 community that would kind of reduce the risk of a rezoning attempt. But,
so you were aware that the city had the right, the legal right, to redesignate your property?
Correct.
Okay, well, that's good to know. You're one of the few that I've heard of that knew that.
We have very few property rights in this country.
Thank you. That's all the questions I had for you, but I do have a question for Ms. Hunter. Ms. Hunter, you heard my questions. Similar questions for you.
Any questions?
Yes.
Sure. So obviously I'm fairly engaged in the community. So I've known about the challenges Calgary faces, about the issues of housing and supply and affordable housing. Involved in the community. So first heard through the community, our community association. We live in Alboya. Through that, did some engagement there. Did receive a mail out. Did read that material as well.
So you probably were waiting for it because you probably knew it was coming before you even got it, right?
Somewhat coming, yeah. It's been a big topic in our neighborhood. There's no doubt about it.
And so you were aware that the city had the legal right to redesignate
You know,
properties?
somewhat. It's just seems to be overstepping a bit. Yes, I mean, I'm a paralegal by trade, so I've worked in the legal business. Although it's interesting because, you know, I live on a piece of land that backs onto an alley with houses on the other side that have no access from their street. So their back alley is their main drive, essentially.
Right. Interesting.
And you know, we've always had a huge battle in that area with regards to caveats and that, you know, designated, and you can't build a second unit. So it's, you know, yes, somewhat aware, but I find it's deceptive to all of a sudden change the rules that are. I mean, our house has been zoned this since the 50s, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
and people do buy in these areas expecting sort of those zonings to stay in place.
It begs the question of moral imperative versus legal right.
Exactly.
So you're of the opinion, obviously, that planning more strategic density is the more suitable way forward.
Absolutely. I think that we need to be targeted. I think I think we've heard incredible ideas on how to approach this. I've listened to a lot of the presentations that have happened prior to myself, and I think a targeted approach, an innovative approach, looking at other cities and other areas like Europe, for instance, is a good idea as well, on how they've approached their density and their housing challenges. You know, I'm involved in a lot of organizations that actually spend a lot of time trying to define a problem before solving the problem. Converged Mental Health Coalition is one of those. We've looked, it's an organization that works and tries to define problems in the mental health delivery system, right? So it looks at a system, and you know, we do spend a ton of time on research looking at that system to say, really, are the problems really that, or is there something else going on too as well?
Root cause.
Yeah, root cause.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. No, thanks for being here. Thanks for answering my questions. That's it for me.
Thanks.
Thanks. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Mr. Hanson, please.
Yes.
Thank you so much. You brought up one of your examples with flipflation. I was wondering what your perspective would be on that this would end that practice for low-scale development, because there wouldn't be that land lift from a land use change prior to a development permit. Does that is one of the intentions behind this, is that it would eliminate that particular example you provided? I was wondering what your thoughts were.
Sure, and I appreciate that could be a potential benefit, but the simple fact is that developers are very creative, and it's like investors looking for tax loopholes. So I guess I don't have as much confidence as council in this proposal that we're not going to see other forms of flipflation, as I call it, through whether it's the development permit process or a split development permit process or other opportunities to add on costs that eventually find their way to renters and to purchasers.
When you're thinking about other creative ways, are you thinking just about like higher land uses, or are you thinking that there's just something in the development permit process that they can figure out?
Yeah, I believe both.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I started out my career as a municipal lawyer, representing over 200 municipalities, and I was amazed at the creativity of developers. I would also say that I do not believe that municipalities have an unfettered right to rezone. So I think there are other issues at play, is my point.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hanson, for your presentation. If I could keep you for another moment. I'd like to drill down on any, you've obviously given this a lot of thought. I'd like to drill down a little bit on what some of the alternatives look like for you and some of the alternative courses of action that we could take.
Sure. Well, I'd start with the basics, that I think that the planning provisions of the Municipal Government Act are very sound. And I think that this city has a long history of doing good development the right way. And so when I say that the existing tools are still available, I would add that you would start there. And I do appreciate that there are going to be areas in this city that are more suited for densification around the objectives that the city is setting, both affordability and to build more accommodation as quickly as possible, but in a sensible and responsible manner. And then again, you know, my comments around flipflation, I think there's a distinction between the city taking its resources and doing proper delegation with the use of those resources. And I'd caution against abdication to developers. I'm not trying to suggest that all developers are evil, but for developers, much of the city wouldn't exist as it does. But we know that there are propensities for profit. And so to the extent that the municipality can go through its existing tools using a very capable planning department to stem some of the abuses that we have seen that others have raised, and no need to repeat it here, I think those are good opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation tonight.
Thank you for
Thanks,
your
Mayor.
time.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions in the queue for this panel, so thank you all very much for making the time to join us today. Let's assemble a new panel. Is there anyone here or on the line that was on a panel either number 125 or earlier?
Yes.
Hi, who's this?
This is Alexa Minton. I was on 124 and my headset, when I muted it, muted, and I couldn't get it off.
Okay, we'll get you onto this panel, no worries.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else? She's on 132. Okay, so let's see who we've got from 126. Do we have Stuart Craig? Do we have Brett Pierce? How about Liam Love? Donald Staples?
Yes.
Hi, is this Donald?
I'll get him.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And do we have Peter Schneider? How about Brian Magdy? Okay, we're on panel 127 now. Do we have Glenn Kerr? Do we have David Knight? What about Michael Kapuzinski? Sorry, Michelle Kapuzinski. Do we have John Wellen? Okay, dipping into panel 128. Do we have Clinton Scherger? Timothy Skeet? Brian Hurst? Hi, you can come on.
Mayor Gondek, this is Stuart Craig signing in. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Stay on the line, sir.
All right. Thank you. I'll turn the volume down.
Thank you.
Mayor, this is Donald Staples signing in as well.
Okay, so we have Donald Staples, Stuart Craig, we have Alexa, and Sir Brian Hurst, right? Yeah, you can come up to the front if you like.
Sorry, Mayor Gondek.
Hi, who's this?
Sorry, Mayor Gondek. It's Glenn Kerr phoning. I just dialed in.
Great. Sorry, tell me your name again.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, who's this?
This is Glenn Kerr.
Glenn Kerr. Okay, perfect. We've got you. All right, everybody. Hi, is there anybody on the phone line that hasn't told me who they are?
Come on now. Okay, I'll turn the volume down.
All right, tell you what. I've got all your names then. If you could please hit mute. When I tell you it's your turn, you can unmute.
Brian Magdy calling in.
Brian Magdy calling in. Okay, perfect. Anybody else on the line who hasn't told me who they are? Okay, then I'm going to need all of you to mute, please. Hey, everybody. Someone needs to mute, please. Okay, well, we're going to give this a try then. Let's go with Alexa Minton. Then we'll go to Stuart Craig. Then Donald Staples. Brian Magdy. Glenn Kerr, and Brian Hurst. So, Ms. Minton, please start us off, and I will say one more time, if you are on the phone line and your name is not Alexa Minton, please mute your device.
I'm going to have to call in from a phone I know how to mute. I can't mute this one. I'll call right back.
Okay, who's this? Okay, well, all right. Ms. Minton, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and City Council. My name is Alexa Minton, second-generation Calgarian. I'm a homeowner in Ward 11 in an RC1 home in Haysboro. I am representing myself. I am against the blanket rezoning. I will reuse what a number of presenters have said, and that is one size does not fit all. I reached my decision against the blanket rezoning after reading the literature that was sent to me, what I read on the City of Calgary website, Councillor Penner's presentation on YouTube, and after listening to the presentation last Monday by the City of Calgary Planning Department. This discussion needs to be about affordable housing, and Calgary is severely lacking in that area. The city planners talked about the proposal for blanket rezoning. What I saw was the housing that will start somewhere in the mid-400s, dependent on the neighborhood, and it could be much higher. How can this be affordable to the new Canadians or young people starting out? How will anyone be able to pull together a down payment? The city planners also promoted the use of reliable city transit. City planners need to ride the train with me and find out what happens when we have our first large snowfall and when the switch doesn't work coming into downtown. The C train is like a straw. And when there is an incident or a medical emergency, it's a blockage and everything is backed up. We have nowhere to go except off. I have stood several times in -20 conditions waiting for the bus that was promised and ended up walking to Heritage. I've been riding the train since I started working. Parking downtown would have added up to another mortgage payment. I rode the Yellow Max for a year when I was exhausted from the crime spikes on the train. Oh, but what I discovered is the Yellow Max and several routes shut down when there is a heavy snowfall because the buses cannot get up and down the hill safely. Transit is severely underfunded, and it needs to change if you're going to promote its use as reliable. Funding for transit could make it reliable, and it could go from good to great for everyone. To be clear, I'm not against density if it is thoughtful and suitable to the location. The city needs to pause and think about the existing neighborhoods and determine if rezoning would be a good fit and be a benefit for the already established neighborhoods. I feel like we're rushing in, trying to find the solution to the problem before determining what the problem is. There should not be a checklist that every neighborhood requires the same type of housing, whether it's apartments, condos, single family, duplexes, row housing, and multiplexes. I believe with improvements to transit, making it reliable will be advantageous in increasing density along the LRT lines and make it affordable. I'm going to do some solutioning here. Heritage Station has a perfect example of a lot that could be redeveloped into affordable housing. I realize the former Haddon Road Y and tennis courts is a brown site and needs to be remediated as the pool leaks chlorine into the ground. If there was underground parking, this would help address the mediation. A pedestal of businesses on the ground floor and 4 floors above with the windows facing Haddon Road and Heritage Drive so that it's not overlooking into anyone's yard. And what about further development on Horton Road, where there is already several high-rise apartment buildings, and there could be more? This location is between 2 transit LRT stations, Heritage and Southland, with 4 grocery stores located on McLeod Trail. This location also is close to schools, Southwood Public Library, and the Rocky View Hospital. All of the necessities could be accessed by the transit, making it affordable. As for addressing the applications for redevelopment, why not leverage what's being done by the regulators in the city that deal with a high volume of applications for energy proposals? I'm only asking that you think and ask, does this fit the neighborhood? To be clear, I did not vote for blanket rezoning, and we need a plebiscite. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to, one second. Stuart Craig, please.
Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much to Mayor and Council for giving me the opportunity to speak today. It's been a long 6 days worth of public input, and obviously you'll have a few more days ahead to listen to the broad concerns of Calgarian. Much of what's been said I need not repeat. However, I've got broader issues with the manner in which the guidebook and its evolution of the past 3 years has unfolded. So I've participated in 2 panels related directly to that and 2 so-called engagement sessions. Unfortunately, in each instance, I felt great disappointment. The elephant in the room for me is the lack of clear, transparent, and unbiased process. I feel it's very much a diminishment of the importance of the public voice, particularly the taxpayers, whom you expect to carry the burden. What's happened to the concept of open debates in the shaping of the city's future, not just amongst discussion with council and administration. Calgary was a city founded on collective pride in its achievements, its economic resilience, its spirit of entrepreneurship, its compassion, its unique ethos and cohesion. Unfortunately, this landscape seems to be changing to a state of unease, loss of clear direction, and polarization of opinions. Let's talk about one of your 4 C's, collaboration, which you attempt to sell so proudly. It feels like the principle of collaboration has been lost in the engagement sessions and in the public hearings. This has been inadequate transparency process, limited opportunities to debate, and sadly, inadequate stress testing of ideas and possible outcomes. I believe this has hampered your ability to reach pragmatic and balanced solutions to immediate and longer-term needs. Please bring back some humility into the making of your decisions. Demonstrate to your key stakeholders, the taxpayers, some more soundly based professional judgment, much more critical thinking, and more due diligence before committing to programs and policies that you truly do not have a full grasp of. NASA has succeeded in killing astronauts, airframe manufacturers have killed passengers, and the Titanic lost souls out of arrogance by those who believed vehemently that they knew what they were doing. I ask you, what makes you believe your decision-making capabilities are infallible to repeating these far-reaching errors? Never, but never, ever please come to us with the excuse that you believed in the best of intentions that your decisions were taken for the betterment of society, or that it was a collective decision you were pressured into. And we've heard lots of talk on that. Let's just look to reverse the stance. Let's just look at the reversal on the stance of illegal drugs and immigration numbers. Mayor and Council, I implore you to immediately hit the pause button on this proposed bylaw. It requires considerably more reflection and a rethink that must involve significantly more active engagement and open debate with your constituents. That is the only means forward to maintain the ethos that built this great city. This will go a long way to build that needed collaboration and restore trust in the offices of Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Donald Staples, please.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before City Council. It's truly an honor. My wife and I have lived in this city for more than 31 years, raised a family here. We're small business owners with considerable interest in and thought for well-being of the city. So not surprising, I'll tell you right up front, I don't believe that blanket rezoning will be good for Calgary. In fact, I think it will turn out to be quite negative and divisive for the city, and I think we're already seeing that in hearing some of the speakers at this hearing. I forecast that there will be some, or many, perhaps many, adverse unintended consequences to deal with if this goes through. Now, I understand Calgary's growing. I know full well there's an increasing demand for homes to be built. Times are changing. We all need to keep up and be current. I get that. And we all want to live in a modern, forward-looking city. I get that. Nobody I know is disputing any of that. But over the past number of days, there's been a common set of objections raised repeatedly. You know, the traffic, parking, too many garbage bins, recycling bins, too many circling around Amazon delivery trucks, et cetera, And these are exactly the small details that will give rise to those unintended consequences that I think. It seems to me that blanket rezoning is going to introduce a series of negative consequences in many neighborhoods, which just clearly are not set up for the density increase that we're contemplating here. So the housing shortage in Calgary is real, but it is a complex issue to contend with. And in my experience as a business owner, an over-the-top, one-size-fits-all sort of rushed response to any challenging or complex situation is normally not the best response, and many times it's not even a particularly good response. You know, complex issues call for nuanced, well-thought-out, time-tested solutions. Complex issues take time to deal with and cannot be solved neatly in one quick shot. So I'm thinking a more measured, incremental, and collaborative approach is likely a better path forward for the city to take, and presumably it'll result in a better outcome over the long term. At the core, the city's stated prime goal of this proposal was to increase the supply of affordable housing. And I, like many others who've gone before me speaking to you, don't really see how this is going to be achieved by a one-size-fits-all blanket rezoning. Each community and even each individual lot property has its own unique set of characteristics and nuances that should guide how they could be rejuvenated and rebuilt for a more modern urban need. And judging from the feedback we've heard during this hearing over the past few days, a more measured approach would likely be viewed more positively in general and might be better supported by Calgarians. I guess that's where the collaboration might come in. The key question has, and lots of people have brought it up, is who benefits from this? Well, in my opinion, it's going to be the developers, renovators, and home flippers. In many communities, there's just too much money to be made to by building high-end skinny infills and charging premium prices for them. These new builds just are going to be anything but affordable. In the end, they'll probably end up being inflationary and contrary to what was intended. So in certain cases, we can be sure that blanket rezoning is going to end up pitting neighbor against neighbors, tensions rise and frictions heat up. And I guess I just question how smoothly this is all going to go, even despite the city's reassurances to just trust them to get it all right. I mean, I find that frankly off-putting at best. No one on council campaigned for this blanket rezoning, and no one specifically elected anyone to put this policy on the table. Like many others, I don't believe there is a mandate to force such a far-reaching change on the city when most citizens who are appearing before you at this hearing evidently oppose it. The only fair way would be to have a plebiscite, as many others have pointed out. Rather than increasing the number of homes available and the overall affordability, this has the look and feel of an ideologically driven initiative being pushed through for social engineering reasons. I hope I'm wrong about that, but I doubt that I am. So in closing, I just ask that each of you reflect on this and then vote in accordance with how the majority of your constituents in your wards are indicating to you that they feel about this proposal. My hope is that each of you will consider voting against this proposal, and I thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Brian Magdy, please.
I appreciate this opportunity to address Mayor Gondik and city councilors to express my viewpoint. Thank you. I first moved to Calgary a little over 40 years ago. Since that time, I've lived in many housing forms, an apartment, a townhome, a condo, and several single-family homes. I've also lived in various communities throughout Calgary. The choices I made depended upon my needs, wants, and personal situation over the years. I currently reside in the community of Oboya. I recognize the need for various types of housing forms and agree that it is critical that these options are made available for the citizens of Calgary. I also agree that densification is a key component in Calgary's housing strategy. However, I believe that the proposed blanket rezoning will create more issues than it solves. On the City of Calgary's website, under the City of Calgary's housing strategy, in the frequently asked questions section, I found the following. If implemented, how will the city evaluate the success of rezoning? The answer there says, success includes the ability of more Calgarians to find a stable, quality home that fits their lifestyles in a community that meets their needs. Administration will monitor and track the number of new units measured against anticipated units, price, and effect on citywide housing costs. If the proposed blanket rezoning gets approved, there will no longer be any communities or neighborhoods in Calgary that will be zoned for single-family dwellings only. That is saying that no one should have the choice to live in a planned low-density neighborhood, regardless of their preference and desired lifestyle. I assert that this will provide the opposite of the intended result. This will deter or deny the ability of more Calgarians to find a stable, quality home that fits their lifestyle in a community that meets their needs. Notably, it will eliminate certainty of use in current C or RC1 contextual dwelling districts and have many residents on edge in anticipation of forthcoming densification of their neighborhood and streets. Furthermore, concerns about uncertainty around what will be built next door and having limited ability to provide feedback will create stress and build animosity. How will this allow the new residents to integrate into the new homes and community comfortably? Talk about getting off on the wrong foot. It is important that a solution is developed that allows Calgary to continue to offer a diverse range of housing alternatives while still promoting greater density. In addition to the proposed rezoning, the city's action plan includes more housing downtown, investing in transit-oriented development, building inclusive and equitable housing programs, incentivizing legal secondary suites. In my view, the above does not depend on blanket RCG zoning. Our community association held a town hall meeting on March 21st, and Councillor Wolcott graciously agreed to attend to take questions and feedback from concerned citizens. I understand that blanket rezoning is just one facet or piece of the puzzle to providing densification, and it is not intended to be the end-all and be-all solution. My interpretation of this approach is likening to throwing cooked spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. The following was posed. How does the proposed blanket rezoning impact the local area plan? What I heard was that there would be very little, if any, impact or effect at all. This has me somewhat confused. Are the two not trying to accomplish more or less the same thing? However, it sounds to me from two radically different approaches. Rather than ramming through the citywide blanket rezoning, I feel a better approach would be to wait for the completion of the local area plans initiative, which aims to identify areas in each community that can accommodate a higher density and different forms of housing. I believe working collaboratively with constituents is a more suitable approach and will create the conditions that will allow for the goals of densification to take place. Calgary is a terrific city and is ranked as one of the most livable in the world. I would like to see it remain that way. I believe that adopting the proposed blanket rezoning will have a long-term negative impact on the quality of life and the choices of lifestyles offered in Calgary. I reiterate that I'm against the proposed blanket rezoning and urge you to vote against it and explore other alternatives, including some of the ones I outlined and the ones that you have heard about from other concerned and caring citizens of Calgary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next up is Mr. Kerr. Mr. Kerr, you have 5 minutes as soon as you're ready. Mr. Kerr, are you there?
Sorry, who do you call? Oh, sorry about that. Sorry, it's Glenn Kerr calling. Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor and Councillor, to speak on this issue. I am speaking for the Inglewood Community Association in opposition to blanket rezoning. There's been many presentations on why blanket rezoning will not work. We'd like to focus on where Inglewood's at in the redensification, how we're making the existing land system work, some historical context, and some unintended consequences. Inglewood, as a population of about just over 4,000 people, has been subject to many major land use changes over the few years. The resulting proposed developments will add over 3,000 housing units, and further, there are 4 industrial transition blocks and many neighborhood flex blocks that are not being explored for development. In this regard, what is the density target for Inglewood? On the city's website, on the community profile pages, it's projected that the population will double by 2042. We respectfully submit that with the current and potential development activity, we're already there. The land use changes we have seen from RC1 and RC2 have been to the RCG, 1 or 2 HGO, and some commercial residential designations. The community associations had constructive dialogue with many of the applicants to address community concerns that have resulted in win-win designs. Example lists include the development coming up for the Blues Can, the Blue Store, residential commercial blocks, and several RCG applications. Still of concern in those land use changes, however, is the parking requirements. The 0.5 parking stalls per unit is an ambitious plan to remove cars from the road that needs monitoring to track its success and failure. What are the plans to monitor and adjust for this? Blanket rezoning ignores the historical guidelines identified by the city in their supplied historic East Village Calgary local area plan. These areas are to be governed by policy that states that land use designations are to be discouraged until heritage guidelines have been explored. Moreover, the document states that applicants are strongly encouraged to contact the city to determine development considerations related to the heritage prior to submitting a planning application. There's been some talk about unintended consequences of blanket rezoning, but I've not heard mention of the effect on the film industry. On the CREB website, they state that while southern Alberta scenery is an obviously draw, Calgary's older neighborhoods like Inglewood, Bowness, and Ogden are consistently used in film production sites in an industry that contributed $178 million to the region's economy. That was 2017. Calgary Economic Development goes on to state that there's potential to double or triple this work. The series Fargo, shot in Bridgeland, was filmed there to quoted that the community's quaint main streets and surrounding streetscape reflected different areas and different small towns. This proposal promotes monumental changes that do not bode well for many inner-city communities, including Inglewood. Our City Council would be wise to restructure zoning changes to certainly increase density but respect individual communities. Our hope is that City Council will work hard to build more trust with Calgarians through a more moderate proposed changes that will help create a better city, not a more contentious one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Brian Hurst, please.
Madam Mayor and councillors, I'm a native Calgarian, born and raised, a pretty rare breed, I think, but I've watched the city grow, and my wife and I, and many friends and neighbors of ours who live in RC1 communities in many parts of the city are extremely concerned that council has displayed a dictatorial and misguided approach in trying to ram through a universal change to zoning of all of our beautiful and spacious single-family RC1 neighborhoods to RCG, which would allow building a multifamily residence up to 8 units per normal 50 by 100 foot residential lot, with little or no concern for overcrowding of traffic, parking, or schools. It's not upzoning, as proponents say, it is downzoning to the lowest common denominator, and we are fighting a military operation war, and many of us are waking up to this reality. The flawed rationale we are being force-fed is that this downzoning would enable affordable housing to be built within our neighborhoods, thereby substantially increasing the housing density and alleviating the affordable housing shortage. This, I believe, is not true. City administration brainwashing, sorry for that term, has convinced some council members to support this misguided rezoning through several misleading arguments. One, federal government won't invest multi-millions in affordable housing unless the city follows their orders to rezone. Reality, the federal government was never going to give those funds to the city. They will spend those funds openly to do publicity announcements and very slowly build on federal lands such as Curry Barracks to win votes at the next federal election. The federal government has no business blackmailing our city into downgrading our development zoning principles. Two, developers will finance the affordable housing. Reality, the banks will create money and mortgage the building cost, plus the developer's handsome profits, and owners will have to repay the mortgages. Three, Calgarians are famously generous, and most will not complain about the resulting overcrowding and ruin of the appearance of the neighborhoods. Reality, we donate our time and money to worthy causes. We do not watch idly while our property values are eroded, nor the beauty of our spacious single-family neighborhoods be permanently damaged. We are not susceptible to being brainwashed by developers. Residents are being led to believe that developers will pay a premium to buy properties in these neighborhoods. False. Developers only want the land and will pay little or nothing for the house because they will quickly tear it down to make way for a multi-unit building. And the resulting housing will be expensive, not affordable. Affordable multi-unit housing is already being built in the suburbs, in well-planned communities, and in some neighborhoods who welcome this development, or have already been overwhelmed by it and cannot be reversed. We have all seen the deplorable results of this abuse of neighborhood structure by developers. The argument for this downzoning changes are deeply flawed. The real results of such development, in quotes, will be permanently damaging the appearance of our spacious neighborhoods, reducing property values as a result, causing severe overcrowding of traffic on our neighborhood streets, causing severe parking shortages, causing overcrowding of schools, many of which are already on a lottery system, and if you don't pick a lottery number, your child gets bused to another community. Overloading infrastructure of water and sewer that are already 50 to 100 years old. In my case, 1912 house, 115 years old, and are very expensive to replace or upgrade. What are the undivulged reasons for this misguided initiative? Some councillors want to be seen as heroes promising affordable housing, reduce the workload of development officers, streamline the development process, and all would be approved is the appearance, not the structure or the 3-story infills that you see in Wildwood and areas over there. Reducing the workload of development officers, reducing the number of development officers through firing because you won't need as many. This saves budget money. Heavy influence, the fourth point, heavy influence, again, by developers, profiteers, who say the need for affordable housing, but simply want to profit by building multi-unit residences on single-family lots, often at prices considerably higher than the single-family residence that they have purchased and torn down. These developers care nothing about the problems they leave behind in overcrowding of neighborhood traffic and schools and lack of parking, nor damage to the appearance and character of our single-family neighborhoods. Last page. Recently, this misleading brochure was distributed around the city by the administration, I presume, to influence these proceedings. Did Council authorize the printing and mailing of this propaganda sheet at a cost of tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars? Note that it brazenly proposes rezoning while admitting there is no parking requirement for secondary suites.
Mr. Hurst, you're just at time.
This travesty against democratic
Hurst,
rights is
you're
not
at
to
time.
institute something.
You're at time.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Yep, you got the message.
Thank you. I don't see anybody in the queue with questions for this panel, so thank you all very much for being with us today. We appreciate you taking the time. We're going to take a dinner break, but before we do that, I'm going to let you know who's up next. It will be, as always, I'll ask if anybody from previous panels is here, and then we'll insert you in. But we'll be looking at panel 128 and 129. Teresa Wright, Lorna Dreger, David Coots, Brad Pierce, Kathy Metcalf, Don Metcalf, and Roger Hogan will be up from the top. And Ms. Peters, you've been very patient. I'm certain we will get you in before the night is over. Thank you. So we will be back at 7:15. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Welcome back. Mr. Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Wyness. Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Chu. Here. Thank you. Councillor Dollywell.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans. Here. Councillor Wong. Here. Councillor Walcott. Councillor Carra.
Councillor Carra is here.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor McLean. Councillor DeMong. And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to ask if there was anybody on a panel before panel 128 that's here to speak now that missed their earlier opportunity. I don't see anybody in chambers. Is there anyone on the phone line that was here for or that was registered for an earlier panel than 128, but you're here now?
Yes, you've got one here.
Hi, who's this?
My name is Michael Martin. I was on panel 113.
113. Yep, I've got you right here. Okay, thank you for that. Is there anybody else? Do we have Teresa Wright? Do we have Lorna?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. Do we have Kathy Metcalf? Do we have Dawn Metcalf? How about Roger Hogan? And on panel 130, do we have Mona Butler? Hugoline Morton. Do we have Randy Pilot? How about Ian Monroe? Hi, sir. You're standing up. Okay, on 128. Okay, Clinton Sugar, we'll get you onto this one. Thank you. Then I'm going to look for one more person. Do we have Ian Monroe? David Barlow? Thank you. You can come on up and grab a seat. Sir, you can come up and grab a seat as well. Let me tell you what this panel is going to look like, everyone. We are going to start with Michael Martin. Then we're going to go to Clinton Sugar. Then it's Lorna Dreger, then Brad Pierce, and then David Barlow. All right, so Mr. Martin, why don't you start us off, please? Do we still have Michael Martin?
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I was on mute.
That's okay. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'll be brief. I'm a homeowner in Calgary. I strongly oppose the rezoning proposal for numerous reasons that other speakers have covered. I don't think that you as council have a mandate to pass this bylaw. It was not discussed or debated at all as part of the most recent civic election. I think that the city should have held a plebiscite on this, but this council voted that down. That said, I think that the next civic election should essentially operate as a referendum on this issue. What's being proposed will result in massive changes to the city. And I think that each of you should have the nerve to state your position for or against the proposal and let the voters decide. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. Just hang on the line on mute in case there's questions for you. Let's go to Clinton Sugar, please.
Thank you. This will be short and sweet as well. My name is Clint Scherger. I represent myself. I'm a 50-year resident of Calgary and 32-year resident of the community of Lake Bonavista in Ward 14. I attended Councillor DeMong's April 9th open house at the Lake Bonavista Community Centre, where he faced great opposition to the blanket rezoning from the attendees. I'm here in an attempt to persuade other councillors to vote no to the proposed blanket rezoning. I lived in Lake Bonavista in my teens and early 20s before moving away from my parents' home. I've lived in apartments and starter homes in other communities, and when the time came to be more established, I chose to return to Lake Bonavista and its R1 single-family dwelling zoning. If I wanted to live in a community with condominiums, row houses, and multiple family dwellings, I would have bought a house in such an area. I paid a premium to buy in Lake Bonavista, which was historically zoned as R1, but was somehow changed to RC1 in the 2010s, which I'm kind of okay with. I'm opposed to blanket rezoning to RCG and deeply opposed to rezoning my community to RCG. As an ex-technician, this all reminds me of something that works in theory but fails in practical application. The group has come up with a plan that works in theory but failed to take into consideration the extreme changes it is making to historically R1 communities. Please vote no on this blanket rezoning. Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. Let's go to Teresa Wright, please. Hi, do we have Teresa Wright? How about Lorna Dreger?
Thank you, Mayor Gondak and councillors, for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Lorna Dreger, and I am a resident in Ward 1. I am opposed to the blanket rezoning proposal. I do support densification and communities having mixed design and income housing development, but this requires not only planning, but also community and resident involvement in order to be most successful. I have been a volunteer on the Landscape Enhancement Elm Committee in my community since it began 12 years ago. Committed to improving the beauty and environment of my neighborhood, I have seen how passionate community members are about where they live and the positive effects that local planning can have on a community. Local area plans have been proven to allow for resident engagement while meeting the unique needs of each community. Based on the number of Calgarians that have come out to speak about blanket rezoning, I dare say many would be willing to serve on a local area planning group and invest in their community. Reasons for my opposition to blanket rezoning include larger building envelopes resulting in loss of trees, overshadowing of neighbors' yards, reducing soft landscaping such as bee-friendly plants. These are losses our environment can ill afford. Increased on-street parking, because only half a parking stall is required per unit, will result in congestion, making it unsafe for children to be out front of their homes. Some may say they should be at a playground or in the backyard, but out front of homes is where and how Calgarians meet their neighbors. But most importantly, this blanket rezoning eliminates certainty of use for property owners. And by this, I'm not referring to certainty of use for developers who have purchased a property for redevelopment. I mean certainty of use for those who have purchased or are purchasing a home in a particularly chosen neighborhood. The city website, and indeed many people I have spoken to, try to temper concerns about blanket rezoning by saying that it is unlikely that some housing stock will be replaced within the next 1 or more decades. People ask, who would demolish a perfectly good home to build a townhouse or row house? The point is that blanket rezoning can and will allow for any RCG development to take place anywhere at any time. Blanket rezoning will remove housing choice for those who want to live on a street with only single and semi-detached housing. People have and continue to select where they want to live based on their lifestyle needs, their preferences, and what they can afford. Calgary is one of the fastest growing cities, and it is indisputable that we face an affordable housing crisis that mirrors pressures felt across Canada and in other countries. Available information states that increased density does not equate to affordability. The much larger developments that are needed to address affordability cannot be built in RCG zoning. We should note that developers of new suburban greenfield communities know that people buying want to be located beside homes of a similar size, height, and setback. Therefore, developers design these communities to meet that preference. I own a single-dwelling property and chose it for the same reasons new buyers do in greenfield communities. Why should my preferences and those of other single-dwelling property owners in established neighborhoods be disregarded, changed, and taken away? Mayor Gondek, you have assured Calgarians that their perspectives are included in decisions. You have been quoted as saying that people need to try something, need to do a pilot to see if it is effective. I ask that all of you on council say no to blanket rezoning. Take the time to get this right. Put in place a plan, do a pilot, so we can incrementally learn as the plan progresses, rather than simply using blanket rezoning as a one-size-fits-all approach. Report back to Calgarians on how the plan is impacting their city, communities, and properties. Then we all win by ensuring that our city grows in a way that is sustainable, equitable, and reflective of the needs of all Calgarians. Thank you. And I'd also like to thank my fellow Calgarians who have presented before and those who will follow me. What an impassioned group of citizens. This is why we like to call Calgary home.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Brad Pierce, please.
Your Worship and City Council. My name is Brad Pierce, and I have served this city as a member of the board and vice chair of Calgary Economic Development, and have assisted and supported many mayoralty and aldermanic campaigns, including some of you who are here today. For the record, I acknowledge and am deeply concerned with the ongoing affordability and homelessness problems in the city. I have a son with a fledgling coffee business who struggles to find an affordable rental and empathize with many of the younger people presenting these past number of days. Also, to be clear, I'm not against densification and believe it is an appropriate and necessary planning goal. In point of fact, I reside with my partner in Windsor Park that is experiencing exactly the type of transformation and renewal the blanket upzoning is aimed at achieving, and find it both necessary and appropriate. This despite the fact that this council approved and was going to allow to proceed a 5-story, 30-unit condominium directly across from us until a private citizen took legal action to stop it. That said, this too will likely proceed, despite not being either contextual or according to the area structure plan. I have tried to observe many of the presentations at this hearing, and it's patently obvious, Your Worship, and several other councillors have already made up their mind. It is also obvious that a constituency has been mobilized and supported, and I dare say coached, to appear and give presentations in support of this blanket measure to give a false appearance of balance on this issue. With respect to Your Worship and members of council, this is not your role, nor is it your role to implement an agenda set elsewhere or by another level of government or by administration for that matter. Nor is it your role to receive or provide funds to support such an agenda. Your role at its most basic is to represent the citizens of Calgary on municipal matters. Also under the Municipal Government Act, provide with government and to develop and maintain safe and viable communities. And with respect to planning matters, to achieve the orderly, economical, and beneficial development, use of land, and patterns of human settlement. And I'm going to emphasize this next part. Without infringing on the rights of individuals or any public interest except to the extent that it is necessary for the overall greater public interest. It is impossible to conceive how this blanket rezoning measure can ever achieve this necessary balance or provide for orderly development. You've received more than 5,500 submissions from concerned citizens, the vast majority of which oppose blanket rezoning and lay out many reasons, valid reasons, why not to implement this blanket measure. We've well heard from representatives of over 50 communities opposed to blanket rezoning. Integral to your role in providing good government is to have a complete and unbiased understanding of the issues so an objective decision can be made for the benefit of the citizens you represent. This is not the case here. City administration presents only one side of the story and fails to inform Council of the risks and other negative impacts of the proposed measure. Critically, the question remains unanswered. A blanket upzoning addresses the affordability issue addressed by most speaking in favor. It is simply presumed, and until this can be answered, this measure should not go forward. In addition, administration has not made the case out of who this measure will actually serve or benefit, and specifically the affordability and availability of housing for those who need it. Or rather, is it perhaps, and maybe cynically, the developers and construction firms who stand to profit from a cheaper, expedited process? In light of the wide opposition to this blanket measure and the incomplete record on the issue by administration, my submission to this council is that you neither have the mandate nor the authority to pass the proposed amendment, and that it must be fairly submitted to the electorate by plebiscite, or better still, the next election. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Please stay on the line on mute in case there's any questions for you. Let's go to David Barlow, please.
Good evening. My name is David Barlow, and I'm here today to ask you to vote no on the pending blanket rezoning proposal. I believe this proposal is a mistake. Over the last week, you have heard many people provide good explanations as to why they are opposed to the rezoning. I'm sure you have little interest in hearing the entire laundry list again, so I will try to be brief. Here are my highlights. Number one, many of the older neighborhoods do not have the infrastructure to accommodate a substantial increase in density. In my neighborhood, the city is regularly out repairing old lines and upsizing existing utility conduits merely to accommodate current usage. I have not seen any plan to address the increased demand that would arise from densification. I've been told, don't worry about that, it's taken care of, but I haven't seen any real evidence that this is true. Number two, our neighborhood children are already being denied the opportunity to attend their local schools due to overcrowding and are forced to attend school elsewhere. I'm told that schools are a provincial issue. The city needs to work with the province to address this problem. Number three, our neighborhoods do not have the ability to absorb the increased traffic and parking requirements that blanket upzoning would force upon them. And number four, no one wants to live in a bungalow that has been boxed in on three sides by a 3 or 4 floor building. The only winners in this plan are the developers. You are mistaken if you think upzoning will have any significant positive impact on creating affordable housing in at least the near or midterm. The developers will sell their projects for as much as they can. I was an economics major in school. I do understand about supply and demand, but this plan you're considering is not going to get you where you want to be. Any marginal cost improvement will come at substantial monetary and non-monetary costs to your existing communities. Why don't you start with developing properties that the city already owns? As the largest real estate owner in the city, you have plenty of underdeveloped sites, many adjacent to existing transit hubs where strategic development would make sense. This would be a much faster solution to a housing supply deficit than waiting for densification on existing properties. If you started with creating whole new developments outside of the inner city, they could be thoughtfully done with planning for schools and infrastructure requirements worked into the plans from the beginning. You would also have the advantage of building denser communities where people knew what they were getting into, rather than forcing people who consciously purchased their home in less dense areas to be unhappy. It is my understanding that no member of City Council ran on a platform of upzoning the entire city. Once this topic came up, it feels like Council has rushed to approve it with little discussion. A plebiscite would have been entirely appropriate. Instead, the city tossed out a substantial amount of work done by city departments who have been planning city growth in an orderly fashion with community input. Input that I'm pretty sure would not show a lot of support for blanket upzoning. Over the last week, I've watched many of these presentations that have been made. Lots of people raised very good points. I thought Anne-Marie Lurie from the Calgary Real Estate Board's testimony was measured and thoughtful. I would suggest instead of running through a blanket rezoning, the city put together a well-considered plan that recognizes the differences that exist in each area of the city. It appears that there are multiple residents who have the ability and willingness to act as a resource to you to help put a better plan together. As a resident and voter, I am strongly opposed to this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We're going to go to questions of this panel. We're starting with Councillor Chabot, please.
Mr. Barlow, You indicated that you have an economics degree.
Yes, sir.
You also said that basic economics don't work in this regard as far as supply and demand by increasing the supply in inner city type row housing, which is one of the sort of targeted objectives. Can you elaborate a little bit more why you think it doesn't work?
Well, there's basic theory that the more you build, the more availability, the price goes down. There are so many other variables at play in this equation that everything gets watered down. And I think at this point, no one really knows exactly what will happen, but there are a lot of, I believe there'll be a lot of middle people on the way, in the way, all the way through, and any pure economic efficiency you think you're having is going to not really materialize.
So one of the arguments that was made, of course, from, I can't remember her name, is Marie's with the real estate board. Anyways, she was talking about how greenfield row housing is significantly cheaper than inner city type developments, and that will likely lead to increased prices of single family residential, which will ultimately trickle down to increased pricing of row houses in inner city. Is that kind of the rationale you're coming from for?
I don't know that I'm up to speed enough on the specifics of that sort of situation to be able to give you a real opinion.
Okay, no, I think Anne-Marie did a good job. Thanks. No further questions for me.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you all very much for being here. We appreciate the time you put into this. Let's assemble another panel. Once again, I will ask, is there anybody that was on a panel before panel 130 who's here with us now? Okay, then let's see who we've got. I'm going to panel 131. Do we have Morris Warren? Thank you. You can have a seat over there, sir, whenever you're ready. Yvonne Berland. Hi, you can grab a seat up front, too. Do we have Brett Finlater? Do we have Keith Drebbett? We're on to panel 132 now. Do we have Renee Wells?
Hello, I'm on panel 130. I believe I missed my call.
Hi, who is this?
Mona Butler.
Okay, Mona, we'll get you onto this panel.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to ask for Renee Wells again. Cindy Peters, I know you're here. You can come on up and grab a seat. So that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4. Do we have Penny Clipperton? Okay, well, let's go with this panel. Let's start with Mona Butler, who is on panel 130. From Mona, we will go to Morris Warren. Then we will go to Yvonne Berland, and then we'll have Cindy Peters. So, Ms. Butler, why don't you start us off, please?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Gondek and City Councilors. My husband and I received a letter from the city stating that our home is situated on a parcel of land redesignated as RCG. And according to the city rezoning plan, most of the areas of the city are designated as such. Our neighborhood, Ridge. Most of the homes here were built in 2006, but the pamphlet accompanying the letter stated that RCG is an area of homes built before 1985. Rocky Ridge contains single-family homes, duplexes, townhomes, and row houses. We bought our home here in 2017 after living in a single-family home for the better part of 45 years, 26 of those years in Calgary. We bought in this neighborhood because of the green space and park behind our home and the quiet nature of the area. Our home is a condominium complex consisting of all semi-detached units. In addition, our home and neighborhood is situated alongside a park known as 12 Mile Coulee, a natural area in northwest Calgary established in 2001. It is a classic prairie coulee where seasonal water flows downstream to the Bow River and consists of a mix of grassland, shrubs, and trees, which play an important role in the western prairie ecosystem. It is extremely important to keep green spaces and historical migration areas in mind, as environmental issues are front and center today in our lives today. and green spaces add to our quality of life and positively to our mental health. The native trees along this coulee are willow, dogwood, trembling aspen, balsam poplar, and white spruce. Trees are the glue that holds the neighborhood together. Birds, small mammals, as well as larger mammals feed and live in the trees in our environment. The park is also home to many species of animals. Ground squirrels, pocket gophers, deer, coyotes, porcupine, red fox, western hares, and is a wildlife corridor for migrating mammals such as the northern moose and deer. Birds native to this area include hawks, harriers, robin, blue jay, gray jay, as well as magpies and other. The history of this land, which follows through to the Bow River, dates back 8,000 years and includes a 2,000-year-old stone circle or tiki ring, indicating that Aboriginal people had been using the park area for hunting and camping since that time. We want to make this statement of opposition to further development in this neighborhood because of the special designation by the city of the 12-mile park, an existing wildlife corridor in which native plants, animals, and birds live, keeping in mind the historical significance of the park. We do not think that the city should approve a blanket rezoning due to the particular circumstances of individual neighborhoods. We appreciate that there is a need for additional housing. The building of neighborhoods must take into consideration environmental factors that. So in summary, we feel that the land surrounding this condominium and the land on which homes are situated should not be disturbed, as well as the adjacent 12-mile coulee park, and the city needs to reassess neighborhoods individually, hold a plebiscite, or build on existing vacant land, excluding parkland in the city. There are many areas of open spaces, as others have mentioned, that can be planned as multi-unit neighborhoods to create more green spaces and a better quality of life for all residents, while preserving the environment and associated wildlife, native plants, and trees. I have attached some photos of wildlife in the park and the view from our home, if you choose to show that. One suggestion would be to rezone all vacant land as RG and give building permits only for developments that include multi-unit dwellings, with a planned community filled with trees, plants, green spaces, and keeping wildlife intact, while trying to make units affordable for potential homeowners. It's only a suggestion, so thank you for the opportunity to present our comment.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Morris Warren, please.
So they're in this order?
Perfect. Yeah, that's good. Oh, thanks. Good evening, Council. I do thank you for the invitation to speak here. It's sort of a homecoming for me. 51 years ago, I worked for the city in the engineering department. I moved to Edmonton. And this background is so you can gather some whatever weight it is you want with respect to my submissions. To obtain a law degree, I came back and practiced here for 40 years. I do have some disclaimers. I don't offer any legal opinions, and I certainly don't have any clients that are before the city, but I have litigated against the city, the province, and the federal government. I think it's important to note that I haven't spoken with any of you nor the mayor on this point. I do want to define for you what I perceive the scope of the issue from your website. The assessed value of real estate for residential property is rounded $350 billion. You're talking about a Fortune 500 company plus. You've afforded me 300 seconds to deal with that. That's $1 billion a second. Never done that before in my life. But I will try. I'm not going to go over old points, but I want to assist what I see is an issue that crops up with a number of councillors. One, what developers do? They're essential. They take property and they develop it for us. And if you build yourself, you don't need them. But if you don't do that, you need them. But I do want to share with you on that first screen what developers do. That's the old King Edward site, built 1912, decommissioned early 2000. This is what they did with raw land, because some of you addressed this issue of affordable housing, and I think you're missing the point. On the left-hand side, you can see, that would be to the left of the screen. If you put the next one up, they develop $1 million condos. That's in South Calgary, 29th, 30th Avenues, 16th, 17th Street. And that's affordable housing to a developer. They're in it for profit, and I don't disparage them at all. I use Mr. Wilson's analogy. If you want a diet of bread, you need a baker. But on the other side, and this goes to, I regret that Councillor Penner isn't here, this is what they do on the other end of that block, the basic two-quarter propositions that turn into curated Edwards living. And if I can have the next one. There's your multi-million-dollar proposition. And if you go down, you can rent one of those apartments. You don't buy them for minimum $50,000 a year. And you get the Bentley limo. That's affordable housing to that developer in that area where you wanted densification. That densification, and I lived there for 30 years, has been going on since the 1950s. It was mixed use then, it's mixed use now. Those corner lots have all been developed. But I want to take you to the next part, which I see my time is running out. This came from panel 108, 109, and it was Kelly McDougall. What she demonstrated to me is that your invitation is a real misinformation piece. I've been parsing words for 50 years, and you represent your invitation citywide zoning. Citywide implies all, and then you represent you're going to deal with all communities. And Ms. McDougall's advice, and I think administration's advice, I couldn't see it on the screen, was that you have carve-outs. This isn't universal. It isn't blanket. It's discriminatory. And I have a number of other points to make, but time doesn't allow me. I just will say, I don't accept those developers that stood here and represented over 90 minutes, 4 of them, those propositions that they put forward. And I would challenge it. I appreciate Councillor Chabot says, you hear evidence, but it's not. Nobody challenged them, and I'd be happy to go on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And Councillor Penner is with us. She's just on the line. So she's just not in her seat, but she is part of the meeting, just so you know.
Fine, I'd be happy to talk to her remotely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Yvonne Berland, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor Gondat, respected councillors, and my councillor, Dan McLean. I come from the community of Canyon Meadows. My husband and I have lived there since 1976. I have a husband, a son, and 2 grandchildren who are born and raised Calgarians. I'm a transplant from Saskatchewan, which a lot of us can say. Came here in 1968 to upgrade my education and advance it. I met my husband in 1970. We were married in 72, moved to Edmonton because that's where we were transferred, bought our first tiny little house. 4 months later, we were told we were going back to Calgary. My husband wanted a community where he could recognize the ability to have single-family dwelling. We loved the community. At that time, Canyon Meadows was everything we wanted. It was a pilot project at the time, where the multifamily dwelling went around the outside, the townhouses, the condos, and then the inside were the single-family dwellings. I am against blanket rezoning. I've listened to all the other speakers since Monday, and I don't need to retell you that there's going to be a problem with sewers and electricity and all of those things. I have no doubt that will happen. I have a grandson who lives in a community. He's just a little guy of 8, And across the street from where he lives, and he lives in a basement suite with his mother, they have knocked down 5 lovely older homes and built in each space 2 large dwellings. There is no green space left. The trees are gone. There's no lawn. My grandson has to go 3 blocks in order to go to a playground across busy streets because his front street has all, the desert type greenery. And the back, they have a dog, and he can't play there because they don't clean up after their dog. I think there are things that the city may want to look at that might help with some of the problems that are going on. I do not believe that densification, and certainly we know from looking at the secondary suites, has not allowed people who are low income, students, seniors, etc. My husband and I plan to stay until we go out our door feet first. However, I think that we need to look at what is going on the streets of Calgary. My background is public health, and I've worked with the military. Assess, plan, implement, and evaluate is the mission statement of international public health, and most military don't just run up the hill to take it with guns blazing. They have a plan. I've taken the opportunity to have a look at some people on the street and speak to them. I asked one young man whom I met on Saturday when I was here, and I bought him something to eat. He's from Edmonton and from Ontario, and he said to me, he gave me all of the things that he might have learned perhaps in a treatment program and didn't seem to be well established, and he was living on the street. I said to him, if a dream came true and you were allowed to go home to your home, which is in Ontario, and somebody was to pay for that, not just put you on a bus, but help you go home. And he said, I want to go home. I don't want to be on the streets of Calgary. I think that that's something we could quickly look at. I think we need to have a better working relationship with the First Nation communities, not just Treaty 7, but Treaty 6 and 8 as well. There are more than likely Aboriginal people, and this young man was Aboriginal, on the streets of Calgary who could possibly go home if work with their community was done. The third thing, I think that students need to have more housing available. How do we do that? My granddaughter has just finished her first year in McGill Bioengineering, and they do not allow students who are out of province or out of country to come to McGill unless they have assured housing. It cost her $20,000, and she's low income. She borrowed the money for 1 year. She has already assessed and got her residence for next year in order to be accepted. I'm running out of time, but I would like to say that I'm very disappointed because I don't recall any of you saying when you were running that this was a plan. I don't think it will work. Secondary suites didn't work, and I believe that this is reactive, not proactive. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Cindy Peters, please.
Thank you. I've been here so long that one might think I have something profound to say. I don't. Many have spoken before me, many will speak after me, and I will try not to repeat what they're going to say. Although, I almost want to say that I'm in favor of upzoning, just to shake things up a little bit, because we just keep seeing the same thing over and over. But I can't. I am opposed to the blanket rezoning. I am in favor of many aspects of the housing strategy, and I am in favor of increased densification. I am in favor of, and I value more affordable housing. I think that very few people would quibble with that. The concern I have is that when we overall look at the approach to this problem, the approach to any problem across any discipline is you have to have 2 things. One, you have to have assurances it's effective, and the second, you have to have assurances that it's reasonable, which in this case includes things like public interest. Is it fair? Is it just? Have we balanced the advantages and the disadvantages to all the people who will be impacted by this, not just those who are seeking the affordable impact? We're all equally valuable in the eyes of the city and in the eyes of our democracy. So we have to ask first, is the blanket upzoning going to result in more affordable housing? I won't belabor it. I have yet to see any evidence presented by city administration or city council that will actually provide us with sufficient assurances that it will provide a meaningfully large pool of affordable housing. Instead, we're hoping, we're optimistic, we're crossing our fingers. Wouldn't it be great If we could just do something efficient, easy, and magically we would have abundant affordable housing. But this is complex and it's difficult, and there are no assurances. Not even close. For developers, of course, the developers will develop for profit. That's not a bad thing. It's not evil. We shouldn't demonize them for it. It's a business. They need to make profit. We have to assume they will do this. They will build large, luxury, high-end, expensive properties that far exceed the ability of most people in need of affordable housing to ever pay for it. Aggravating that is the fact that we still have a highly unregulated short-term rental market in this city. Many communities across the world have done far more than our city has to try to regulate and manage short-term rentals for profit. Our city says we have a housing crisis, yet there are many properties in this city, many beds every night that go unfilled because the profit incentive is not there for the companies that use these as short-term rentals. Beds that could be filled by those in need. But we choose not to regulate. Instead, we choose to let the profit market of the free market decide who gets a bed and who doesn't. We could do a much better job if we truly want to provide more affordable housing for our people. That is one of the things we need to do. And we talk about things like choice. I know some people are strongly in favor of buying, some people are strongly in favor of renting. I think we need to be able to give people choice, and that's one of the main themes of the housing strategy. We need choice, we need diversity. Where is talk about trying to provide significantly more rental property? High rises, low rises, townhouses, whatever have you. Rental properties can be a very, very desirable form of housing for some people who either cannot afford to buy or maybe can afford to buy based on the metrics that the city has provided us, but choose not to. They might choose for other reasons. They don't want to fork out the money to buy a property when they know in 3 years they need to move for school, for work, for family reasons, for anything. If we increase the supply of rentals, we know rentals are less expensive than buying. It's less expensive to move. It's less expensive to pay fees for lawyers, to pay fees for the city, to pay fees for realtors. It gives people more choice, more meaningful choice. Plus, a lot of people can't even afford a mortgage because they can't even get the credit rating. And these are mostly the more vulnerable in our society who are the ones in need of affordable housing. Newcomers to Canada, newly single parents, usually young women with young children. They can't get a mortgage to buy an affordable property. They don't have the credit rating. And once credit ratings are gained, they're easily lost. These people can't afford, even if they have the income, they don't have the rating. Renting is far easier. I can say much more about balance and reasonableness that many, many others have said before me. But if what we're looking at is trying to provide a choice of diverse, affordable housing, let's give people a real choice. What the housing strategy will result in is we can all choose from the same pool of the random assortment of houses in old communities with infills row houses built in. It simply doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And let me just ask one more time, do we have Penny Clipperton? Okay, so that concludes this panel. I'm just looking to see if there's any questions, and I don't think there are. So thank you all very much for your presentations. Thank you for taking the time to be with us today. We are now moving to panel 133. So for panel 133, do we have Dominic Messenchuk? Do we have Philip Turnbull? Do we have Eva Torn-Thomas? Do we have Ashley Gibb?
Speaking.
Thank you. And do we have Nikki Sheppy? Okay, I'm going to go into panel 134 so we can try to comprise 5 people. Do we have Serge Paquette? Do we have Trevor Russ? Jackie Morin?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have Jeff Russell? Tracy Villeneuve. Do we have Victoria Veldhoven? Panel 135 now. Do we have Marie Tremblay? Karen Chow? Do we have Shannon Pomowski? How about Jenny Lowe?
Hello?
Hi, who's this?
This is Eva Torn Thomas. I was just called.
Okay, Eva, I've got your name checked off. Thank you. Just hang on the line. We'll see if we can get you a couple more people for this panel.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm panel 134.
Hi, who is this?
Trevor Russ.
Russ, okay. All right, do we have Jenny Lowe? Okay, we're going to go with this panel of 4, and here's the order for you. It's Eva Torn Thomas, then Ashley Gibb, then Trevor Russ, and then Jackie Morin. So, Eva, please kick us off.
Nikki Sheppy is also here, just FYI.
Nikki Sheppy's also here? Okay, well, great. Nikki, I'll put you at the end of this panel.
And hi, I'm Victoria Veldhoven.
Okay, perfect. Is there anybody else whose name I've called that just joined? Okay, then Nikki and Victoria, I'm adding you to the end of this panel. So we are going to start off with Eva Torn Thomas, please.
Jenny Lowe is here.
Okay, thank you. New plan. Everybody that's on the line, if you could please mute, that would be great. We're going to go Eva Torn Thomas, Ashley Gibb, Nikki Sheppy, and Trevor Russ. And then I'm going to try to assemble a new panel after that. So Victoria and Jenny, just hang tight. Let's start off with Eva, please.
Hello, this is Eva. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Dear councillors and mayor, I live in Whitehorn in a single detached home. I'm not afraid of change in my neighborhood. Life is change. I presented to this council in the fall on this issue and won't repeat stories. I'm concerned about my friends, neighbors, and people I don't even know who are being squeezed by the rising housing costs. This pressure will get worse as people draw closer to retirement. I'm distressed that more people are becoming homeless. I'm glad that council has rapidly initiated housing for families and youth. Much more needs to be done to house the most vulnerable people in our city with non-market affordable housing. Rezoning and market forces will not address this. Nonetheless, I fully support the rezoning of Calgary to increase density and diversity of housing types. My second big concern is climate change, to which housing contributes in many ways. One way to mitigate this is to have higher density in cities, which means less prime agricultural land and critically endangered wildlife habitat is paved over, cycling and transit are more viable, and energy is saved when multiple units are more efficient to heat and cool. Compact cities are also cheaper to run as there's less infrastructure to build. Also, it is important to build these homes to withstand severe weather, fire, and to ensure that they are well insulated and heated and cooled in sustainable ways. Cleaner and cheaper energy benefits us all. What incentives or requirements can council implement to ensure this happens? I'm concerned about what is happening within this rezoning process. The misinformation and conspiracies. I just don't see what many communities are doing as an evil plot. I don't know if better communications will help. Certainly a plebiscite without education won't. Some of the anti-rezoning crowd are confused about the words choice and diversity. The diversity that some of these folks are ignoring is socioeconomic diversity. The only people who can afford single-family homes are the wealthier households or their heirs. The current zoning artificially constrains the housing market, and the city becomes segregated according to income. Segregation is not diversity or choice. In our city, it is currently the case that there is a lot of choice as to what a person can do on and with their property, but there are things that are out of residents' control. For example, who your neighbors are. Are they quiet, noisy, friendly, or creepy? That your neighbor's house can be rebuilt to be much larger, as happened on my cul-de-sac when an extra story was added to a house. Whether your neighbor chooses to use their garage to store stuff and parks on the street instead. Whether trees are cut down. All these things can and do happen among single-family dwellings. It is disingenuous to trot these out as rezoning issues. With RCG zoning, a senior can choose to develop a suite or lane house on their property to provide them with rental income, which can help them afford to stay in their neighborhood. The opposite outcome of what the no side suggests. I'm encouraged that the RCG zoning protects the tree canopy. Trees are great for privacy, but they take decades to grow. Anyone with a commitment to a neighborhood or the luck to buy a home with mature trees can have privacy. Many single-family homes have few trees and very little privacy. Whether rezoning protects solar panels and other green technologies from the shade of larger developments is something the council could address. There is fear about the cancellation of house insurance related to fire risk among some on the no side. Calgary's houses are built really close together. Rezoning should ensure proper spacing, as well as building with non-flammable materials. These materials exist, and yet most houses, including ours, have very flammable vinyl siding, which is made of petrochemicals and is toxic when it burns. Could council insist on better materials? I support Calgarians having affordable homes and doing what is best for our planet. If we have the opportunity to collectively act against homelessness, drought, and wildfire smoke, why wouldn't we take it? I ask council to be leaders in a positive change.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm sorry you're just at time, but if you could hang on the line on mute in case there's questions for you, that'd be great.
Sure, thank
you. Let's go to Ashley Gibb, please.
Good evening, Mayor Gondek and City Councilors. My name is Ashley Gibb, and I'm a 30-year-old resident in Sinalta. I am in favor of RCG as the base zoning district. I currently live in a medium-dense area 2 blocks away from an LRT station. I have to say, I have never had an issue with parking. My household went down from 2 vehicles to 1 after moving to the area for closer proximity to work, services, and amenities. This is what happens when we build more walkable spaces. We are less dependent on our vehicles and thus require less parking spaces per dwelling compared to sprawling communities. The current housing supply is not meeting demand. People with varying incomes need options. The current market is out of reach for the vast majority of Calgarians. In late 2019, I rented a 1-bedroom plus den in the Beltline for $16.95 a month. Now the same unit in the exact same building is going for $2,500 a month. That's a 47% increase in just over 4 years. We need affordable options for all Calgarians, where supply meets demand. Adoption of RCG is a piece of this puzzle. I ask you to seriously consider the recommendations set by administration and take an evidence-based approach to your decision-making. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Nikki Sheppy, please.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm Nikki Sheppy, and I support a yes vote on RCG rezoning in Calgary. I am a rental resident of West Hillhurst, a neighborhood with a broad housing mix that includes mostly single-family dwellings, as well as duplexes, townhouses, quads, low-profile apartment buildings, and even the occasional laneway house. At Parkdale Kiwanis and Crowchild Kiwanis Manors, 3-story multi-residential buildings offer subsidized housing for independent seniors. To my mind, all these housing types fit into a desirable, eclectic, walkable, and bikeable inner-city neighborhood with high property values and good neighbors and popular local amenities. Far from detracting from my love of my neighborhood, the housing diversity greatly enhances my daily enjoyment. My neighbors include young families, busy professionals, seniors, students, writer and academic friends, dog walkers, children staffing lemonade stands, and the buzzing in bee boxes ready for spring. Last year, when I ran into a dog my husky knew in puppyhood, I learned that the senior taking care of her that afternoon lived in the charming laneway house on the property of her daughter and son-in-law, where we stood. She was enjoying the perks of multi-generational living. This is a community, not a catastrophe. The sky is not falling here in West Hillhurst, nor is it falling in the much-maligned neighborhoods of Marda-Loop and Altadore. Their blend of walkability, seasonal patio life, micro-businesses, busy dog parks in River Valley, their charming spray of little free libraries, all of it speaks to a community bubbling with energy, enterprise, and playful citizen engagement. I urge Council to resist a narrative that catastrophizes the proposed zoning shift, which will likely produce incremental changes here and there over the course of the next several decades, part of a larger housing strategy. Though many of the new builds won't themselves be affordable, they should loosen the market and ease the addition of affordable secondary suites and laneway rentals. They are a start. As a member of Calgary's arts community, I believe this change can help maintain the city's vitality and viability by making room for non-owners. Members of my community have spoken of the skyrocketing rental market and resulting housing insecurity. Its cost can be measured in periods of couch surfing, increasingly frequent move-outs, over-reliance on self-storage facilities or family safety nets to fill gaps, and the addition of roommates to cramped quarters. For those with pets, the battle to secure a rental can be daunting and exhausting. In at least one case that I know of personally, the struggle to access housing contributed to tragic, life-ending crisis. Rental competition is fierce. The pace of planning tools that rely on extensive case-by-case review puts many citizens at risk. Great cities, I would argue, are diverse and humane. I urge councillors to balance the rights of homeowners with the needs of renters through this modest land use change. Let's remember that this housing that we call product is first, foremost, and critically shelter. No investor can reasonably expect a guarantee when it comes to housing. Certainly those most at risk have none. This is a minority rights issue. It is also an issue of intergenerational justice. Let's balance our love for our roots with our responsibility to the future of our city. Exclusionary zoning has an effective monopoly on Calgary's land use, and it's not at all certain that single-family and low-density housing will meet future needs. As young people cope with weakened relative earning power and household debts that outstrip national GDP, and as they enter into new family and household formations, their housing needs and preferences will differ. Yet what Calgary mostly offers is a large swath of single-family homes that meet narrowly tailored definitions of family. Emissions reduction, energy efficiency, and climate change mitigation likewise necessitate different options. The housing of our future will need to be denser and more sustainable. We should start adding some of that and enhanced infrastructure now and control sprawl as we do so. We cannot shortchange the future in order to preserve everything we love about the past. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Trevor Russ, please.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Trevor Russ, and I am speaking for myself and my wife as residents of Ward 4 in the Northwest. We are opposed to blanket upzoning as it is presented. You are trying to solve two problems with one oversimplified solution that won't address either the current shortage in housing supply or the issue of more affordable housing. We were stunned by the city's failure to communicate upzoning to homeowners in a timely way and only became aware of the implications thanks to the diligence of our dedicated community association. Last week, I learned much about the scope and complexity of the housing crisis from those on both sides of the debate and from councillors who engaged with thoughtful questions. However, we're still opposed because it feels rushed, targeted.
Did I do the pacing okay? I was quick.
Can you hang on a second, Mr. Russ? Hi.
Thank you.
Hello. If you're on the line and you're not muted, could you please mute yourself? Hi there. Okay, you know what, Mr. Russ? I think we're good.
Thank you. We're still opposed because it feels rushed, targeted, and you haven't convinced us upzoning will have meaningful benefits other than for developers. Citizens expect our elected representatives and administrators to not only do what's right for the city, but to also listen to citizens and address their concerns with due diligence. Councillors speak often of listening to the people of this city. Commissioner Hauerluck of the Calgary Planning Commission wrote in the CPC member comments, and I quote, "Given the number of additional homes that we need in Calgary, I favor adding homes over additional review and community involvement," end quote. How is that due diligence, and how is that listening to residents? Increasingly, our ability to have influence on the city around us is being eroded. One alarming aspect of this proposal is the removal of public input into the redevelopment process. There's already a general feeling of what's the point, City Hall doesn't listen anyway, and it's about to get worse. You're telling us to feel confident that the city will ensure that all rules and expectations will be adhered to. Of the 4 redevelopment plans we have reviewed on our street, 3 had significant errors or exceeded building limits. Reduce the opportunity for public feedback, and you're asking us to rely on increasingly overburdened city planners to ensure compliance. They do a phenomenal job, but as the workload increases with the drive towards faster approvals, this system is ripe for oversights as developers continually push the boundaries of what is allowed. Another alarming aspect is the increase in height and lot coverage for higher density properties. We own a 1960s original bungalow. We're the smallest house on the block, and we're already getting overshadowed and crowded out by massive rebuilds, and this is only going to make it worse. Developers speak of uncertainty of what they can build where and for how much and how upzoning will level the field. But this would shift that uncertainty to homeowners. Zoning gives homeowners stability and sets expectations. Blanket upzoning removes that and leaves us fearful of what's going to happen anytime a neighbor sells their house. There were plenty of examples shown this morning of what we have to fear. Someone said that this is a fear of who might live next door, but it's not about who, it's about numbers. We're surrounded by 8 other single detached homes. If the corner house next door is replaced with a duplex or fourplex with basement suites, that's 4 to 8 times the number of neighbors next door. Add another 8 units on the opposite corner, and suddenly that's 24 neighbors around us, 3 times the number we currently have. 3 times the noise, the parties, the comings and goings during the night, the parking issues, the garbage. We're already impacted by secondary smoke, pot, house parties, and backyard fire pits, and we're told not to be afraid of it getting worse. So yes, as single detached homeowners, we are afraid of change and what it might bring to our communities, but no more afraid than anyone would be when something you've invested time, money, and heart into suddenly comes under threat. However, that doesn't make us villains. That doesn't justify us being regularly ignored in the name of progress. But we're made to feel like villains as politicians paint us as obstacles and ignore our concerns, as if once we have a house and a community, we are so privileged that we no longer have a voice. Yes, change is inevitable, but it doesn't have to be thoughtless and rushed, and this feels like both. Build high density where it makes sense and where it's already in the plans, so that it's our choice to move into high density, not that it moves into us. We do not agree with blanket upzoning, and we're saying no to being further removed from the development process across all build forms. Instead, and in light of the historic engagement and pushback you faced over this process, what we need are solutions to housing that respect existing house owners,
Mr. Russ,
along with those
Mr. Russ,
looking
you're
to
just
become
at
one.
time.
That was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stay on the line on mute just in case there's any questions for you. And let's go to Jackie Morin, please.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, the City of Calgary, for letting me speak. My name is Jackie Morin. I'm representing myself and family. I'm against blanket rezoning. I'm a born and raised Calgarian who has watched Calgary grow up and change over time. I believe affordable housing and blanket rezoning are two separate issues which should be addressed separately. Home ownership hasn't been easy for any generation. My parents moved to Calgary in 1955 and lived in a converted chicken coop. I had 20% mortgage rates with a 25% down payment and no CMHC help. Home ownership is not easy. In 2006 and 2007, the housing market was like it is today, sometimes with 500 units for sale and multiple buyers. By 2008, over 10,000 units were on the market for sale. Not having qualified tradespeople, shortcutting, and many quality issues which the homeowner, not the developer, paid for. Our commercial space in downtown Calgary was needed, built, and wanted until it wasn't. Calgary has grown and changed. Those changes were planned, laid out, executed, and has revitalized many communities. Each community was looked at on an individual basis with foresight and planned execution to keep the cohesiveness and feel of a community. Calgary has been ranked many times as one of the most desirable places to live in North America as well as worldwide. Please don't destroy that blanket rezoning. I'm also a realtor. For 20 years, I've been helping people find and purchase their home. Yes, a home, and not just a house to live in. Each of my wonderful clients have their own personality as well as what their wants and needs are for their home and the type of community they want to live in. Not only do my clients have their own personalities, but so do the communities in Calgary. Some people like the active lifestyle of restaurants, patios, and nightlife. Others like the arts, while some want to be close to sporting and religious facilities. Certain people prioritize our wonderful parks, pathways, and trails for walking and cycling, other transit systems. People seek out the lifestyle freedom that condos and townhomes provide. Some want a backyard to garden, relax, and wind in at the end of the day. We are blessed to have such a diversified population with unique communities that offer a wide range of lifestyle choices. Certain communities were so well thought out, planned, and executed that they have been recreated. One of those communities is Lake Bonavista. Look at how many lake communities are now in Calgary. Bonavista owns the lake and surrounding land. The size and usage of the lake was developed, planned, and built for with a number of homes within the community boundaries. Bonavista is still a vibrant neighborhood with younger generations living there with families. With blanket rezoning, you're now creating added density to communities that weren't designed for it. Blanket rezoning is an easy reactive response to a situation which most municipalities in Canada have been put in. You aren't the root cause, but the citizens of Calgary are also not the cause of this. Please listen and give consideration to the citizens that live in Calgary and not necessarily the ones that might move here. People have worked hard, paid premium prices to live in communities. Affordable housing won't happen in all communities. Builders will come in and charge premium prices for those row housing units. The city hires people to plan, redevelop with forethought and a planned vision, which has worked for our city. Keep all the checks and balances in place. For most people, their home is the largest investment of their lives. They plan, save, research, and purchase what is in their budget means. That takes time, accountability, budgeting, and restraint to accomplish that goal. Yes, Calgary has grown up, but there has also been many growing pains with that. The National Energy Program almost brought Calgary to a standstill. Thousands lost their jobs and homes, the financial crisis, oil and gas booms and busts. When thousands moved here and then also left, Calgary has been resilient. My high school, Ernest Manning, was leveled for the LRT and has been repurchased by the city. That's a large plot of land that can be developed without going into each community. The city owns a lot of land. Look within your own books and ownership for how to redevelop row and affordable housing rather than taking the easy way and saying blanket rezoning. In conclusion, I'd like to say people and communities aren't all the same and have different concepts of what a home and community lifestyle is. For most people, having children changes lifestyles, thoughts, and ideals. Community is also volunteer drivers taking cancer patients to their appointments. Volunteers have driven the sense of the community in Calgary. Calgary is blessed with a lot of entrepreneurs, philanthropists, and good people who have given back to our city. I truly feel affordable housing and blanket rezoning are two separate issues that have two different heartbeats that need to be addressed separately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the end of this panel, and I don't see any questions for you in the queue. So thank you to all of you for taking the time to be with us today. We appreciate your presentations. I'm going to assemble the next panel. As I do that, I'm just going to say that Victoria Veldhoven and Jenny Lowe will be first, but let me ask, is there anybody here who was on a previous panel? Sir, which one were you on? 121, and what's your name? Alan Berg. Okay, hang on one second. Okay, great, we'll get you onto this one. You can grab a seat up front if you like. Sir, you had your hand up? Yeah.
132.
132? And what's your name?
Wells.
Okay. Okay, perfect. You can grab a seat at the front as well. Okay. Anybody on the line that's from a previous panel? Okay, then do we have Bruce Lukey? Hi, sir, you can come on up. So that's our panel. It'll start with Victoria Veldhoven, then it's Jenny Lowe, then we are going to Alan Berg, and then it is Renee Wells, and then Bruce Lukey. So Victoria, please start us off.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Gondek and City Councilors. My name is Victoria Veldhoven, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all today, especially given how long these hearings are going. I'll start by saying that I am in favor of base RCG zoning. I think that many people to date have provided you with excellent data to back up the benefits of base RCG zoning, and I won't rehash their excellent talking points here. I will, however, provide some data from my own life. I'm in Ward 4, and my husband and I purchased our single detached family home 12 years ago for $400,000. At the time, the price of our home was approximately 4 times that of our annual combined salary. Today, the estimated market value of our home is $732,000, which is approximately 6.5 times that of our present-day annual combined salaries. Like many Canadians, our salaries have not kept pace with inflation or with the skyrocketing housing prices. If we were buying today, we would probably be unable to afford the house we already live in. The reason we're in our home at all feels more like the luck of timing the market than anything else. Are my husband and I more deserving of homeownership than people trying to buy their first home today simply because we're older and purchased 12 years ago? No, of course not. That would be a ridiculous statement to make. I have a young daughter, and if housing proceeds to continue to increase in price as it has, I worry about her ability to afford to buy or to rent in the future. As a mother, of course, I can't say I'm entirely opposed to the idea of her living with me forever, but when she becomes a young woman, I imagine she may feel differently. As she grows up, I want her to be free to choose where to live with an abundance of supply of different types of housing and without fear of homelessness. Everyone deserves housing. It's a human right, and I am in support of base RCG zoning. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Jenny Lowe, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. I want to confirm that the clerk has me recorded as offering 2 submissions, one personally and one on behalf of the Reconciliation Action Group.
We're just checking, if you hang on for a second.
I have submitted a presentation to the clerk's email for each.
Okay, we'll look into that. Which one do you need for your presentation right now?
I'd like to start with the Reconciliation Action Group.
I think that's the one we can't find. But hold on. Jenny, as we're looking for that, would you mind if I go to the next speaker and come back to you?
That's just fine, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Let's go to Alan Berg then, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Councillors. My name is Alan Berg, and I represent myself, my wife, and our 2 toddlers who had recently had the privilege of buying our dream home in Charleswood last year. I'm opposed to blanket upzoning and legal permitted use for laneways suites, not talked about as much, for 2 reasons. The change is not in the best interest of the city because change will make Calgary less attractive to the young professionals like me that you want to attract. My peers have the same concerns about the security of their biggest financial investment that I do. In my view, this upzoning change will destroy my dream and infringe on my property rights. In my view, this comes across as acting callously and against your constituents' wishes. I will try to limit using the term affordability for the same reasons Council stopped using the term in their most recent pamphlet. It's relevant, but it's never ever been about affordability, quoting a councillor's Instagram post on Friday night. Land use change needs full impact from affected owners. The Municipal Government Act requires public hearings when enacting or amending bylaws, and requires that the city have a public participation policy, which for Calgary is the Engage policy. That policy speaks of purposeful dialogue between the city, impacted or interested Calgarians, and other communities or groups. The proposed blanket upzoning bylaw change is contrary to the governing principles of the MGA and the city's own Engage policy. Important changes require voter approval. 61% of Calgary housing is either single or semi-detached dwellings, and 69% of all homes are owner-occupied. These are substantial majorities in each case. A major land use policy change affecting so many Calgarians necessitates that the scope of consultation and the deferral to residents' wishes must be commensurate to the scope of the change. No councillor advocated for this policy change while campaigning for office. Only 1 councillor was elected with a majority of votes in the applicable ward. Voter turnout was only 46% citywide. In 1 ward, the winning councillor received only 28% of the votes. Assuming the turnout was the same as citywide rate, this councillor was elected by only 13% of the voters. Silence on blanket upzoning combined with this low number of votes is opposite of a mandate to impose these changes. Council had an opportunity to permit wide public input on the issues via plebiscite, but a majority of Council rejected this potential method of attaining public input. In my view, Council could show its respect to citizens for the principles of the MGA and for informed democratic decision-making to decide to hold a plebiscite before any decisions are made. I will back and support any ethics and civil judicial cases brought against those council members. 1 councillor was reported to have said, to kick this to a plebiscite and the next election benefits only those who want to run on an opposition to changing our communities. That is a political choice. That is a choice that helps the selfish few. I strongly disagree that adhering to good planning principles and listening to the will of the majority is being selfish. Selfish is councillors who, with distinct conflicts of interest, so conflicting that an in-camera session with the Ethics Committee was required at the beginning of this hearing. Blanket upzoning is not just a zoning change. It's a radical, large-scale public works experiment. It's a confiscation of savings and a partial extinguishment of property rights. By implementing RCG, the city, without democratic permission, will unilaterally sever the implicit zoning contract which residents have relied on. For the 2 proposals, the city has provided no transparent or substantive rationale. No objective assessments have been conducted. No rationale to justify overriding the property rights of individuals to serve the public interest. No rationale provided by officials at city information sessions other than that they are following council's direction to zoning changes. Studies of rezoning elsewhere do not show increases in housing stock or affordability. In fact, Auckland had just reversed and eliminated blanket upzoning as a failed experiment in national disgrace. People and businesses need to be confident that their property rights and hard-earned investments will be respected and protected, not confiscated on a whim. This approach will tarnish our reputation as an exceptional city with dynamic energy, innovativeness, and the pioneer spirit Calgarians have always displayed in resolving issues. Council has no electoral mandate to implement these changes, nor do you have the political capital to do so. There are proven less intrusive and lower risk alternatives available to Council to develop and increase housing stock over time while respecting the property rights we rely on. Council should be focused on addressing land use and accelerating the permitting process for large-scale developments with our 35 years' worth of city land under the current MDP. I'm opposed to the proposal to upzone citywide to RCG, especially in established neighbourhoods. I am not opposed to urban density, individual zoning changes, or for ensuring the affordability for all the citizens of the city, such that proper planning procedures and the rights of citizens to oppose inappropriate development remains intact. In my view, Council is betraying the trust of Calgarians, and if they approve the bylaw changes, I think there will be backlash by both businesses and citizens. If the Council does decide to approve the changes, I expect that many citizens will pursue their democratic and legal rights against these measures, and I will support that opposition fully. I encourage Council to vote against the proposals, or at the minimum put the issue to vote to a plebiscite first. I have lots of ideas and I'm very involved in the discussion and would welcome any questions from Council to hear my ideas. Your mandate through the Affordable Housing Task Force, in my view, has lost its way. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Jenny, just hang tight. We're still looking. I'm going to go to Renee Wells, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, councillors and staff. I'm René Wells in Calgary since 2017. I'm neither for nor against the proposal. I'm a financial economist who mastered a PhD. I will present some macroeconomic logic and comments. I did graduate studies in real estate theory and in urban economics. I've done lending to land developers and builders at the Bank of Nova Scotia. I fully support the informed professional opinion of Mrs. Laurie, Chief Economist of CREB. It is difficult to use economic evidence to argue for or against blanket rezoning. One challenging issue is loss of enjoyment, quote unquote, being the negative externalities arising from a change in policy impacting citizens. But how to economically quantify and value loss of enjoyment? Nevertheless, most likely than not, you can expect an overall small positive effect over time, but then to whom benefit? It is very likely that the value of old housing stock will increase slightly, but cannot rule out some drop here and there. What kind of feedback can be expected? Pushback. The testimony presented is quite detailed, as a compelling list of issues was presented and explained. You even saw the photos, quite a few horrible photos of what is already going on. Public Policy 101 about credibility and flip-flops. Credibility influences the efficiency of public policy to alter choices of economic agents. Policy flip-flops do the opposite and are extremely costly for the economy. For example, Keystone XL, Obama cancel, Trump approve, Biden recancel, billions of dollars wasted. With regard to the engagement process, in this day and age of skepticism or even distrust in elected official and expert, it is likely that top-down heavy engagement will not succeed. The engagement process in support of the rezoning bylaw has today generated polarization rather than consensus, and polarization is not good for the economy. From an economic perspective, a referendum appears a reasonable way forward to ensure credibility and avoid flip-flops. Turning to the macro issues, Canada is now an extreme outlier in terms of housing prices to disposable income, but the housing start did not increase while the Canadian economy is doing really bad on a per capita basis. This was counterbalanced by ultra-low cost to finance until recently, as they have jumped. Here, this is what the CMHC Asian lady was trying to explain to you. Large rate hikes compress significantly what people can buy. Per Mrs. Laurie, the demand is where it is cheap to buy, because it is what people can finance. The cost to own today is about the same as in 2007 and lower than all year prior to 1996. Not much of an intergenerational issue here. Now, you have already been told that numerous times. I confirm that a small increase in supply in current market conditions will likely have no impact on pricing. Then, what is the crux of the matter from my perspective? It is what is the binding constraint. I'm going to suggest that for Calgary, it is labor availability, and if the data indicate it's labor availability, then logically you should focus on supporting large-scale social housing projects, then purposefully built large-scale rental project. Here is the empirical data. You clearly see in Calgary, if we assume that Calgary is basically a large portion of Alberta, there was slack available until 2021 in labor construction. Then the slack disappeared, and I would say clearly here you have, I would say, more job vacancy. And because of that slack, the hourly wage did not increase. It is completely different in the other four big provinces. So here you have now, okay, the employment and number of apprentices. In Alberta, a little bit of an increase, but of course way less than in Quebec and Ontario. And because of low wages and vacancy rate, then I would say you have a steep drop over the years in number of apprentices. So it's quite obvious that for the whole country, there's basically very tight labor availability in construction. And you can expect that in Alberta, the situation is definitively not going to increase because of that very important lack of apprentices. Now, up, okay, You are basically doing rezoning for more ground-oriented homes, while the demand is in rental apartments and condo for the future, because this is what people are going to be able to afford. Thank you, Your Worship, councillors and staff. I'm René Wells in Calgary since 2017. I'm neither for nor against the proposal.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Jenny Lowe, are you still with us?
I am.
Okay, we've managed to locate both slide decks. So you want to start with which one?
Reconciliation Action Group.
Okay, and just so you know, you've got 5 minutes to cover both of them. You're good with that?
No, then I will be presenting exclusively for the Reconciliation Action Group.
Okay. Then hang on.
Starting on.
We'll just get that presentation. Is it this one? It's called Rezoning for Housing?
It is. It's orange. And starting on slide 2, please, which has our logo.
There you go.
Excellent. Thank you. As settler members of the Reconciliation Action Group here in the meeting place known to me, it's a Tapi people as Moginstis that we today call by the Scottish name Calgary, we've been hearing from a lot of our neighbors about their concerns about the proposed bylaw amendment, which includes blanket rezoning. We've listened carefully all week as residents, several who call themselves native Calgarians, by which they mean born and raised in this space, share their passionate thoughts about what placemaking means to them. We've also heard many, quote, landowners, unquote, express that those who do not own should not have a say or vote on this issue. But thanks to helpful data presented by More Neighbours Calgary, we know that many of the most emphatic presenters live in neighborhoods projected to see very little impact from this change. And so we can't help but ask who is impacted, but missing from this conversation, whose voices aren't being heard. Notably absent from the discussion is recognition that this land is land from Broken Treaty 7, which was acquired through dishonored treaty making, and that along with the violent displacement of Indigenous communities, primarily the Blackfoot, Dene, and Nakota, from their traditional meeting places and livelihood strategies, that we've continued to statutorily disenfranchise Indigenous and racialized people through 149 years of Calgary city planning policy. Next slide, please. In its 2015 report, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission deplored the state of Indigenous health and wellness in Canada. It called on governments to acknowledge the link between Indigenous wellness and previous and ongoing policies. Since those 94 calls to action, several more reports have reiterated the connection between policy and resulting marginalization, and have offered recommendations to mitigate harm instead. So we'd like to remind you of the outstanding recommendations that will be supported by your decision to proceed with these land use amendments. Next slide, please. The 2019 publication Reclaiming Power and Place, the final report of the National Inquiry into Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls, calls upon governments to ensure that equitable access to basic rights such as employment, housing, education, safety, and healthcare is recognized as a fundamental means of protecting Indigenous and human rights. Next slide, please. Including the provisioning of new housing and repairs for existing housing to meet the housing needs of Indigenous, women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA people. Next slide, please. A 2019 report entitled The Urban Indigenous Housing Experience of NIMBYism in Calgary, Alberta, recommends guaranteeing Indigenous people have the ability to live in the neighborhood of their choice without discrimination, and determine strategies that improve the potential of Indigenous people's progression from renters to homeowners. Those recommendations are both supported by administration's proposal. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. In addition to these and other calls to action, the National Indigenous Economic Strategy is an initiative designed to address long-standing inequities and achieve inclusive growth for and with Indigenous communities. The strategy offers 107 calls to economic prosperity, including a lands vision, which we highlight as recommending Indigenous jurisdiction in land management, ensuring that Indigenous communities will have the tools, the resources, the knowledge, and the rights to develop their land for sustainable economic development. Next slide, please. The full text of these documents can be found at the links shown on your screen and included in your package. Next slide, please. We'd like to conclude by amplifying the presenter who identified as a Métis woman and employee of the councillor's office and said, "We take care of each other and we take care of the land." The 2021 report entitled "The Treaty Right to Health, a Sacred Obligation" helps us to understand that health and wellness are generally synonymous for First Nations people. This conception of wellness includes mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual health and well-being, all of which are intimately connected to socioeconomic and environmental factors, including the health of lands and waters within Indigenous territories like this one. Next slide, please. The Treaty Right to Health report also reminds us that the process of reconciling the harm that we've inflicted through policy, like the land use policy before you this week, will require political will, joint leadership, trust building, accountability, and transparency. We need to see ourselves as treaty partners with truth, reconciliation, gender violence prevention, and equity-centered solutions already given by testimonies.
Thank you very
in
much.
the
You're
reports
just
listed.
at time, Jenny. Appreciate your
Thank
presentation.
you.
Please stay on the line in case there's any questions for you. Let's go to Bruce Lukey, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, Madam Mayor, honorable councillors and administration for this opportunity to address council. Thank you for all your patience and attention for this past week and the weeks to come. My name is Bruce Lukey and I support increased housing density for the benefit of the city and the communities, and I'm in agreement with densification in the city's established areas, but I am opposed to council approving the blanket upzoning bylaw. I'm a retired professional engineer, married with 2 grown children, and have lived in Calgary for 40 years. This place is the best place in Canada to live, and frankly, in the world. I do so appreciate our lifestyle here, supported by the excellent city services that you and your staff provide. We lived in an apartment for 5 years after moving to Calgary following university. 2 years after we had our first child, we wanted to have more living space and a backyard and a community, and be close to schools, churches, and parks. We have lived very happily in the same neighborhood for 30 years. I will address 2 main topics today. Firstly, the additional infrastructure upgrades required to support housing densification, if necessary, should be identified at the local area plan stage. The city and local area plan stakeholders can then also quantify the cost of these upgraded infrastructure facilities required to support the housing growth. Secondly, a business case or economic evaluation should be prepared and put forward to council to determine whether it is prudent to budget for the infrastructure required and how to pay for these costs, either directly through levies or taxes. My requests of council: vote against or considerably amend the motion to change the entire city zoning designations as suggested in the proposed bylaw. Investigate and report on existing and proposed local area plans that may have infrastructure capacity available to support increased housing density in the form of a proposed RCG. Prepare established area growth evaluation criteria, similar to the criteria that's used for greenfield developments, to show how proposed growth aligns with the municipal development plan and the Calgary Transportation Plan, among others, how the growth accommodates current market demand, and what the financial impact is on the city and non-municipally controlled third parties. Prepare an established areas business case template, again similar to the one used for greenfield developments, to show the economic justification for infill development within a local area plan. Prepare a process for determining locations within the established areas of the city which will support the proposed RCG land use rezoning, considering the items above. Infrastructure capacity evaluation. A housing shortfall affects all residents of the city of Calgary. Increases in housing density in the established areas of the city should require that the following infrastructure services be investigated for capacity and cost to upgrade if needed: sanitary and storm sewage collection systems, potable water distribution, emergency services, police, fire, and ambulance, schools, libraries, hospitals, recreation centers, electricity, natural gas, and telecommunications distribution, traffic, parking, garbage, bylaw, etc. If I can quote from the Globe and Mail, which was on Friday, Toronto Hydro predicts that a surge, and this is specific to electrical distribution. Toronto Hydro predicts that a surge in electrical vehicles in EV vehicles will begin overloading pole top transformers. So it will have to replace or upgrade many more than was previously necessary. Overhead and underground cables will also be needed to be addressed. So that's in the Globe and Mail on Friday. That ties in with an excerpt from the citywide growth strategy, and I quote, "NMAX infrastructure challenges. Analysis was undertaken to better understand the scope and scale of overhead power lines complicating redevelopment in the established areas. Due to limited availability of detailed information, it was agreed that exploration of a solution would not be pursued at this time." That's attachment 4 in the citywide growth strategy 23 to 26 service plans and budget cycle. The cost to dig up pavement in the existing parts of the city to accommodate these infrastructure upgrades will be expensive. While these items are not taxpayer supported, they are ratepayer supported and will require increases in utility costs, which are only recovered through increased utility rates for the ratepayer. Discussion on the business case for densification. Similar to new greenfield communities, it is proposed that areas for growth should be identified and that a business case should be developed to support this increase in housing density. This should be done on a local area plan basis where the infrastructure capacity would be identified and any additional upgrade capital costs could be determined. The investments required to support the increases in housing density would be offset by the revenues determined from tax revenues, levies, utility rates, and users' fees. Provided a business case indicated that cash flow from the new structure was positive, then the investment required could be supported. And an area for housing densification could be identified within the LEP.
You're just at time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very much for your presentation. We have questions for this panel, so we'll go to Councillor Sharp first.
Thank you. Mr. Berg, please. Thanks for being here. You had mentioned that you have ideas. How many ideas do you have, and maybe give me your top 3?
Top 3 ideas are to focus on using the city land owned space that we already have. We canceled the annexation because we know how much space we have. We have the development. To all the comments that the other presenters have made regarding infrastructure upzoning. We were in Marta Loop previously. We had a corner lot. We had to put a fence on our yard to keep the children inside the property because the traffic was getting so bad. We witnessed all the sewer storms being upgraded. So I think we need to use the land that we already have first, follow the municipal development plan to build up. We need to focus on properties around the LRT stations. Excuse me, never done this before.
Doing fine.
Westbrook Mall is a perfect example. That property was sold by the city 10 years ago for $50 million. The developer put forward 8 different applications to build on that land, all rejected. 2 weeks ago, the city bought that land back from him, didn't even buy the mall, just bought the land around him for $43 million. That individual suffered over tens of millions of dollars in losses there. We need to build up. Brentwood Station is a perfect example. I support that. I live in Charleswood, close by. University students, same thing with not building up. The university is actually watched the students leave because they couldn't afford the rent in the university areas. They're going to find cheaper homes elsewhere. So we have to focus on building up, especially near the zones. And I think lastly, the ones I would we need to do, off-market housing, and we need to really expedite the processes here. Planning processes used to take, days, weeks to get this stuff done. It's months. The city hired 27 city planners last year. How they can't get this stuff done on time, we need to accelerate that. To all the comments that have been made before, these are labor-related issues. These are issues related to the immigration policies that we have. These are not related to building in established communities where we're not going to be able to support the build and infrastructure. It's deviating from the years and years of planning and dollars spent on the municipal development plans to encourage our neighborhood growth and keep unique characters.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it being here so late. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Also for you, Mr. Berg. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your presentation. So from your perspective, this isn't about financial implications? Can you give me a little bit of an idea of why it is that you're so, so adamant about a better process, i.e. through planning policy? How does this affect you personally?
I think what we're debating here with the policy changes is land use. This doesn't have to do with affordability. This doesn't really have, this is taking 11 individual land zones and trying to create one blanket one. I think we need to stay away from that. I think we need to focus on the policy planning in terms of the financial aspects. For me, I've been in townhouses, I've been condos, I've been unemployed, I've done extracurricular education. My wife and I both work. We moved back to Charleswood to be close to the grandparents and a single family community established. It has character. We're comfortable with that, and we want to support other people. We just see the builders taking 25 to 30% profits on this. We watch the land values skyrocket in our neighborhoods. Those are creating the challenges. But the real issue here is how we're treating individuals' rights associated to land use, the way that the council is going about with their mandates, and infringing on what we inherently use to protect and attract businesses and professionals to the city.
Mm-hmm. And prior to this, were you already cognizant of the fact that the city could do a city-initiated redesignation on your property?
Yeah, I mean, RCG already exists. People can go and apply for it. I think what's important is the public process where people can oppose to those
I get that people are allowed to apply for it, but were you aware that the city could actually arbitrarily rezone your lands?
Not through the MGA or anything.
But the city does have that right, but so you weren't aware of it.
But it has to serve the public interest. It has to be in specific instances, and this is not serving that public interest where you're just going to go and take our land.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's what the city's planning on doing, but I'm just wanted to know if you were aware that the city had the right, well, not necessarily the moral right, but the legal right to redesignate your property.
It does, but it has to be specific to some underlying theme of for the greater public interest. This is not related to that right now, especially when you have 35 years of land available. When you're not building, you're not using the space that you already have. You guys are slowing down the processes to get people to build. We're not funding the right incentives. I get the rhetoric that this is a piece of the puzzle. I haven't seen any evidence that the city has put forward and tried to pursue the other avenues first. And if this was such a big topic in switching, why wasn't it run for while councillors were seeking their nominations and to take this position?
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing. I'm just asking you a question. So
no, I just
thank you for your.
It's quite concerning at the way that this has been flip-flopped, even from the way as I stand here, and I got involved by going to Brentwood Community Association presentation to get more involved in this. The first pamphlet that I hold, they use the word affordability. The last pamphlet that they've dropped that on legal recommendations that they shouldn't be using the word affordability. One councillor's post on Friday night, which I thought quite comical from Instagram, was after a 7-minute speech about the lack of policy and process in Bill 20 is now changing their tone to say, never ever was this about affordability, when the first 5 days of these hearings attacked and belittled the people that come to speak their voices about this, and the view constantly that I heard back was affordability. I've listened to almost 30 hours of this, and I know there's a lot more people my age that want to be here and speak in front of you guys. They can't because they're working hard, they're building families, and I think the council is kind of brainwashing the public through their process.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here and for your providing your perspective. It's much appreciated.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor. Sir, can I have you back up, sir? Thank you. Yes. Just one quick question. Would this have made any difference if the amount of density was lesser? In other words, RCG's being at 60, if there was, say, a maximum of 50, 3 units above, 3 units below that, as opposed to 4 above and 4 below, would that have made any difference for you?
I think it's definitely something that could be considered, and that's the challenge without bringing this to plebiscite or getting more involved with the residents of Calgary. When you look at the case studies of what Minneapolis was, all the change was to increase to 60%. So the maximum build that you could have had would have been a triplex. To get rid of our 11 different distinct land uses to go to one single one, that's really scary. Land use is all about tree canopy, the drainage, the sewer systems, where we're going to put this runoff. Even the Prime Minister's Instagram account I saw just a few days ago had a big video saying, "We've got the lands. We need to use our public assets. That we've got old military bases, old industrial places." I've heard different comments throughout this speech talking about some communities are dying, they're not being revitalized. Then we need to focus on a plan specific to that neighborhood. The upzoning is just a quick way to put money in pockets. I'm quite concerned about what happened in that in-camera meeting that was held after the hearing had started. That seems very odd to me, that would have occurred prior to a hearing and those things would have been resolved further. And then the lane suites is quite concerning. That's been something that people have been protesting for years and always fought. It works in some neighborhoods, I think, but it's really concern for shadowing, and especially with the no parking restrictions. Marta Loop, like I said earlier, we had to put up a fence on our front yard just to keep the children in. We had all the business people parking, the commuters cutting through, speeding. It completely wasn't safe. And I heard one person in a panel earlier say, oh, we're going to have EV cars that are going to go park themselves in areas that are not close to their homes and in less densified areas. Nobody's going to have an EV car if the infrastructure can't support the charging of that vehicle.
Thank you. That's it for the questions for this panel. So thank you all very much for being here. We appreciate the time you put into joining us. I'm going to assemble the last panel for the night. Do we have Lane Sims from panel 136?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, Mayor. This is Philip Turnbull. I was on panel 133. Any chance I can get in on this one?
I can get you in. Yep. Philip Turnbull, right?
Thank you.
Okay.
That's right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay. Do we have Candace Ross? Do we have Robert Falconer? How about Ann Landry? Do we have Gerald Wheatley? How about Doug Clark? Is there anybody on the line or in the audience that was registered for a panel before 137 that's here? Sir, what's your name? Panel 130. Panel 130, okay. We'll get you on this one. Okay, so let's go with the three people that we have confirmed. We'll start with Philip Turnbull, we'll go to Lane Sims, and then Randy Pillett. Mr. Pillett, you can come on up and have a seat. So you're ready to go. Philip Turnbull, can you start us off, please?
Sure. And I sent the email with the presentation in very last minute.
I'm here.
Didn't have that? Okay, perfect. So first, I just want to start by saying thank you. Thank you for your patience and listening to so many Calgarians, and a special thank you to the city staff for your long hours away from family. Your commitment to public service does not go unnoticed or unappreciated. So a little bit about myself. I live in Mount Pleasant. I'm a homeowner of a single detached house. I have a family of 3 with a 2-year-old toddler. I'm a white male with a good, stable job, and both my wife and I have master's degrees. And I tell you this not as a way to say my opinion counts more than others, but simply to say that I'm coming to you with a heck of a lot of privilege. Next slide, please. My neighborhood is already zoned predominantly RC2 with some RCG, HGO, MCG. So you see a lot of
I'm going to interrupt you for just 1 second. You said you had a presentation. We don't have it going yet. Can you just give us 1 second?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Okay, it's just coming up, and you want us to be on which slide?
You can just go to slide 2.
Okay, we're there. Please go ahead.
All right. So my neighborhood is already zoned predominantly RC2 with some RCG, HGO, MCG. So you see a lot of semi-detached, some townhouses and moderate densification. There's a couple new row houses about a block away from me. And I'm here to tell you that not only is it just fine, I'd in fact like to see more of it as more neighbors add more character and vibrancy to my community. I heard Councillor Wong ask a presenter the other day about feedback he hears from Mount Pleasant that it's overpopulated and it's had too much development. Next slide, please. So I took a look through the historical population data. Mount Pleasant and many of the communities surrounding it have only recently gotten back to their 1970 level of population. Next slide, please. For years, the population was below peak, and interestingly, if you look at the population demographics by age, we have a different kind of missing middle in Mount Pleasant, 10 to 19-year-olds, which maps almost perfectly to the time our population was stagnant. Next slide, please. We're hardly overpopulated, and the densification that we see now means more families with young children are moving here. Next slide, please. Despite this moderate density, I've not seen the concerns that many opposed to RCG have raised. I still see the sunlight, the garden's able to grow, our neighborhood has lots of trees, I can walk and bike most places, and I still have room to park my car on the street, although most days I park it in the garage. It's a safe community, and my son will grow up with all the privileges Calgary has to offer. Frankly, gentle density will probably be normal to him the same way that the suburbs were to me when I grew up. Some days I worry that when my toddler is grown up, he'll be stuck living in my basement, unless he has my help getting housing. And I want him to have the opportunity for his own life and independence when he's older, and a big part of that is access to affordable housing. Switching gears, I'd also like to take a moment to reflect on what I've heard from the No camp as I've listened over the past week. I heard that they don't want their community upzoned, but maybe it's okay somewhere else, just not my backyard. That it will crater property values, but also that it will send them skyrocketing and not create enough affordable houses. I heard that there hasn't been engagement or listening to the public while literally speaking at a public hearing. They want less government, but they ask that you individually approve land use changes in a process wrapped in red tape. And of course, there's been some absurd comments about communism, racism, classism, and a lot of what I'd frankly call selfish perspectives. But one thing that I did hear almost unanimous agreement on is that we currently have an affordable housing crisis, and that so that we should slow down and delay our actions to resolve the crisis, to me, seems to require some extreme cognitive dissonance. Living in a single detached, I could easily take the selfish perspective and pull the ladder up behind me. And I kind of get it. And I think it comes from fear of change, fear of losing that privilege. And while these feelings are valid, I hope that you have the courage to look past that fear and show real leadership for the future of our city. Next slide, please. You've heard from the loudest and the most vocal. And even with this marathon hearing, this is less than 0.1% of the city. The other 99% likely don't feel strongly one way or another and probably think this is just fine. This is a well-thought-out plan. It was prepared by experts. There's 98 actions, of which this is just one component, and it isn't even that drastic of a change. Next slide, please. We have 160 people moving here per day, and we're in a crisis that requires action. So whether your chosen villain is Justin Trudeau, George Soros, Jason Kenney, or whoever you want, those people are coming here whether you implement this strategy or not, and they're going to need somewhere to live. Those new residents and our youth are not able to speak to council at this meeting. So my ask is that you keep in mind the people that aren't here yet. Your role under the MGA is to consider the welfare of the community as a whole and make decisions in the best interest of the future of the city, not just to simply represent the most vocal or the loudest of your current constituents. So when you cast your vote, please think of the bigger picture and what's best for Calgary as a growing city. Consider what the city needs for the residents here, not just today, but 20, 30, 40 years into the future. Please vote yes for the RCG proposal. On a much lighter note, because it's been a very long day,
Thank you, Mr.
please look for the
Turnbull.
next slide.
I know you've
Okay.
probably got something really nice to say, but I got to cut you off. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Lane Sims, please.
Thank you. My name's Lane Sims. I live in an RC2 neighborhood near downtown. I am speaking against blanket upzoning, which I see as a one-size-fits-all solution that is seeking too much change too fast. I believe in densification. I live in a semi-detached home inner city, but I take very seriously the concerns of my fellow Calgarians in older single-family home neighborhoods. As I mentioned, I live in a semi-detached home in an RC2. At this stage in my life, I'm willing to deal with lots of parked cars lining narrow neighborhood streets. It's not a choice I would have made when I had much younger kids. It's this lack of choice of where a Calgarian will put what is often their largest investment I object to. The idea that developers who are far too eager to see blanket upzoning happen will focus on affordable housing is unlikely. I'll explain an example of what I think will come to RC1 neighborhoods if blanket housing goes through. Now, I emailed in a picture of a listing of a lot for sale in my neighborhood. I don't think it made it into the presentation, so I'll describe it. It's a 52-foot inner city lot. It's currently selling for $1.5 million. That's lot value. Are we really to believe the developer who shells out that money for that lot, makes virtually no accommodation for parking, is going to suddenly put in affordable housing? Not likely. They will double, triple, or quadruple their profit. Neighbors will be stuck with increased traffic congestion, inadequate parking, a potential lottery to get their kids into their local inbound school, as we saw was recently proposed for Western Canada High School. Make no mistake, this is a boon to builders. It's a bust to homeowners looking for thoughtful engagement and development. Perhaps a solution is starting more slowly on a smaller scale, more semi-detached homes in RC1 neighborhoods with meaningful community input, proper allotments for parking rather than row houses, rather than 12 potential units on a 50-foot lot. It won't be the financial windfall for developers, but that cannot be our priority. My next point is the lack of engagement of all levels of government. This is worrisome to me. Why was our Provincial Municipal Affairs Minister, Rick McIver, not included in this dialogue? Whether you agree with his politics or not, he has years of experience as a former city councillor. I think this council needs to be reminded they don't work for or answer to Justin Trudeau. They work for local taxpayers. They answer to the province. The last survey I saw of engagement on the City of Calgary website set those against blanket upzoning or very concerned about it at 70%. With hundreds of Calgarians lining up day after day to speak on this issue, maybe it's time to reconsider a plebiscite. Now, I've spoken about concerns about parking. Calgary's inner city would be better off with fewer cars, no doubt. It would also be better off with a transit system that is safe for all riders at all times of day. Simply isn't fair to expect people to ride the C train alone at night. It's not safe. Until that's fixed, many Calgarians will continue to drive, and so they should. They need somewhere to park their cars, including in front of their own homes. Finally, we've heard from drop-in center representatives about the need to address Calgary's housing crisis, and I agree. But I also think council should take a hard look at the conditions in the drop-in center. We've seen credible news stories showing appalling conditions, sinks broken off walls, residents feeling unsafe, drug dealing, a lack of security. What about focusing on the immediate needs of our city's most vulnerable and funding first-line emergency housing like the drop-in center properly right now and holding shelter management to account for the conditions its vulnerable residents face there every day? Let's put their needs first and developers' wants on the back burner. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Randy Pilat, please.
Hi. Oh, you got it. Okay, and okay. Blanket rezoning, beneficial for Calgary. Next slide, please. Blanket rezoning seems like smoke and mirrors. Here are 4 reasons why. 1, public input is being removed. It's ironic that this is a hearing to end all public input into development, or for the Lord of the Rings fans, the one hearing to rule them all. Removing we, the people, from the ability to coordinate with City Council about development projects is troubling at best and destructive at worst. Next slide, please. Rezoning has been communicated as being created affordable housing through land equity. What is equity? As explained to our junior high kids, who are graded on a scale from 1 to 4, it's like them getting a 4 in their assignment. Then the student comes over and talks to the teacher, and the teacher says, well, there's another student over here that's got a 2. Let's take a point from you, and you can both have a 3. Needless to say, my kids were not impressed. And this is the kind of principles we want to put to land and dwelling ownership. Affordability. I understand the need for students and the others who spoke, and I agree for the need of housing. When I went to university, I stayed in my car at first trying to find student housing, and I lived the starving student lifestyle. Next slide, please. Blanket rezoning, however, does not equal affordability or availability, as many of the presenters have already demonstrated. For those who think rezoning equals affordability, let's ask, which is cheaper, buying an existing home, demoing it, taking out the services, then building another structure, or building on land that's already available? Livingston is a prime example of an area that can be built on now, and the land surrounded it. Even if blanket rezoning is the miracle cure like it's touted to be, it isn't. Because it would probably take 3 to 5 years for us to develop housing to scale by doing this. Next slide, please. And that would be gobbled up by immigration. Corporate ownership. One aspect that's been mentioned hardly ever is corporate owners of single-family homes like True North Homes in Calgary. In Toronto, it's estimated that 30% of all single-family homes are owned by corporations, and more than 50% of the condos, which is leading to price variability, obviously. One question also I'd like to ask, are houses being purchased for immigration purchase by federal or other levels of government? And if so, what does that do to affordability? Blanket rezoning benefits corporations, not individuals. Corporations have the money and capital and wherewithal to go ahead and develop and redevelop properties. Next slide, please. This is a housing metric which shows houses and condos and the amount of invested owners by investment. And you'll find various different amounts. For example, 14% in New Brunswick and 20% in Nova Scotia are the percentage owned by investors, whereas at condos vary from 20 to 42% over the various provinces. Next slide, please. I fear that blanket rezoning is a done deal. The mayor has a voting majority of 8 that has allowed her to pass most legislation. It seems like this hearing is a way to placate the masses. My prediction, the vote will be 8-6 or 7-6 with 1 abstaining for rezoning going ahead. But please feel free to prove me wrong and hold a plebiscite. Next slide, please. Housing solutions that the city can do. If higher learning institutions want to maximize profit at expense of housing availability, make them make more housing. Set up trailer camps right now and partner with ATCO on city lands. Create an outreach program to the 1 in 5 house owners who are in trouble and connect them with renters. Create a senior rent for help program, which one lady suggested. Taxing foreign ownership will increase rental availability, as well start a no occupancy property tax to stop foreign speculation. These are just a few solutions that I can think of, and this is the reasons why I don't think blanket rezoning is a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have a question in the queue from Councillor Penner.
Thanks. I just want to make sure you can hear me with my headphones in.
We can hear you.
Okay. Mr. Turnbull, I think you just had like one quick point left to make. Did you want to make that?
Sure. It was not as very substantial, but if somebody can just pull up the last slide, I just wanted to end it on a much lighter note and leave you with a fun AI song about upzoning that I put together. And I recommend that after you're done, you put it on when you're in your car on the way home or something like that. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Okay, no further questions.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't see any further questions for this panel. Given the time, I'm not going to start another panel for tonight, but I am going to explain what's going to happen over the next couple of days so that everyone's clear. When we come back, we are going to panel 138, and then we will continue on from there. Panel 138 is Gurman Sahota, Gianluca Cross-Basoli, Darren Polanski, Kayla Brown, and Kate McGregor. Panel 139 is Jeff Watson, Carlos Nascimento, Jade O'Reilly, Luke Tracy Newman, and Michael Dugan. So those are the two panels that we'll be starting with when we come back. Now here's what we're doing and how we're coming back. Tomorrow morning, we will start the actual regular meeting of council that we have scheduled. So we'll start that at 9:30 and it will run in the morning. We will resume public hearing tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We'll go from 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock. There's then a break, and then we return at 7 o'clock to 9:30. So for anyone who's listening, let me repeat that. Tomorrow for the public hearing, it's 1 to 4 p.m. There's a break, and then we come back from 7 to 9:30 p.m. The following day on Wednesday, this public hearing will start at 9:30 in the morning, and it will go till 1 p.m. That's because we have a civic partners meeting after that. On Thursday, we'll run 9:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. like we did today, and on Friday, we'll run 9:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. So for anyone tuning in for tomorrow, this public hearing will not start until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, Council, I need you to vote on a motion, please. Well, you don't have to vote. We can do general consent. General consent that Council recess this public hearing until 1 o'clock tomorrow in order to allow for the regular meeting of Council to take place. Is there anyone opposed to that? Okay, seeing and hearing none, that is carried. So Council, I'll see you back here at 9:30, and public, we will see you at 1 o'clock. Thanks, everyone.